I want a moderator on this English Hub server, bro.
Yeah, we don't give out moderator status for English Hub itself. That's not under our purview. We are not representing English Hub. We are a channel that is allowed to be on here.
To make anything about the law that you for you project for you release what you want to complete from me, I will do for you. If you want.
Yeah, I didn't hear or understand anything you said except if you want.
I was saying, if you want any type of the project for yourself, any people, I'm not saying just to you, I'm saying to all of you people. If you wanna, anybody can make the pictures of the globe and any project related to the globe Earth or any another field like assignments and another projects. I will do for you. If anybody people are there like that.
Are you
And I
saying you
was
can make
already
models of a globe?
yeah, and I was already completed my Bachelor of Computer Application and certificate in Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning.
They already have like millions of pictures of a globe already. Are you saying you can make a better globe than them?
Yeah, they already created an AI model that creates a globe based on the weather data. So what are you talking about?
And I'm also web developer. So if you all and any people have any work want to done from me, I will do for you.
Well, if you start working on AI models, please tell me which model so I don't use that one.
Oh,
it's according to you which type of the model you want. And it's according to your requirements. If you can send me your requirements, I will make according to your requirements. What type of the project you want to develop. Understand?
We're good. We're good. You just go make your own AI, make your own stuff, and once you've made it, you can come and say, "Hey boys, I made this stuff." We don't need to hear.
I already have my own stuff, bro.
Excellent.
I
What
already
did you
done.
make? At least we can talk about something interesting.
I make a software engineering website which provides the work to all of the people like cybersecurity, web development. It is especially making a web development AI bots for organizations which helps to in different sectors like healthcare, environment,
Yeah, that
industries
sounds like
like
garbage.
that. Oh my god, why you feel like that my sound is garbage?
Because I actually look into AI and I understand that there's multiple different models. They're all specified for a specific thing. So you're claiming you do all of these things makes me think you're a liar.
Yeah, I am doing these all of things because this is used in this all field. Uh, Organization was using this any work, and this is a majority of the firms used this technology.
what does your AI say about the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, AI is also developed by coding.
Yeah, what he's saying is actually kind of reasonable. Most AIs now are just available, and you code shit to use the existing AIs.
Wait,
Is what-
wait. I will.
Yeah, but that's nothing special. You're not making anything at that point. You're not making all
I
these
know.
different AIs. You're just using pre-existing tools like everybody else.
Exactly.
Oh, I see what he's doing. He's like taking a chocolate cake recipe that's already been perfected and just modifying it a little bit.
It's kind of, or rather, he's taking a chocolate cake and then he's adding the icing and the fruit.
Oh, he's just putting the sprinkles on the top. Oh,
Yeah.
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 But
Tell me,
Everybody can do
bro.
this. I do this.
Okay, everybody do this. I understand. So anybody want to develop any project and any type of the complete your assignments, and I
That's
will
all
do
good,
work.
dude. It's all good, dude. Thanks very much. They got me. I do it for them. You can check out our 24/7 website. That was our last project, and I did that. Oh, we're good, bro. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Yeah, you can check out my 24/7 Flat Earth music bot. I made that as well.
Okay, it means you cannot want to complete your work from me.
dang, what the heck? I feel like a freeloader now. Oh my goodness, I haven't done shit.
Well, you express our viewpoints very well on the audio, and I love listening to you. So it's a win-win.
Oh, bro, I gotta do something.
Okay, bro. If you want, you can tell me. I will do work for you. If you want, I'm not just forcing to you. Okay, it's your wishes.
You know what? I'm gonna be the 24/7 Flat Earth fitness coach and nutrition planner. I got you guys if y'all need something in that regard.
That sounds good. I mean, I take it.
I mean, more for beginners, of course, man. You already got a 6-pack and big ass chest, so I can't really help you much.
Always stays good to stay in shape.
Oh, yes, sir.
We don't really need any help. Code Aura. If you have an idea to help, then you can pitch it, and we'll be like, "Yeah, that's a good idea," and then you can make it. But we are not going to tell you what to do.
Yo, I was actually gonna wonder that. Well, wonder that. I was already wondering, I guess. Where do we go to like input different categories to like add more categories to the pre-existing ones that are already there for the 24/7 like subcategories at the bottom?
We probably need like Indio or someone with access. I don't even know if I can create a channel.
Add more categories in which field? Tell me again.
I'm probably go DM them. There was like I think 3 or 4 of them that I had in mind because I was like looking through it the other day for like information regarding it. And they didn't have it there. I was like, what the heck?
Yeah,
If I remember
please
them, I'll
do.
just send it over to him.
Indio is very helpful. If CJ was around more often, I would suggest him because he's more of the technical master.
Okay, you know Indios.
Yes.
Okay, it's your friend.
Yes.
Yeah. And he's the one that handles our paychecks.
Okay, he's from US, I know, and recently I also talked with him. I also know about to these people.
I'm so sorry. I didn't hear a single word you just said.
I'm saying that he's very good people. Indios is very good people, and I
Oh, yeah.
also.
I mean, I feel
And
like
I,
most of the 24/7 crew is good people, so.
and I also
I can be a
talk
bit
with these
snarky,
people.
but I can be a bit snarky, but Indio is good people.
Yeah, he's also my friend. I know, and in the time of night, I was also talking with him.
Oh, you said Indio is your friend?
Yeah, I know
Oh,
this guy.
nice. I don't even think he's my friend yet. The heck?
Okay, means he's working for you.
No, I work for him.
If you're
Okay.
Indio's friend, what's his pet's name?
Oh,
Oh my God, this is nothing. It's
yikes.
not any meaning.
Yikes, bro.
If you're his friend, how
Okay.
much does he bench?
Oh, shit. Oh,
So leave
shit.
this. I will guide you what type of the means examples I have. You can got from my side, and this is helpful for you. Like if you can, in which work you want to the example, like websites or in which field. I will give you example, and this is enhanceful idea for you.
So you're going to give us websites, and that will enhance our idea for us about how much you're friends with Indios?
My God.
I'm gonna need like
I'm
some
just
type of
trying to understand, bro.
and I need some correlation connection there.
Just my friend. He's daily come in this channel and talk with him. But 2 days ago he was not come here.
I'm gonna
Oh,
go
so
DM him right now.
you had a conversation with him on one of our platforms, right?
No, in this platform, 24/7.
Yeah, this is one of our platforms. This is an outpost.
A single
Yeah,
satellite channel that we have, yeah. I know
yeah.
Indio's listening right now. Indio,
he
where you at,
probably
bro?
is.
Oh, there he is. Is that him? That would be so funny.
Okay. Can I give my
Yes.
ideas which is good for you and you think it's very nice.
Okay, so you said, can you give your idea for us? It's very nice. Is that correct?
In which field can I give the ideas to you?
What?
In which field can I give the ideas for you?
Which field?
Yeah.
So, like a flower field or a baseball field?
Means you have a project, you want to do work on these fields. So that's
I,
why
we,
it is done.
I understand. You're talking about like field of study or work. We don't
No, which
need.
work you want, which work you are searching.
Yeah, we
So
don't
that's
need your help.
beneficial.
I suggest you help yourself.
Okay.
If you find something that you think might help, you can bring it to us. But like I told you before, no one asked me to make our radio station. I just made it. Like, we don't force other people to do anything because we're not a cult. We're not a collective that has any kind of leadership. We're an independent research group. We are only held together by our principles around the concept of empiricism and logic. So that's our common ground. We don't share a religion. We don't share finances. We're individuals who are researching this individually. If you want to contribute to the research, you go out and measure the world, and then you present that information, and we will gladly look at that.
I think.
Oh man, Drace told me I wouldn't get a girlfriend if I didn't have a 6-pack, so he kind of forced me to get one.
I never said that.
He said that you.
I'm not gonna lie, it sounds like something Grace would say.
No, I have a 6-pack. Well, actually, no, it's more like an 8-pack. But and it used to be a 10-pack. But I have it not because I want to, just because it's just a consequence of how I live.
Last
That's a nice way to put it.
in last 3 years, I was very fit people. I'm very fit people. You don't know. You cannot think about that. I also have 8 packs recently in last before 3 years.
Wait, you said
If
you
you
have a six
understand,
pack?
8 packs because I'm athlete and
Bro.
I was athlete and I win a medal in long jump, 100 meter, 200 meter on the flat earth, on the flat ground, flat 100 meter race.
Have you seen those Indian movies where there's like a superhero who's like super amazing?
Yeah, all right. But I was talking about only 100
Is that
meter
you?
athletic games. Oh my god, no, I'm not. I'm honestly, I was saying to you, I'm a player in the past 3 years ago.
Bro.
Well, congratulations on being a player. I am not. I don't know why you're telling me this.
Because you are showing your six pack in your DP. So
I
that's
think
why.
That
If you are taking
that's.
only feeling,
I'm not
if you are,
showing anything. It's
if
just the
you
profile
well,
picture.
oh my God, hold on. Well, if you are taking feeling only with the help of a fake pics, so before that, I will explain you. I am a honestly player before 3 years currently.
Bro, honestly, I would believe the Earth's the globe before I believe that you're a player, bro. There's no way.
I believe he's a player. He plays like COD or Sudoku or something.
No, you're
Bro.
wrong. You're wrong. I'm player of
Bro.
100 meter, 200 meter long jump and triple jump. Be honestly, I was saying.
Oh, you mean like a competitor in those sports? Okay, you know what? Okay, that's fine.
Oh,
And I
I
am
thought you
also
meant
professional
like,
in these sports past 3 years ago.
okay, let me give you how we use the word player, okay? When we say player here, it means like you get a lot of girls, like you have
yeah.
like 50 different girlfriends.
Oh,
That's
oh,
why, yeah, that was a rough
Yeah, I
sell.
misunderstood you, man.
Okay, yeah, that was
oh
my
my
fault.
God.
I'll take that back. Okay, sorry.
Why? Sorry.
No, because I thought you were saying that you had like 50 girlfriends because of your 8 pack.
Oh my God. Well, 8 pack is only those people can gain, those who are far from these things, like which you are saying. Okay, if you are making concentration on these things, like which you are saying now, me, this is not good for you. You packs will become on your body.
No,
Okay, it's a different feeling.
the only reason it's being mentioned is because you were sexualizing my profile picture and talking about me, and so that's objectifying me, and so that's why it went into this. Because we based on that, we thought you were meaning that player as in someone who was trying to get a lot of ladies, and because you were talking about your own 8 pack. And so that was the natural conclusion from that. But I'm sorry if we misunderstood you.
I'm so sorry, Drace. I couldn't hear you over the ripples of your stomach.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Fuck
Yeah,
people.
yeah. Listen, bro, Drace is not just a piece of meat. Okay, he's a human being with thoughts and feelings.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
My eyes are up here.
Bloody fuck.
Oh shoot, man! I love you guys. Fuck, it's so
Hey
funny.
bro, what? Hey bro, where are you from?
I think he's talking to the piece of meat over there.
No, no. What type of the studies in your country? Like you are completing your paper when you are going to the college, or how you can done your papers? The time of studies, because this is also topic including on the earth. People, those who are doing on the earth, what the things people doing on the flat earth. This is also flat surface where you are going to complete your papers, exams. Listening to you. What the hell?
I'm sorry, I was reading something the same time you said that. What did you say?
Saying how you can done your papers in your country, like when you are going to the college, and what's the environment in your time of papers, because this is also including on the surface when you are going to the college. This is also a flat surface which is known as land, because this topic is also included in this.
Well, I haven't talked to anybody at university about flat Earth, but I've talked to people in public.
Yeah, we got a bunch of people who have spoken to people in university. We speak to professors all the time. We speak to people in university all the time. If you want to watch some of those interviews, you can watch Beyond the Imaginary Curve, his old material. They went out and spoke to hundreds of people. It was very interesting. You can also watch Wakey Wakey interview a physicist who then breaks down as she realizes that she can't answer the questions. It's pretty hilarious. We also have a bunch of recordings of us talking to physicists or professors. Matthew is a common denominator that comes in here. He's a math professor.
Yeah, we've even had like CERN physicists, and astrophysicists, molecular physicists.
Yeah, that's what really got me. I didn't believe any flat earthers. I, it, I spent like a month researching this on my own, and then like not believing the flat earthers, of course, and just trying to find some way to wiggle out of the Earth being flat. And I got my friends who had gone through further education, who had one of them became an astrophysicist and was an astrophysicist when I asked them, and the other one became a robotic engineer. And so I got them to supply me with all my supposed evidence as my experts who were supposed to have all the information and evidence that the Earth was a ball. The problem is, just once I saw it, I was like, "Is this it? Where's the concrete evidence that proves my ball? The Earth is supposed to be a ball." And the more I pushed, the more they just acted like I was a crazy flat earther for asking for the evidence for the belief that we all supposedly believe. I just get animations and no evidence, no experiments.
Yeah, that was the same for me. Great. Well, I mean, there's a lot of different things. Like one of the first things that came to my mind when I was coming to flat Earth, because I had a intelligent person tell me the Earth was flat, and so I had respect for this person. I'm like, all right, I'm not going to blow up on this person. I got to figure out why they're saying this. And so as I'm researching into it, and I was a truther at the time, still am or whatever, but I was thinking like, was I ever really given any evidence? So I'm like, what did I learn in school? Going through that, I'm like, I mean, when I was in school, they only ever taught me that the Earth was too big to see the curve, so it looks flat. I'm like, shit, could they lie to me? And once I asked that question, could they lie to me? I was like, if they could lie and get away with it, this would probably be the one lie they could get away with, because it's the world's too big to, you know. But like once I looked into the measurements and everything made even more sense. And obviously it's flat. But yeah, the same thing for you when I was like actually doing research on it and trying to like, all right, there's got to be flat earthers out there. And all I got was how to debunk flat earth. I'm like, I already know how to debunk flat earth. But like all that was popping up were like magazine articles, right? Or news articles.
That didn't exist when I was starting this, man. Like
That's funny.
it was just like flat earthers posting stuff, and I just like I was there before all the anti-flat earthers, and then like the anti-flat earthers started coming on the scene, and I'd be like, well, that's a bad argument. We need to have some kind of solution to this. And the more I looked, the worse it looked for my position. And the more I just asked reasonable questions, the more my supposed side was like, you're a flat earther. And so I was like, well, they're making sense on this point because this is physics. This is how it works. Like, here's the evidence. But they're like, no, but it has to be the other way because the earth is a globe. And so, like, seeing that and feeling that opposition to just basic reasoning and logic and science and the things that, like, I finally learned through this process, it kind of pushed me to be like, wait a minute. Am I one of these people who's just like automatically responding, I don't want to believe this? And the funny thing is, like, before Flat Earth, I knew about a lot of stuff. Like, I know personally that my government is semi-controlled through a cult, like, because that cult interacted with my family. I know that. So I know how, like, the world operates on these two different levels of, like, what the public believes and what's actually happening. But I still couldn't believe the earth was flat. Because, like, it's so deeply programmed. It's all in all the space stuff. And so I was so deeply enamored with space and science that I just didn't want to believe it. So
It couldn't be flat. There was too much
it couldn't be.
story
So
or
I
evidence.
stopped looking. Or like, I didn't look deep enough to actually realize it in the beginning. I just like, there must be refraction. There must be gravity. There must be something to solve it. And like I kept throwing out these rationalizations to try to justify it. But then when you talk to the experts and they're like, well, we don't actually know what gravity is, and like, here's all these anomalies and these problems, and you're like, wait, you don't know what it is? Then why am I believing you?
Exactly. And I mean, once I flipped the script, right, I was like, okay, well, let's go and look at the evidence for the globe. And then it's just magazine article after magazine article or news article after news article. I'm like, where's the scholarly documents? That's the thing that killed me. It's like, why aren't there like science studies on this? Why is it a magazine article with a magical scientist and there's no name? And I always knew that in history, if you discovered something, you were famous for eternity for that. You were taught about in schools for ages if you discovered something, especially if it was huge for the benefit of humanity. So
Yeah,
when
the thing is, they do have things like that, like the sticks and shadows and stuff like that. And when I was young and in school, they had like a spinning, like, circular tub with water in it, and then they would drop food coloring into it, and then they'd be like, look, it forms into like these hurricane-like structures. Therefore, the earth is spinning, and this is proof of the earth spinning. And this was taught to me in school because this was part of the curriculum. However, it's not taught anymore because when I back in 2015 when I was looking into this, I was just like trying to find evidence of the Earth spinning, you know, and that's when I like dug into this and I found Taylor columns because apparently back in the 1990s, a kid dropped a coin into one of these exhibitions, and lo and behold, the food coloring would not pass over the coin because of the rotating fluid. And this was an effect called Taylor columns, because the child was called Taylor, who discovered it. And then that was on Wikipedia. That was everywhere online when you looked for this. However, 5 years later, or 6 years later, after they started censoring Flat Earth massively, and I had been speaking of this offhandedly, I look for this again after I speak to a Glober about this and tell him about this, about Taylor columns. He's like, well, no, something else. And I'm like, wait a minute. And I started looking it online, and lo and behold, all of the information that I read like 6 years ago, gone, wiped off the internet. And in its place, now supposedly Freemasons in the 1800s discovered this. However, there's only one observed effect of this, claimed effect of this in the earth, in nature, and that's by some random guy underwater. However, if the earth were rotating, we would see effect of Taylor columns everywhere. We would see cloud cover unable to pass over mountains because of the Taylor columns formed by the structure of the mountain. But we don't see any of that. So they're stuck in so many problems like this, like with the mechanical gyroscope, doesn't show any curvature, doesn't show any rotation. And so they have to appeal to things like optical gyroscopes because they appear to show some drift. However, optical gyroscopes don't operate on the gyroscopic effect, same as mechanical gyroscopes. They operate on the Sagnac effect, and the Sagnac effect is unknown. We don't know what actually causes it. So them to use the Sagnac effect and claim that is proof of rotation, they're claiming the cause of the Sagnac effect, and they have no evidence to back that. That's the kind of stuff you end up with. You end up with like a ton of evidence showing you that the Earth is flat and stationary, and then a bunch of like fallacious assumptions that say like, well, but it must be a globe, therefore it is. And because all of the people in my cult have said the same thing, therefore it must be.
That's the big thing, right? And it just made sense. Like they're like, oh, then everybody would have to be in it on it. No, my teacher didn't know any different, and teachers just teach the curriculum that they're given anyway. They don't really know the stuff that's in the books. They're like, they're handed a book. This is what you're going to teach. Okay, you look through it and you're like, okay. Then you have like the tests with all the answers, and then basically you teach to help them pass a test. That's it.
Yeah, you're told you stand on the shoulders of giants, and so you don't question most of these things. You think these are settled things. These are things that, like, if they were wrong, somebody would have discovered it, and so you don't think about it twice. You just believe it.
I tell you what was harder than becoming a flat earther: getting rid of all of the old verbiage.
Oh yeah,
like
yeah.
calling the Earth a planet.
Yeah, I used to be planet and globes all over the place in my verbiage. It's so deeply indoctrinated or like ingrained into our languaging because it's on all the TV shows. It's everywhere. And the funny thing is, they paint this picture that like we've all believed the Earth was a globe for 2,000 years. Flat Earthers are crazy, but that's not true at all. Like people were flat earthers in America up to the 1900s and even up to today. The problem is just how you perceive it and what was allowed for you to perceive as part of history. there's a ton of things in history that you don't know about because they've been memory hold, such as the Coriolis effect was discovered by flat earthers, but it was not attributed to them and was not actually considered until many, many decades later when a glober took the credit for it and it became called the Coriolis effect. But Gaspard Gustave Coriolis was looking at water wheels and observing the effects within rotating systems and seeing how it affected the water. The flat earthers used it as proof that the earth wasn't a ball, and so that's why it wasn't recognized. It was ignored because it didn't fit their narrative. And then when someone else found it, they were like, well, this is your effect. And they tried to spin it to try to prove the globe. But you'll realize quickly if you try to explore the Coriolis effect that the Coriolis effect works in name only on the Earth. They tell you snipers use it and account for it in long distance shots, but they don't actually. Airplanes don't account for it at all. Nothing actually has to account for it, and the slight calculations that they use, for instance, with long-range artillery in the military, the calculations they use to account for it, supposedly, is a fraction of the error margin of the round due to the uncertainty of the medium. And so they can shoot
Yeah, it's the
at it.
blast radius. Like you could still miss your
not just
location. The blast radius would get it.
Yeah. If you just take the blast radius, the correction is within the blast radius. But not only that, the error margin scales beyond, just because of the pressure of the air, the temperature of the air, the composition of the air changes how far the round will go, and so creates an error margin that is far greater than any correction for curve, for rotation. And so you can hit things perfectly accurately, first shot, without ever accounting for rotation or curve. It's just there for show, and the people who do best don't account for it.
Here's the worst part. Let's say artillery does calculate for the Coriolis. Well, when you have 10 guns lined up next to each other, your attack zone that you're landing your rounds in is probably like 100 feet by 100 feet. So,
Minimum.
You get me?
Yeah, I've seen 400, 500 feet. Yeah, it's minimum. Like, and when you're shooting many cannons like that, like, the odds are you're hitting it due to the blast radius.
Yeah, if you miss it, if it's your round that misses it, the guy that shot next to you 10 feet away, he hit it. I promise you.
And besides, like most of the military people that have come talk to us, they tell us they shoot, and oftentimes the first shot misses, and so that's because of the medium and the difference between them and the target. But after the first shot, you correct based on the first shot, and then you hit the target. If you don't hit the target, there's something seriously wrong with your formulas.
Snipers, when they teach marksman classes for people that are civilians and they want to learn how to shoot, they'll talk about Coriolis, and they'll talk about accounting for Coriolis, and they'll tell you that the best way to account for it is go out and buy this $3,000 computer that you attach on your rifle, but then you need a $500 counterbalance in order to prevent your rifle from dipping in the wrong direction, so that way you can shoot straight and level. And then when you go out and shoot and you hit your target, he's standing there with his arms crossed because he just made $1,000 on the class you just paid him to teach you.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the world record holders, they're not using that junk.
No,
my
they don't.
dad,
I never
my
used it.
my dad, for instance, was a weapon fanatic and a criminal. He got a really high-powered sniper rifle, and he shot it about a little bit over a mile. When we were testing it to to look for Coriolis, and we shot it in like different directions to see if there was any difference. We didn't see any difference. Of course, we're not in the best location to do it. You want to do it at the equator, preferably. But we didn't need to account for that shit. We were shooting through beams of steel, no problem. Like they tell you need to account for this because it's an advantage militarily. If you have an idiot on your enemy side who believes that, well, he could be refracted, so I'm not aiming at his head. Well, he's rotated because of Coriolis, so I'm not aiming at his body either. I'm aiming to the side and at the ground. You think that's gonna hit anybody?
Well, here's the weird thing, right? So when you're shooting at a kilometer and you have a wide open area, if you pay attention, you can actually see the air move, right? And so, based off of that, and if you know the direction that the wind's blowing, you can kind of gauge whether you need to shoot a little up or a little bit left or a little bit right based off the windage and, of
Yeah.
course, the temperature and things like that.
Yeah, and the barrel of your gun, and like that's why like you get used to our gun because the rifling of the barrel is different, and it kind of rotates the bullet differently, and that creates a different Magnus effect on the bullet, which kind of curves the bullet sometimes.
That's right, the Magnus effect.
Yeah, which is why some snipers think that, oh well, that must be the Coriolis, because they don't understand physics.
Yep. No, you get too tight of a spin on it. The same thing in football when they teach quarterbacks to throw. A tighter spin will produce this effect. A looser spin will produce this effect. They do the same thing. American football.
Yeah, it happens because of the rotation and when it starts to arc. As soon as it starts to arc, it creates a pressure on one side of the rotation, which creates the deviation.
But yeah, that was pretty much it. I kind of similar towards you. Like you obviously took a different path, but you were skeptical and you were at least honest enough with yourself to go and look for actual evidence, similar to Owen Benjamin. You know what I mean? When he finally looked into it.
Yeah, Owen, it was a beauty watching him come to this, and it mirrored me to a degree because I was like him in the beginning, like no, it can't be true. Like we got this gravity, refraction. Experts got it. Experts probably got it. Then because like you said something, even if it's not to the like I didn't say it to the whole world. I just said it to myself, and that was enough for me to be like, well, if that's true, then I should be able to back it. So, like, let's look into it a little bit more. And just like he did, the more you look into it, the worse it looks.
Yeah, the devil's in the details.
Yeah, it sure is. I think that's why I love logic so much, because it's like it distills all the details to like, well, this is not logical, so I can ignore all these details that like you want to tie me up in these weeds because it just doesn't follow logically. Let's stick to the actual premise. Like, is the Earth curved? Is it flat? Well, I don't see any curve. You don't measure any curve. We measure it flat. You experience it flat. What do you want from me? You wanna fight reality? I'm just here.
Not to change the subject too far, but or be hyper specific, I guess, but just to rotate things around. So, have you noticed that a lot of people, when you tell them the Earth is flat, they want you to explain the shadow of the Earth on the moon?
Yeah. I think that's hilarious because it's obviously not a shadow. If it were a shadow, like either if they're telling me that's a shadow of the Earth being projected onto the moon, either the moon is flat or the Earth is not a ball, because we see a circular shape there. And that's not what would be projected from a circular Earth, because it's hitting a circular or spherical surface. And so as the shadow would hit the surface, it would warp and distort. We would see that. We don't see that. Therefore, it's not the Earth casting a circular shadow onto a spherical object. It could be something else. It could be like a depression in the medium between us and it that somehow moves around, similar to how like the stars and the planets move around above us. And when you have a depression, it can create in a different mediums. It can create shadows on the surface underneath the bottom medium because of how the light is refracted in the depression. And you can see this with like insects standing on water. They will create circular shadows on the bottom. But that's the absence of light being projected into that area and not a shadow being cast kind of onto an area. So it's a blocking of the light from the moon and not Earth, us seeing a shadow from the Earth. So there's many different options.
Right. Well, I mean, to me, it looks like, and this is a simplified version, but like I'm sure you probably played bingo before, and instead of using the ink daubers, they'll have those plastic chips. To me, it looks like a red lens passing in front of the moon.
I get you. I get what you mean, especially when you look at all the different eclipses and you see how it changes colors during the eclipse. It
Right.
turns red. It can also turn purple and also different colors. But it's
Right.
really interesting.
Well, and so the reason why I brought this up is because, like, for me personally, whenever someone brings that up to me, I'm going to ask them to show me a picture of it, right? Because in all honesty, I don't even think people know what a selenilian eclipse is, right? They don't understand that that's where the shadow part begins. So if they show me the Earth's shadow on the moon, they're probably going to show me a lunar phase.
Yeah, most of the time.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's actually hilarious when they do that. When they're like, the phases of the moon are because of the Earth is casting a shadow on it.
Right.
No, that's crazy.
But I mean, that's what I think they think. They don't understand what the lunar eclipse is. That whole part of that phase is. I think they think that it's the missing light from the moon all around that they think is the Earth's shadow. And I honestly, I just want to take them down that logic and show them how they're wrong.
Yeah, a lot of people, I think, are not the most intelligent, and so we've heard this enough that, like, I feel comfortable saying a lot of people. They'll be like,
Yeah, it's a lot.
yeah, the moon's phases are caused by Earth's shadow, but they're kind of like, they never thought about it before, and they're just kind of pulling from the back of their head like stuff from kindergarten and kind of meshing it together because they don't remember it very well. And, and so that's where I think that those errors are coming from. It's not like the teachers taught them that. The teachers taught them that, like, the phases come from the moon's position relative to the sun and the earth. And so as the earth and the moon move around the sun, the moon would circle around the Earth, creating apparent different shadows from the surface of the Earth. That's where the moon phases come from. In the globe model, we don't have a claim to where they come from. The eclipses are a totally different phenomenon, and with the Selenelian eclipse, it's really interesting because the sun is above the horizon and the moon is above the horizon, and then what they call the shadow of the Earth comes down onto the moon from above. So that makes no sense geometrically if you're going to assume that that is caused by the Earth casting a shadow. You have to go into some crazy mind pretzels to try to make that work.
No, for sure, man. That was just something I was noticing recently. All these people are saying it's a lunar eclipse. I'm like, I want you to show me what you think is a lunar eclipse, because honestly, if you show me a lunar eclipse, you're going to show me, they say, oh, lunar eclipse, the Earth's casting a circular shadow on the moon. And then I'm going to say, go find me a lunar eclipse, and you're going to show me an orange moon, and there's not going to be a shadow on the moon. So then I'm going to say, where's the shadow? And then they're going to hold on, and then they'll go find a lunar phase and bring that in. And I'm like, that's a lunar phase. Where's the Earth's shadow? Just, at the end of the day, I want people to see how much they don't understand. Because really, if you don't even understand the globe, then why do you believe in it?
Because it's popular, because it's what you were raised in. At this point, this is their tradition, this is their culture, and I think that's why they take it so personally when you're like, no, it's actually measured flat, and then they're like, oh, spiral out, you're crazy. Instead, the reasonable response to that would be like, how? How did you measure it flat? And we'd be like, well, we measured it with lasers and different wavelengths and all sorts of different means. Do you want to look at our evidence? And they'd be like, if they were reasonable, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Because it doesn't hurt to actually look at everybody's evidence. I am constantly looking at Glober's evidence because, honestly, we're not very proactive in producing evidence, although we are working on it behind the scenes. I am saving up for an infrared camera to test my optical framework, and I'm writing my scientific paper to go along with it. And I know other people have bought infrared cameras, and we're working on testing a bunch of these things, large scale, but these things take time and they take money. And it's not like we're financed by the government like the globe, so we're just financing ourselves. I mean, people should really think about this for a second. Like, do you really need to be taxed so much? What the hell are your taxes going to? Do you really want it to be wasted on some garbage you just believed because they told you? What are you going to believe next? The unicorns on Mars need your financial support?
Yeah, what benefit to humanity is there for us going to the moon?
Well, they always make up all these stories like, well, there's raining diamonds on Jupiter. If we just could go to Jupiter, we could get diamonds. Well, diamonds weren't actually expensive before they created the scam to get you to fucking buy them through monopolies. Like, you live in a world that is abundant, but there's people controlling the resources, and they don't want you to realize what the world is, how it's controlled. They just want you to be a happy-go-lucky little idiot who thinks like, oh, I need to be afraid of global warming. The sun's gonna kill me. Oh.
Wait till you find out all the smog.
governments. I need to choose which side.
Wait till you find out all the smog coming from your car goes up into the clouds, and then it collects with the rain, and then it rains back down to Earth, and that seeps into Earth, and then all the carbon that was from your vehicle replenishes the old oil wells, and then they drill out the oil wells again. Until you find that out.
About the carbon cycle? Damn, bro.
Yeah.
Like, no. We live on a globe, bro. We live on a globe.
And they say, oh, we lose a few helium and hydrogen atoms every month or every year or whatever. And I'm like, well, then that would mean the Earth is getting smaller.
Yeah, it's even worse than that, because as soon as the top layer of helium fucks off, the next layer has no resistance, and so fucks off, and so next layer fucks off. The second law of thermodynamics, you can't violate it with your imagination, so all the gas eventually fucks off, and then you end up with, well, the oceans evaporate because you have no air, and so all life dies. This is retarded. They claim gravity is holding the majority of the air here, but under no experimental circumstances can they show gravity affecting air or causing that at all. So it's just, believe me, bro, it has to be, because the
It gets worse than that. It gets worse than that, Drace. Let's assume gravity is, for just a moment, right, is the reason why gases are being held down on Earth. They're saying that gases are actually still leaving Earth also.
Ja, ik zei het.
Which means
Yes, ik zei het.
that...
Dus ik... Ja, gooi eens, ik zei het. Ja, gooi.
Wait, what's up,
Knew it. It was only a matter of time.
I know.
So,
Imagine going into a room and interrupting right away.
26, zo.
What's up,
Hello.
Simba?
6 zo.
Is that all you got?
Nee.
Was that 6, 7?
I'm sorry, bro.
Anyway,
Well, at least he said he's sorry for being
yeah,
a
he did say
dumbass.
something. He did say he was sorry. The 6-7 is like they say it's some ritual from a song or something like that. But anyway, so
I know
assuming
where it's
if-
from.
right, rap song.
It's actually some little dude a young kid who was listening to a rap song, who was like 6-7 in a little video, and it became viral on TikTok, and all the little kids just copied him, not knowing what it meant. It
That's
didn't
crazy.
mean anything.
But yeah, no. Assuming the Earth is a globe and gases are pulled down by gravity, right? But they say gases are leaving the Earth a little bit at a time, which means if the second law of thermodynamics, not the second law of if the law of conservation of energy says energy can neither be created nor destroyed, only transferred, that means that the Earth is shrinking because gases are leaving our atmosphere. So if Earth is shrinking, then the curvature is just going to be more pronounced over time.
Oh God. Man,
I mean,
would
like
you say
it's all against their favor at the end of the day. What's up, Chris?
damn, bro. What's up, man? I mean, I wanna try to understand you more before judging. So, can you please explain what you said again?
I mean, it would probably be too complicated for you. Let's stick to talking about gravity
It's
is
not-
pulling water down
it's
on
not-
Earth.
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Water is being pulled down on the Earth, all over the Earth by gravity.
Yeah.
70% of the surface of water on it, or 70% of the surface of the Earth is water. Do you agree with that?
Yeah. I agree with all that. So what's the point?
So then water has to be curving around the Earth, right?
Yeah, of course.
Well, how come when we go out and measure that the water is not curving, it's actually flat everywhere?
Oh God, did you do the measurement that you're talking about?
Yeah. I mean, when you go out and, look out over the water like a large lake or an ocean or a sea, and you look at things off in the distance. Is he even here? Yeah. What happens is you see things, 10, 15, 20 miles away, and then you see the horizon behind that. And that's impossible.
Yeah, so you don't see the curvature. There is no curvature.
No, it's not that you don't see no curvatures. You have no distances to things. Those things are beyond where the curvature should be. Like, let me ask you this: how tall are you?
5'11" feet.
5'11". So that's what 187 centimeters, something like that.
80, not 87.
88. Okay. So, if you go and stand at the ocean, how far away is the horizon from your eyes when you're looking out at the ocean?
There is a certain equation. Just we can calculate.
Don't worry about the equation. I just want to know, from what you think, how far do you think the horizon is from your eyes when you look out over the water? How far can you see?
Okay, let's Google it.
I mean, you can Google it. I just want to know what you think is how far you can see.
Whatever globe people say, that's what they say. Just to.
Why do you take other people's word for it? Why don't you have your own opinion?
Bro, it's science. My ego is not
It is.
strong enough. I don't have enough ego to say no to science. Just to be honest.
Oh, so who proved it then?
Man, are you seriously asking me this question? Like, who proved it?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you claimed it was science, and so something that's scientific requires experimentation. So, what was the experiment that proved it?
Oh, okay. So you're asking me where did the equation come from? Right?
How far away is the horizon, by the way? Just so we know.
It's around, I don't know, I don't know, something like that, kilometers.
It's like, if you're taking the globe into consideration, they would say 4.9 kilometers from your eyes, from 5'11" eyes, about 4.9 kilometers. But the problem is we see 15, 20, and 25 kilometers, and then the horizon is beyond that.
I mean, there is an explanation, by the way. Because when you see, you don't see the physical thing. Seeing is related to light,
So everything's an illusion. It just looks flat. It looks flat, but it's not.
Bro, it's like when you look on the mirror and something is not next to the mirror, but you can see it because it's just light coming back and forth. You're not seeing the physical thing. You're seeing the light of the physical thing.
It's just the angle of the reflection.
Yeah,
that can be explained. Yeah, what we're asking for is an actual scientific evidence that proves the curvature of the Earth. If it looks flat and it measures flat, then how do we know it's curving?
I said the idea is that what we see is the light. It's not necessarily the physical thing by itself.
We are aware that you see via light. Make your point.
Yeah, I don't know. He said, why can you see stuff that are far? So I said, you're seeing the light. It doesn't mean it's actually there.
But you need to prove that it's not there. You understand that you're making a positive claim that in all cases when you can see beyond the supposed geometry of the Earth, you're not actually seeing beyond the geometry. You're seeing an illusion. So now you have a positive claim.
The idea is that you're trying
that the Earth is appearing flat because it's
You're-
actually an illusion.
You're trying to prove something by something that can be true or false, you know. That's a wrong proof by itself. If you're saying that you can't see stuff, why are we seeing stuff that are far away from the horizon? I mean, I say that it's possible this and it's possible this. Since there is a lot of possibilities, you can just pick one of the possibilities and tell me this one.
So anybody can
yeah.
just choose whatever they want, then that's what it is?
No, you're the
You
one.
think that's science?
You're the one saying that. Why are we seeing this? I'm saying there is.
No, we're
a lot
asking
of,
the question, why can we see 10 times further than the supposed limitation of the geometry of the Earth?
because this is possible to happen.
Well, it's not possible, apparently, because if you take just assumed terrestrial refraction, it does only provide you a fraction, not times. It does not provide you by the power of 10. It provides you a fraction of 1. So you could, if you could see 1.22 miles.
Yeah, well, just give me an example of
due to
what
the
you
geometry, because you're 1 foot off the surface, then due to terrestrial refraction, you would see 1.34 miles, not 10 miles.
All right, just okay. Give me an example. Just to believe you. Okay, you got a
No
point.
problem.
You got a strong point. Give me an example.
Are you bringing an observation, Trace? Are you looking for one?
Yeah, I'm looking for the black swan. Just a second.
Sure. He's going to present you with an observation, just so you know. It's not just one observation. This is done countless times when people actually go out and look for themselves. They realize that this is like a very common observation. It's not rare.
Okay, so this is a little still image enhanced a little bit so you can better see the horizon. The video this was taken from is right below it, and it was taken 1 foot off the surface of the water. The further oil rig is 9.41 miles away, and you can see the horizon is still even beyond that. However, the maximum geometric distance to the horizon at that height, that observer height, is 1.22 miles away. So if you add terrestrial refraction, you got 1.34 miles away, give or take. You don't have any refraction that could allow you to see this. And if you had refraction that could allow you to see this far, it would have effects. Because we understand, using science, how refraction works. Refraction is not equal for all wavelengths. So when you have white light, it would refract in different ways. And so the wavelengths would separate. This is optical dispersion. And so we don't see any optical dispersion in any images where we see way too far. There's no evidence of any refraction in these images. Yet, even though there's no evidence to support your ad hoc hypothesis that light is refracting to make the world look flat, we still went out and tested it and looked at infrared images. Infrared doesn't refract as much as visible light. And so all world record long distance photographs are taken in infrared, because infrared sees further than visible light, and all of those images violate the globe geometry.
Here, I'll get you the infrared observation. Over 1,000 miles.
And so in effect, what we have done, and what I am arguing in my optical framework, which I'm writing and will soon finish, is that we have completely falsified your ad hoc excuse, and I will present my data once I have it, because currently I'm working on all the data I've collected elsewhere, and I want to present my own data with my own thesis. But essentially, we have shown that when you can see too far, when you look in infrared, you can actually see further than invisible light. So the ad hoc excuse that visible light is bending around the globe to make it appear flat is completely falsified. And so what's actually happening and proven through experiments and observation is when light actually bends a little bit down and hits the surface, you lose the bottom of things. And when things get too small because of distance, because things get optically compressed with distance as perspective collapse, the margin required to make things disappear gets less and less. So less and less supposed refraction is required to make things disappear. So you could make a whole giant building disappear just through tiny refraction on a flat Earth, which is accomplishable through actual known conditions. However, the globe requires unrealistic bending of light that has never been validated, and we have fully falsified.
Yeah, bro. 100%. Thanks.
The globe had a good run. It's okay. We all used to believe in the globe. We were all taught this as children. This is all inundated through all of our cultures and traditions. We're told this is how it is. But actually, your actual traditions, your actual culture, had a flat earth world view, and it was co-opted and controlled. We've given up our history to this globe religion, and we're controlled through it, through fear, through belief in how much you can do, what you can do. It's encoded in it. Like, you're told you're an inconsequential monkey person who happened by accident on a rock in an infinite expanding universe. You are not special. God does not love you. And they imply that God does not exist, even though they require God or a creative force to start the Big Bang. They require something to create the matter, to place it in place, and then make it explode. That's the miracle they ask you for, to believe you're a monkey. You're not a monkey, you're a human being, and there's a creator, because you live in creation. Matter needs a maker. The earth is just flat, measurably so. We didn't want it to be flat. And we don't ask you to believe us. We just say, go out, test it for yourself. Test if your own beliefs that the earth is a globe is true. And then you will know that it's not. And you'll be one of us. And you don't have to accept garbage just because they tell you. You can be critical of the garbage. And you can be like, wait, this garbage is actually contradicting this other garbage they're telling me. So either one of these garbages are incorrect. And then when you realize, well, you tested both of these garbages, well, both of them are false. Do you need to believe this person anymore? Or can you actually use your own faculty to figure out where to go in the world? All your life, you've only operated on a flat, non-rotating world. That's never going to change. The world's not going to change just because it's flat. It's always been flat. It's always been measured flat. the only thing this is going to change is their ability to manipulate you through the lie. Oh, global warming, the globe's going to be destroyed, give me your money. And you're like, oh, give me my money, oh, I don't want the globe to be destroyed. Yeah, they're controlling you.
Why do they want to control you? Why doesn't anybody want to control anybody? Power, right? If you're dumb and you're doing what they tell you to do, then they get to stay in power. Who are they? Well, all your world leaders. Anybody who is a leader in this world today is related to somebody else that's in power. They're all related. They all go to the same parties. They all hang out with each other.
Yeah, you can think of Epstein like the handler for them, and he's not the handler of them, but for them. He handles the goyim, the other people who are not part of the club. And so the hangarounds. And so they get to also play the part because they do the work. But they also get controlled to people like Epstein. It's funny. I know this because they tried to control my dad through similar means, and my dad flipped out and robbed them. And after that, they went after him hard. And you can see the same story acting out all across the world, everywhere. And you hear these stories individually because they're not shared very loudly in any public mainstream media, because that kind of stuff, passé. You don't talk about that kind of stuff. Like, only recently have things actually started shifting. Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson. People are talking about more of the actual power structures and how things actually work. It's more like a mafia than the government's like a front business for different mafias.
You know, then there's like, oh, what's the end goal? What happens after everybody wakes up? Well, once everybody wakes up, then they no longer have control. They're no longer hiding behind the guise of for the betterment of humanity, right? Um, you walk away from their game. It's like you sit down to play a game with somebody, and the game is called I cheat, and or I win, right? And only they can win at this game. And as long as you continue to play, they're going to keep on winning. But the minute you stop playing, they can't win anymore. They can't cheat anymore. And you get to go on about your own life. That's the end goal.
Yeah, it's very disillusioned to think you can save the world. At best, you can save yourself. And if enough people save themselves, maybe we can improve the world. But that's contingent on everybody else. You can't expect you to do it. You can provide inspiration for other people to change and to improve. But nobody can change the world. The cult, that's what I call it, the control structure appears to change the world oftentimes because they insert things into the global consciousness or push things into the global consciousness, and people just follow along. And so it creates that effect that it looks like the world is all in lockstep. But it really isn't. And just like with like recent medical things, people realize after a while, and the truth is coming out concerning all that. My boy Jeffy Epstein, he was all in that with Billy Gates. They were together planning that stuff. So like people realize how deep and dark people can be, you realize that like if they enjoy lying to you on a regular basis, why wouldn't they try to lie to you about what the world is? If that keeps you inside the cage without ever wanting to explore because you're told everything's been explored. There's nothing new to discover. Just stay home. Just go to work. Just eat our fast food and buy our commercial outfits and follow the program. Vote left or right. Just work hard for the system. That's all they're looking for. They want slaves, and what a lot of these people don't realize is like they're kind of working as wage slaves, and their robots and the AI is kind of like, we're gonna replace you for the most part with this. So after this, there's most likely gonna be once they get the AI is fully working, and looking humanoid. They're most likely gonna start with some mass extinction level event. So people better be prepared.
Oh, not just that. Like you said, they need workers, but then they'll tell you like, oh, don't worry, you can still have fun and go on vacation, and you can, you have alcohol to drink, and here's some drugs for you to do, and but don't do too many drugs. We'll make them illegal in some places because we got to exert more control over it because some people don't like drugs, so you can't do drugs around them. And then, but don't worry, you can still drink. And if you can't afford to go on vacation, don't worry, alcohol is still affordable. You can still drink.
Yeah, it's a circus, man. They want to just keep the public occupied, thinking about everything except how they're getting actually screwed, and how the neighbor's child just got stolen and never appeared back, or how the Hawaiian children all disappeared and no one ever found anything. And where are all the children? Is there an island I don't know about filled with little children and pedophiles, maybe? I shouldn't say that word. It's just the world is so two-sided. You got people on one side being naive, thinking the government means the best for me. Oh, this party is fighting for me, and we all want to save the children. And then the other side is like, well, the other guys are enemies, but this party is fighting for me. We all want to save the children. And meanwhile, both guys from both parties are at Epstein Island. Like, they're not saving the children. They're actually making things worse. And it's so easy to get disillusioned on like one end of the spectrum, and on the other end of the spectrum, it's so easy to be naive. Like, the only thing you can do is be aware of how dark the world can be and protect the people around you and protect yourself. And I think that's one of the reasons why it's so difficult for the truth to be exposed, because everybody has those interests, and asking someone who would risk losing their job, which would risk their family to put themselves on the line for the truth, is a big ask, because you got all those innocent people you're getting involved in that. So I can't tell people to be flat earthers. The truth is obvious to me, and I would like to help them understand it, but I would never force them to understand it. And I think a lot of people are not ready for it, and just kind of need to follow along with the group once enough of a country has become flat earthers, and you have like 50% of Congress is flat earthers, like then those people can shift.
But the reason why is just irrelevant, right? It's just it's always ever going to be speculation, and the only person that can tell you why are the people that are doing it. And if they're in cahoots to never tell anybody, why the fuck does it matter? Like, the fact that you know the truth is way more valuable than why.
Yeah. It doesn't really matter why. Like, there could be 1,000 different reasons why. What matters is what is, and if what is isn't what they said, then you don't have to believe it. Like, you could even consider everything else they say and be like, well, there's truth in this, there's truth in that. But this I know is false because I checked it. So they are asking us to just believe because they believe. Most Globers who come in here, I mean, they come in here like, well, like, what about this? What about that? Why won't you believe me? Why don't you believe in the globe? But it's not about that. Like, they don't even understand why they believe in the globe. We understand what constitutes the globe and all of its evidences, and so naturally we are skeptical because it doesn't have any foundation or empiricism in it. But they don't understand any of that. They just believe it's there, believe there's some magical scientist who proved the Earth is a globe, and therefore, like, they can just use all of science as a cudgel.
No, they're saying this, Trace. They're going, but that means this is wrong, and this is wrong, and this is wrong. That's what they're really saying. This is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. Everything is wrong. And it's like, most of it, yeah.
A lot of
What's
stuff,
up?
yeah. Sorry.
I saw Uncle Gal. He had his mic open. He sounded like he had some globe proof.
Fantastic.
Uncle Gal. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Trace. What were you saying?
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of stuff is mostly assumptions, but at the base, it's attached to the observables. So, like, we have a lot of observables or effects that we observe in nature. There's a lot of things that we can't test when it comes to nature. And like, it's beyond the scope of our devices. It's beyond the scope of our understanding. And so we have a lot of theoretical frameworks, which a lot of our current modern understanding of the world hinges on. And a lot of those theoretical frameworks contradict each other. But in media today, we get taught a lot of these contradicting things at the same time, because some random guy who believes one thing is talking about it on this podcast, and you're like, oh, that sounds interesting. I believe that. And then another scientist in the same field is talking about a different thing that contradicts the other thing because he doesn't believe that other thing that the other guy said, and he's saying something that you think is profound, and you're like, oh, no, I believe that. So a lot of it's like beliefs because they don't have enough data to actually zero in on what it is, and it's acceptable to them because they're like, well, if we consider this to be true, we could maybe look for some idea to confirm it. But I don't believe in confirmation science where you're just like, well, if Earth is a sphere, then boats disappear. I see boats disappear, therefore Earth is a sphere. Affirmation science, or where you go in a circle, isn't actually science. You need to actually try to falsify your conclusion so you have a null result. You have a, oh, my conclusion is correct, or, oh, no, my conclusion is not correct. You got to be able to test it. That's science. And so a lot of this globe stuff and the modern minutia of garbage that we have that's kind of clogging up the minds of our most brilliant people is based in these fallacies, based in these errors of thinking, and as a consequence, we don't progress as much. We progressed a shit ton during the 1800s and the 1900s, the start of the 1900s, but that's because we also had logic and rhetoric and the quadrivium and the trivium in schools. When they removed that and turned it into some obscure thing in philosophy that you just read about once and don't actually study, you don't identify the logical fallacies. You don't realize the rhetoric traps. And so those things can be used to program you. And that's what a lot of education is filled with, these logical fallacies and rhetorical traps, because it's effective. It makes you believe, it sounds convincing, but it's not logical, it's not sound, and it creates bad thinking. And I think that's part of the problem why humanity as a whole is becoming more dumb.
Well, it's
The
a
other part
shame a
of my
few people, though. Go ahead.
the other part of why my thesis, the other part of my thesis that of why people are becoming more dumb is basically domestication syndrome. That's the one. My brain was blanking out there for a second. We are getting domesticated by all of these authorities and the government, and that's creating less resistance to control. And it creates a two-tiered system of here's humanity that's degenerating because of these systems, and the other half tries to remain free of that degeneration, tries to corrupt the other half. And so we're dealing with a war on humanity, and most of humanity has no clue because they think everybody's one, everybody's the same, but it goes deeper than the histories and the cultures and the things that we're taught, because this is a cult. This is a pervasive evil cult, and it's infected all of society everywhere. And just like a really powerful cult does, the outer edge of the cult has no clue that they're in a cult. They think they're just like part of this belief system. The Earth is a globe. They just think it's just normal. This is what everyone believes. This is what my authority says. And so they just believe.
Did you know there's a Latin phrase, Grace, for this? Here, I'm gonna copy it and post it. This is the craziest thing ever. Do you know Latin by any chance, Grace?
No. I know very, very little.
Check the side chat. Mundus vult discipi ergo discipiotur. You know what that means?
No. But it sounds like it's something related to deception.
The world, mundus, wants, volt, to be deceived, discipi, ergo, deceive it.
Yeah, well,
Can you believe that?
I'm not Roman, and I don't think the world is deceiving me, looking flat and non-rotating when I believe something else. I'm not a cultist.
No, but then people would say, well, you know, why would they lie? Because you'll believe it. That's why.
Yeah, why wouldn't they lie?
Exactly.
Especially when before they lied about it, or before this cult started, authority rested within kings and priests. The priests were the ones checking the king's authority using the gods. And it wasn't until the globe came along that all the priests got downgraded. And in the process, all of the public who had their rights justified and guaranteed by the priest class just lost those rights, because those rights now sat in the hands of the kings and the rulers, and the rulers then took those rights away because they could do that.
Yeah. And then, you know, like the other thing people say, well, why would they lie? And then I tell them, because you want them to lie to you. You don't want to go out there and be responsible for your own actions and make the proper decision and be held accountable for your mistakes.
Yeah,
That's
it's
why.
easier to disbelieve. Easier to just to outsource everything and just be like, well, this guy takes care of it. Like, I'm not responsible for that. I don't need to be like responsible in my life. I don't need to be morally just because I'm a monkey person living on a random rock in an ever-expanding universe. Nobody cares if I do wrong or right. There's no wrong or right. I could be a brain in a jar. That's the average globe believer that we talk to.
Well, they need that, what's the word I'm thinking of? Dissociation, because they grew up with the science books. They only were ever presented with one option. And then the idea of a soul or a spirit is completely removed from them. And so they think that they're just a bunch of neurons having electrochemical interactions with each other. And there's no way that you could have the energy of a spirit residing within the physical vessel of a body that could be separated. So they just remove that from you, and then you don't even know what reality is anymore. Because you don't trust your own senses, you give up everything, and then what happens after that? The government says, "Oh well, if you don't know, let me take care of you. I will do what's in the best interest for you and everybody else in the world."
Just trust me. You're a dumbass. Just believe the things I'm telling you, and then you'll be okay.
You need purpose, I'll give you purpose.
Don't question it. Just do your job.
Outside of that, man, what else is there? Right? People are like, oh, well then, the earth is so boring. I'm like, no, it's not. All of a sudden I have this like all brand new complete infatuation of learning about the world that I'm in. Now all the plant cells and the animal cells that make up the animals and the plants in this world are amazing. They're
Just
all
the whole
individually
world
amazing.
itself. Just looking at the sky, looking at the stars, looking at the lighting, looking at the shadows, the physics of the reality itself are amazing. Me and Karma were talking about it
The
just
colors.
today. Yeah, the colors, like reality itself is amazing. The problem is they get caught up in like, I think I know how this works, so I don't look. And they're like looking but not looking. They're like blind almost, just looking internally about their own like about their own problems. They're not. I had this thing back in the day. Like I used to study UFOs and all this conspiracy stuff. And because I had an experience when I was young, and I saw like a giant silver saucer stop basically above me. And after I was a child, and so after that, I always like looked into that kind of stuff. And then when I got older, and we got not driver's licenses, we used to drive outside of the light pollution into the middle of nowhere, and the sky just it's filled with lights. It's not easy to describe the difference between being in the city and being outside of it. In the city, it's like you just see darkness, an occasional spot of light. But outside the light pollution, you just see a blanket of stars. And we saw so many things that couldn't be explained watching the stars at night. Using the globe model, I just assumed always that it was just like aliens and stuff, because that's how most people act. They just act on assumptions because they were never taught to be empirical, to be logical, to think without assumptions, and just put the assumptions to the side. Because if you put the assumption to the side, you can assume other things, and then yet more things, and eventually you have 100 different assumptions. You're not stuck on any of them, because that's not what you're doing. You're considering different options. And so when you get stuck on the assumption, that's when you get into troubles. You try to affirm the assumption. You try to find some way to make it fit your reality. That's not how you should go about it. You should go about letting reality inform your knowledge. And so when reality measures flat, it's flat. It's not that difficult. Something you said earlier reminded me of a song I made. Well, it's late for me, but I'm getting into the groove with the music listening in the background. I have to pause it to actually speak now. A slight update on my music. If people don't know, my Bandcamp got nuked because they didn't want any AI music on their platform anymore and changed their TOS, so they removed me. I need to set up a new place for people to access the songs and finish finally uploading it to the YouTube. I'm lazy. I got a lot of projects.
That was weird. Like my sound got knocked out.
Welcome back.
Is the Earth still flat?
Yes, sir. I'm almost to the point of just playing music on the live stream or disconnecting. Your choice.
It's late here. I'm actually going to probably be heading off here pretty soon myself. the music's always a good thing because anybody listening on the live stream can have background noise.
Well, it's people are divided on that. Yeah, well, I love the music as well, Karma, but I've had occasional complaints
Well, tell him to bitch at me.
from one guy here and there. Majority seem to like it. Okay.
I'll tell you what, I'll play a song. All right. This is my choice song. Give me a minute, I'm looking.
Spit some fire, GJ.
Mm-hmm. You're gonna cringe, I already know, Drace.
Don't leave me in suspense.
Grace Leonidas, 24/7 Discord Flat Earth. Welcome to the arena, gladiator. You wanted an edge? Our spears are strong, our formation of edge. It's time to push it to the ledge. Your fallacious sword will shatter on our shield. The Spartans victorious upon the battlefield. Only by the spear of truth can you make us yield.
This is where we hold them! This is where we fight! This is where they die! And these shields rise! This is Sparta!
The specificity of your claim requires you to step up your game. It needs to be substantiated, authenticated. Don't just sit there, get it correlated. Stop getting frustrated while vaccinated, thinking you're educated. Are you really illuminated while being acclimated clown, subjugated, with unabated propaganda permeated? Your arguments are constipated, your history is misstated. All your proofs are long awaited, your counters are unrelated. You're just pontificated and obfuscated. Sorry, friend. Are you medicated?
Calm yourself.
I am sorry, my friend. But not all of us were meant to be soldiers.
It is clear you're aggravated when a fallacy is generated and a Spartan denigrated. Next time, try to reformulate it. But since you got moderated, it's time for you to get re-educated. Here, sophistry gets dominated, arguments decimated. Don't just sit there being domesticated, accepting being indoctrinated with vile claims unsubstantiated. That's madness incorporated. Be sophisticated and underestimated, unaffiliated and rejuvenated, stimulated and motivated, get animated, activated, rehabilitated with your mind repopulated, not automated and sedated, blindly opinionated and physically degenerated, with hearts exasperated and minds overestimated. I call that being uneducated.
Spartans! What is your profession? See, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.
It's not complicated. Globe model was evaluated, radius invalidated, black swan reverberated, percolated and penetrated, and the globe deflated. Do you understand what is communicated? Light attenuated, perspective appropriated, density understated, entropy violated, Saros cycle assimilated, and the Coriolis conflated. Or do you need it illustrated, perhaps translated? Is it really necessitated to be restated? Gas dissipated, yet container is ventilated. You should feel liberated, it's been corroborated. Religion has evaporated while blind faith was annihilated. Do not be humiliated. This was dictated, slated and fated. Now outdated, antiquated, needs to be updated. And thoroughly investigated with science invigorated. Its potential unmitigated. Be elated, elevated, fascinated. Don't you feel exhilarated? It's long been belated. It's something to be celebrated, not debated.
Find thrust
This was all premeditated, all of it orchestrated, perpetrated, perpetuated, all of us regulated, designated, and desecrated. The whole world manipulated. We were told it rotated, that it was calculated and demonstrated, when it was really estimated and speculated and fabricated and misappropriated. The lies are completely overrated. It's time for the truth to be reinstated.
Go spread the word. Let every Greek assemble know the truth of this. Let each among them search his own soul. And while you're at it, search your own.
Drace 24/7 Flat Earth Discord with Robert Tarr on the beat. Shout out to Gemsy for his tireless service and great ideas. Judgments have a way of festering until you become what you hate. So don't hate and don't judge. Understand and transmute hate into love, rising above the cycle. Don't be the cycle, break the cycle, and be free as you were meant to be, operating empirically, embracing your destiny, living in reality. The globe is a no-show, the Antarctica no-go. The seafloor plateau, you don't know what you don't know. The story I just so. Title knows, uh-oh. Status quo, no photo, the only curve is a GoPro. Fight the flow, the fallacious combo. Metal judo, BFT commando, with knowledge as ammo, a 3-point KO. Lost your wig, bro? It's a belief, yo. Celestial navigation, relative to the location, it's called exploration. Using the constellation for thousands of years without deviation, not possible within orbital imagination. It's a faulty conceptualization. Your ears are not just for decoration, you feel no sensation. The vestibular operation proves there's no axis to rotation. All sight has limitation, perspective is our vision. We see by light propagation, but light has attenuation and diffusion, so seeing forever is a pure delusion. Space is a privation, not a bendy dilation. Einstein's melt position is a dated apparition. FE has no competition. Its opposition is only repetition, and supposition and superstition, or all around false decognition. Welcome to the globe deposition, the lie abolition, or the truth petition. Don't give up your critical thinking of your own volition, even if it has become tradition. That is submission to the mathematician, the sophistic cognition tactician, bringing you the war of attrition and the contradicting redefinition. Become like us, a logician, a sophistry demolition technician. Requisition your intuition, transition to erudition. But be quick, the mission to dumb down the population is so close to fruition. We pay our tuition for our own indoctrination with lies and a mission, when learning the truth should be your ambition, regardless of the optics and previous conviction. That's the true ammunition, the power of the truth coalition, on a sacred mission, restoration from sedition, a disposition of the Most High's opposition, of the very same wardens that guarded your mental prison. There is no addition, no prize of admission, we get no commission and all the suspicion. But there's one condition, be honest. This is not a competition, it's a collaborative exhibition, a recognition of rhetoric superstition, with 24/7 repetition, a non-stop globe demolition. I have become a globe funeral mortician.
Those were my old songs. The first one was the first song I ever made, and because we had Chocolate Saiyan and other great artists making songs, CI was making their own songs, and so I was like, hey, maybe you could do something more like this, and made the first song. I'd never made any music before that, and then the later song was a later song in the series of song I made as a consequence. I'm making a bunch of songs with AI these days, and this is one of those.
Step in the lab, I'm a falsification hunter. Models break fast when the numbers pull asunder. Optical G on the climb, altitude test. Signal shift sideways, put the theory under stress. Hold up, if Earth spins constant, drift should stay tight. But the waveform bends when I change the flight height. Why though? Empirical strike, I don't care who said what. If prediction don't match, then the premise gets cut. Snip, snip. Snip, snip. I don't claim what it is, I expose what it ain't. No data over doctrine, that's the realist saying. Facts hit harder than the models you paint. Boom, if the curve don't curve, then the scales feel faint. Too flat, no hypothesis flex, that's the stance I maintain. You can't crown a theory when the math shows strain. I'm the signal, the noise, king, clean domain. Empiricism only let the rest go drain. Pendulum swing, yeah, I clock that phase. But anomalies pop in eclipse time haze. Call it Alice, Alias, whatever the craze. But the system misbehaves in repeatable ways. Accelerometers chill when the orbit should bite. No tangential pulse where the model needs might. You can't conjure motion from a theory and fry. You test it on the ground in the dark and the light. Let's go. Jealousy flatline baseline too pure. Survey chains close with a radius and shore. If the ground stays level way beyond the brochure, then the comment stack cracks, no foundations. I don't claim what it is, I expose what it ain't. Beta over doctrine, that's the realist saying. Facts hit harder than the models you paint. If the curve don't curve, then the scales feel faint. That's right. No hypothesis flex, that's the stance I maintain. You can crown a theory when the math shows strain. I'm the signal, the noise, king, clean domain. Empiricism only let the rest go drain. Fall back. Circular logic gaslights through claims. If the premise loops back, then I torch those frames. No assume spin, no narrative game. Show me raw data or retire your aim. Facts only. Frame invariant truth, that's the path I chase. Rotation relative, not a trophy for the play. If the cause ain't fixed, don't force it to the case. We revise, refine, never fall from grace. Keep sharp. Same belief, it's epistemic discipline. Scrutinize the roots till the false breaks thin. Foundation cracked, then the tower caves in. Cosmic scale trembles when the earth's not pinned. I'm a flat nihilist, but the real definition. Empirical, bigger, not a faith-based mission. No belief, follow data, conviction. That's the one true position. I'm the falsifier general, science, not tradition.
Bravo, bravo, bravo.
We got our tunes blasting all day, every day.
Hey, did you ever see my video for Chocolate Fans?
I'm not sure I did.
His Globetard video? I say his Globetard video. His Globetard song, and then I created a video for a music video for the song.
Oh, please send it to me so I can be sure.
Yeah. I don't have Nitro anymore right now, so I have it saved on X, and I'll send it to you.
Somehow.
I'll put it there. Yeah. I'll send it in the main chat for others to listen to or whatever, and then I'll send it to you in DM also.
Sounds good.
And my video editing skills aren't that bad. The hard part's finding quality material and then cutting it. And I did all of this on my phone.
Awesome. I look forward to looking at it. I've been learning about video editing. I didn't know anything about video editing. You can see my little attempts on my YouTube. Although my latest attempts are, I think, mostly on my TikTok. But I have a specific TikTok for like different bands. I don't have a Flat Earth TikTok. I need to make one.
Yeah, I've got a Flat Earth TikTok, and then I've got a TikTok for me and my wife. But here is the side chat. That's the X. And then I'll DM to you and Karma. But yeah, like, it took me about a year or so to get good at video editing. I used to edit with just pictures. And then I discovered that I could crop videos. And then what I started learning how to do was to time the jump on the video to match the beat of the song.
Yeah.
And sometimes the beat of the song would have like a... Go ahead.
Yeah, I was not there yet in my latest attempts, but I was just about there. I was starting to use videos. I was changing the clips, and I was generating clips with AI to help me. But there was that missing bit that you're talking about, where it feels more engaging when it's to the beat and that kind of stuff. And I didn't spend enough time on it. I'm gonna do it next time.
Yeah, you know what? I'll send you this other video too. This is probably the best video that I ever did, but it was a pro-Trump video from back in the day, back when I used to think Trump was going to do something.
Bro, my girlfriend cheating on me with my dog.
How do you know?
I just watched them.
Oh,
I need help.
sounds like you need to leave your girlfriend, dude. Here you go, Trace. Here's a 4-pack of songs that I made back in the day. Or songs, I should say videos. But I took songs and overlaid.
Awesome, very cool.
Yeah, back when I made them, the maximum time you could put on a video was 2 minutes and 20 seconds. So that's why the video, a lot of them are 2 minutes and 20 seconds long. Thanks to Elon, we can make them a little bit longer. I wish we could play the video of Chocolate Sands for the YouTube.
We're not allowed to play the song?
When we play the song, I was thinking the video for everybody to watch it. Of course we can play the song.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question. Go.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate Sand. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privations. Secular law, thermodynamics, violations. Fuck with all these fake ass apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper please, with no ball to ever show for nevermore. Been a rap for your more tonight, boy, scientific. Well, stick to that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe charts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, and no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you is like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make it hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigmatic sweep. Your points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head. She keeps the family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FE, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy of mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. This crunch time. Your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what you're hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off the space. We understand there's no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground. To see the ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wiser. Realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on, thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan, never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany, lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Those were some bars. I wish Chocolate made more songs.
Yeah, he ripped it up, man. He did make another one.
Yeah, I got a few.
Globe Model RIP.
What is the world?
Should we play an ode to ODD?
He was the one who started the original server, but he's in jail now for bad things, so I don't know.
Now I gotta see this. Oh.
Well, I'll play for. Well, you're seeing whatever that is. I'll play What is the World by Chocolate Saiyan.
What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature's missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position, not in opposition to the world that we're living. Key at ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up the mathematician, give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this is an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I miss them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
Yeah, that was Chocolate saying, "What is the world?" That slaps.
Yeah, bro. They Twitter recently, FBI was proud of their bust of ODD TV, and they reposted their arrest in 2025. Like, remember this guy? We got him. I bet they did.
Yeah, well, what about astronauts?
What about astronauts? Oh, you mean priest? What about astronauts? We read the claim, curveball, Water Hills, radius name. You don't need belief, you don't need a plot. If the base don't match, the claim does not. What about astronauts? Check what they show. Images say curve, reality says no. You don't need to leave Earth, chase fairy tale dots. You can break the story. What about astronauts? What about astronauts? What about astronauts? What about astronauts? They make a claim, not just a vibe. A spherical earth with measurable size. Curvature predicted, quantified, exact. Water conforming to radius math. Cool, now we cross-examine that. Surface, horizon, distance, flat. You don't defend a claim with status or suit. You defend it where prediction meets truth. What about astronauts? Read the claim, curveball, earth not trust my name. If the math says bend and the surface does not, that's not a problem. What about astronauts? What about astronauts? You show me photos, say look it's round. I show you water, that won't mount. You say refraction, no, it's subtle bro. Funny how excuses grow and the curve won't show. You don't get to redraw the plane mid-flight. Shrink the curve cause the view looks straight. That's not science, that's retreat. When predictions lose to what we can meet. I saw it on TV, cool. I test the surface. If the claim were true, it would pass its test. No upgrade clauses, no faith expressed. What about astronauts? Show what you claim. Not cartoons, not trust, not cinematic frames. You promise curvature, water on a ball. If reality's flat, that undercuts all. You point to people instead of proof. Titles don't curve, lines rank don't move. I don't need to go to space or chase your lore. If the surface fails, the claim's already torn. You call it denial, I call it review. Claims don't outrank what measurements do. You don't save a theory by yelling it loud. You save it by matching the world, not the crowd. What about astronaut claims on the ground? Curveball stories, surface stays sound. No Narnia trips, no faith-based plots. The base don't match. What about astronauts? What about astronauts? What about astronauts? Whole story runs on faith and trust. What about astronaut? Press release logic cause we must. What about astronaut? You don't test it, you don't verify. You just clap when the anthem flies. If the earth were a sphere, you wouldn't need belief. You just needed to
Yeah, so that's my song. What about Astronauts from Volume 3 of FE Radio? I'll probably be making Volume 4 quite soon. Karma's been making some great songs. I'm gonna be working on it in the next couple of days.
Let's see.
Uh-huh. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry.
Okay.
I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
What should go flat? Matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transformed into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So, proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe y'all somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts where they store is. Entering your mind in respect of a warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron who's not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsing the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. With the horizon swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong while they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying blood, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fight, a fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting mission on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they're devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, they come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want seize your assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
Alrighty, MIDI HC. Yeah, that's a funny name. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. Thank you. What brings you here? And be honest, what shape do you think the Earth is? I'm just here to troll. The world is a stage, Shakespeare. You think you live on a fake sphere. There are no curvatures, ain't there. That means it's not an oblate pair. NASA's lying, it's obvious, yeah. Look at the bloopers of sloppiest. Like they're not even trying to fool half the audience. You have to buy it up. You say you're woke, but it's diet, yeah. Want to debate, do not try it, yeah. Leave them unpacking and crying, yeah. Take out the rinse and then dry it, yeah. If you got proof, then provide it. You are VC verified, and either you're seeking the truth or you will just go into hiding. Give it me, debug FE, give it me, gravity, give it me, philosophy, give it me, pure comedy, give it me, debug FE, give it me, gravity, give it me, philosophy, give it me, pure comedy. You gotta admit, sometimes this is just pure comedy. I mean, you know, don't get me wrong, we're looking for some evidence for this globe theory, but it's pretty funny.
I'm of course always trying to ignite the sound revolution, and I want Flat Earth music by the bucket load so much so that we can have it on random and it won't be repeating the same goddamn songs. So anybody that creates songs that is a flat earther, feel free to contact me. We will add your songs to the FE radio bot and add links into the metadata so that it can link back to your socials or wherever people can buy the music.
What does it all mean, Basil?
It's getting late over here, so I guess I'll play myself out with my favorite song of the songs we made in the last batch. And I don't really have Karma's latest songs that I really love on my computer yet.
You don't?
No.
What? What's wrong?
The new songs that you've been making, I haven't gotten them on the computer. They're just on your phone.
Oh.
I need to log into your site and stuff. And anyway, yeah, I'm gonna play Full Cup, one of my favorite songs from the last batch.
They didn't teach you how to think. They taught you what to think and called it education. Rows of desks, same answer, same page. Curiosity framed as something to cage. Raise your hand only to repeat, not to test, not to doubt, just to take a seat. They pour conclusions straight into your head. Skip the questions, crown the end. Told you this is how it is, not find out why. And mistook obedience for being wise. That's not learning. That's loading a script. Test it, touch it, know if belief is required before you're shown. That's not education, that's indoctrination. Different packaging, same operation. They call it truth cause it's widely shared, not cause it survived being challenged and stared. You weren't trained to reason, measure or see. You were trained to inherit certainty. They filled the cup and sealed the lid. Told you questioning means you'll spill it. But a full cup can't take in more, and truth don't knock on a locked door. Ooh, real education lights a flame. It doesn't stockpile facts and names. It gives you hunger, not a meal. It gives you tools, not what to feel. But tools are dangerous to control. They'd rather hand you a finished roll. Safer to tell you what to believe than let you test and maybe leave. To learn something new that cuts across, you have to risk a temporary loss. Pour the cup out just for a while. See if it fills back up with something real. There's no harm in letting go. No damage imagine saying I don't know. Fear is the lock they count on most, so you guard the cup like it's all you own. Belief is a light, it fills fast, that's why it spreads, that's why it lasts. Knowledge is heavier, earned by strain, tested by loss, refined by pain. But most won't try, won't tilt the glass, too scared of empty, too tied to past. So they never learn, they just defend, mistaking comfort for an end. An empty cup is not a loss, it's the only way new truth gets across. You don't lose yourself by letting it pour, you make room to see what you missed before they programmed what to think. You can still learn how, just pour the cup out. Just pour the cup out. Just pour the cup out.
Good times. I jam to that song every day almost.
هات بينك هات بينك هات أي حد بقى.
I'm gonna send you a video about this flood.
Yeah, you're talking about rising sea level, you said. I don't accept that, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, we don't have that, that's for sure.
I mean, I don't know what to ask you actually. Look in the chat. This is about the flood thing. Very interesting, I promise you. But this is not to do with rising sea level. I feel like I want to ask you something, but I don't know what.
Have you seen all the pictures where they show the sea level at a certain location in like the early 1900s and then recently? And it looks exactly the same. There's a lot of comparison photos like that. But there are also some places that seem like they're sinking a little bit as well.
Excuse me for eating. Today at work was out of the ordinary day, let's say. So now I'm coping with some KFC, which I never do, but
Where are you? Where are you in the world? Europe? Middle East?
yeah, Europe.
Europe. Okay.
Yeah. Don't eat fast food, by the way. It's very bad, trust me.
You can't say anything if you're eating KFC about health advice.
Well,
I don't think there's been a time where I ate KFC and then felt really good about myself afterward. I don't know if that's ever happened.
Yeah, that's
So that tastes so freaking good, but then the aftermath.
But I never eat KFC. This was an exception.
Yeah, no, I get you.
I used to eat a lot of fast food, and I lost a lot of weight, and that's why I know I had some issues. But
Mark J
anyways.
just posted a cool image, which I'm gonna pinch.
Yeah, I see. No, it's like the Black Sea. If you look at it, you can see it had an original shape where it was deeper. You can clearly see.
It's not an ocean, is it?
It's not an ocean, but it's connected.
Okay, no, it's not. It's not an ocean, is it?
No.
Right.
Do you believe in asteroids? That some asteroids hit the Earth sometimes.
No.
Not in the mainstream explanation for what they are and where they come from and that kind of thing. Definitely.
Yeah, and then you got your comets and your meteorites. I've never touched one of those. No, you know.
Whatever they're called, I don't know.
I have no acceptance of any of that stuff at all at this point. None,
Yeah.
zero. And it doesn't prove the shape of the Earth, by the way.
Just rocks falling from the sky. I've seen one video of that.
No, I don't accept that rocks are falling from the sky. I don't accept that at all. I think they're man-made events. That's my feeling. I don't believe that the Creator created the Earth.
Saw that
And it
movie.
rolls.
Yeah, there's no such thing as sky rocks falling.
Yeah, it's just no
Okay, what
way,
about
Jose, man.
that video, the Russian video, you know, where the guy...
Yeah, it's a Russian. I know the one you're talking about. Again, it's just fakery. That's what that is. It's fraudulent. Or they could have put up a weapon and it exploded. That's all that was. It's just very clever. Hollywood.
Exactly, Jin. Well, yeah, not even that necessarily. I can't remember the exact details, but it was found out later on that they were testing some kind of new type of weapon or something like that, something along those lines.
Yeah,
just around the time that happened.
In the Tunguska, where it landed, it does look like a nuclear bomb. But,
or just a bomb of some kind or something like that.
Not nuclear, but some kind of
You know
bomb.
what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah,
But
and it had that blast. That's why it leveled the land where they fired it off at. Simple, man.
yeah, but but I'm asking because so I'm convinced there was what's the word? Huge cataclysm. There was a huge flood that they keep talking about in many cultures, and I'm trying to understand what caused it. And there is evidence of that in Africa and in Middle East. But so I don't know if there was like a comet or something that hit in the Mediterranean Sea.
No, it was done on purpose.
It was something else that it could have been.
No, it was done on
that-
purpose. Yeah, it was done on purpose. And they did, and it happened so quickly. That's how everything, lots of things turned into stone that were actually alive.
Back then, how intentionally? With what?
Yeah, you keep the mud temperature the same as the air temperature for about a year, and everything underneath it'll start turning into stone because they'll just start turning the minerals. They'll start turning into stone.
Okay, but what about the flood? The water flood? I mean, sorry, but how does this connect with that?
I don't think anyone knows for sure.
Then it's unflooded, and then everybody starts digging out those buildings again. Then they move into them and say, look, it was founded in 1853.
Okay, another thing that I think might have happened is when the the Gibraltar Strait, when Spain, what we call Spain, right, and north of Morocco split, because they used to be together because continent split. When they split, the water from the Atlantic Ocean started going inside Mediterranean Sea, which Mediterranean Sea used to be a lot smaller in the area where it's visibly deeper and darker on the map. So when this water started coming in, I think this is what caused this massive flood in north of Africa and Middle East. That's why they talk about it in the Bible, also in Islam and other stories, other cultures. I think that's probably what happened.
Well, okay, so if you have cultures all over the earth describing the same event, then it cannot be local. It is the entire earth that was flooded. And that's what we have as evidence that the flood was worldwide. So what causes that? I don't know. The texts give stories about it. It's up to you whether or not you think they're plausible. But I mean, as far as the Bible is concerned, it says the fountains of the great deep burst forth and the windows of heaven opened, meaning that you had water coming in from both the bottom and the top, filling up the contained environment. And then the waters receded, meaning at some point somebody must have pulled the plug, it drained out, and now we have the sea level that we have today.
Interesting. The places where I hear being talked about the most is from Islam and Christianity, from these areas where I think this event took place. But because it happened here and it was so devastating, I'm sure the story will have spread throughout the world. Because
no, I'm not talking about the story. I'm talking about the evidence. The evidence is that the entire earth was covered with a lot of water, and that a lot of silt and a lot of material and a lot of sand and a lot of trenches were dug, a lot of rain fell, and it was a lot of water, and it's everywhere, all over the earth.
Interesting. I have seen a video where there were what are they called? These shells, I think they're called, from the ocean, from snails, from snails on top of a mountain.
Yes, and I've seen this with my own eyes. So I've been at an elevation of somewhere around 8,000 feet, and up on the top of a mountain, I found these seashells for myself.
It could just be that these rocks from the mountain were at sea level a long time ago. But
Well, if the sea level was higher, that's fine, but that means that water was at least at 8,000 feet.
no, I mean that the mountain was smaller to the point where there was
So
no
the mountain,
like that.
okay. Yeah, that's a possibility. I mean, I'm not going to say that's not possible, but either way, that mountain was covered with water at some point.
But then there are some these seashells, snail shells, whatever. Some of them are inside rocks. So if it takes so much for a mountain to rise up, then I guess by that time these shells, I guess they wouldn't just remain on the surface. They would just like fall, going, all over the place under the rocks, stuff like that. I'm not sure. So yeah, maybe you're right.
Yeah, I was elk hunting in Colorado and I found these seashells. So it's interesting, could the mountain itself have been at a lower elevation at one time? Sure, that's possible. But no matter what, it was covered with water. So whether the water was 8,000 feet high or the mountain was 8,000 feet lower or whatever you want to call it, this is, a worldwide event.
Have you seen the place where they think that they found Noah's Ark?
Yeah, in the mountains of Ararat, whatever, which I think today is like a modern day Constantinople or Istanbul, or kind of in that area, or Nepal, kind of. So
no, it's in Turkey, I think, or Syria or Turkey.
Okay. Well, whatever they think they found, it'd be fascinating to see what it is they think they found.
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah, it's in Turkey, Mount Ararat. But in the beginning, and always for me this seemed weird and ridiculous, but I just heard that apparently they scanned the area, and the scan looks like it has some type of like iron and materials inside it.
Well, that's probably not Noah's Ark then, because Noah was only working with wood, as far as we know.
But honestly, to me, this doesn't look like Noah's Ark. I mean, it just looks like rocks, honestly.
Yeah.
So it's probably just rocks.
Probably a ship. Probably a petrified ship. Yeah. Could be. Not an ark. It could be a petrified ship.
You're saying that wood can become petrified? I didn't know about that.
Everything can become petrified.
From what?
I told you how you do it. Go look up how to petrify something, and you'll see. You put it in mud for, I think it's 86 degrees, and air temperature above it needs to be 86 degrees, and it needs to be that way for, 6 months. And that's how they turned a tank into stone. There was a tank that got stuck in the mud. I forget where year. Anyway, they went back to get it. It was just a rock in the shape of a tank.
Oh yeah, petrified wood. I heard of that.
Yeah, that's what the NASA astronauts gifted
I know.
as the moon rock to the Netherlands that turned out to be petrified wood.
And the guy said it's not it's not a rock from the moon, right?
That's right.
And then they were like, "Oh, okay, never mind this guy then. Don't listen to him." No, I mean, I'm open to believe that the Earth is flat. It could be flat. Just the fact that people are interested in this subject, to me already tells me there's a huge possibility. But I'm open to believe that the Earth is flat, but I've always, not always, but since before, even before this being interested in this subject, I've already found out that the moon landing was fake.
Yep, definitely. A lot of
honest, I
people that
find
believe
it-
that the Earth's a globe know that the moon landing was fake, right? It's not necessarily a flat Earth proof or anything like that. But when we go out and actually test for curvature and don't find any over huge distances, then the Earth can't possibly be a globe. That's what's been done. It's been validated that there's no curvature over large bodies of water, like 40 kilometer distances, for example, that would have to have over 400 foot of curvature. Right? There's no curvature
hold on.
at all.
I have a screenshot here. I think I deleted it. It was from a Facebook reel from that guy, I don't know, Sterling, whatever his name is, and he posted some pictures where you could like see a curve. There's like a line of these tall electricity towers going above the sea or ocean. And you could see like them like forming like a curvature.
Yeah,
these towers.
that's just an atmospheric effect that can happen sometimes. Okay, we've got footage on different days of that same place with the same power lines where we can zoom in all the way across and see that they're completely flat, and we can actually see the buildings 30 miles away on the other side of the lake. It's called Lake Pontchartrain. Okay, that what we're seeing in that picture is called an inferior mirage. It causes things to look like they're doing exactly what you're seeing in that image. It's just a rare atmospheric effect that can happen, and we can replicate the same thing on a flat floor inside a house. Okay, I could show you a demonstration where you see the exact same thing.
Please show me.
Yeah, I'll pull it up right now. Actually, just give me a second. I'll be like, 30 seconds. I'll have it ready. So what he does in this one, it's just done inside on his flat floor in his house. And he puts some blocks. He lines up some blocks across the floor. Just a second. All right, here it is. So he lines up some blocks across the floor, and he puts the camera down close to the surface of the floor. Okay, and then all he does is manipulate the temperatures in the room, the temperature and the humidity. And then all of a sudden, it looks like the row of blocks starts to curve, just like you see in that Lake Pontchartrain image. Right.
Did you post something?
Yeah, I'm just about to paste it now.
Okay.
Just a second. Okay, so this person does hundreds of these at-home tests. Right, it's called a YouTube channel called Sky Free. Really good channel. Okay, and what you'll see is that he set up some blocks across the floor. And on the other side of the floor as well, he puts a red light as well. Okay, so before he manipulates the temperature in the room, you can see the red light. And then once he manipulates the temperature, you'll see the red light actually looks like it disappears behind an apparent horizon that just gets created from him manipulating the temperature gradient in the room. It looks the same as what we see in the Pontchartrain image. Now, also, if you have a closer look at that Lake Pontchartrain image where it looks like they're curving, you'll see obvious signs of miraging, right? You can see a mirroring effect, and I'll show you an example of that right now, like a close-up. And also, there wouldn't be that much curvature like that even if the Earth were a globe, right? That would mean that it would be like a tiny Earth.
That's a good argument, actually.
Yeah. You would never see curvature like that. Like that would just be like a little tiny mini globe. Look, here's another example someone did just on their flat floor with cans, just showing it's the same type of effect. And here's another image that shows a inferior mirage over a flat bridge, and it looks exactly the same as what we see in the Lake Pontchartrain.
Right, okay.
Okay, the next one that I'm posting, this is a side view of the same thing. The same lake, the same thing. Now, when we look at it from the side, when we can't have that miraging effect from the side. So we look at it from the side and we see a perfectly straight line.
Louisiana, yeah.
Yep. So here, the side view one just kills it completely. But here's another one. Okay, so here's a close up. It's like zoomed in, and you can see the mirroring effect. It's a miraging effect. Now I'll show you the same thing happening on a flat bridge. And Drace just posted one as well where it shows like on a normal day where you don't have that mirage taking place. We can see just straight across like normal. And then the one I posted underneath, what you'll notice is when the camera gets pushed down closer to the ground, right, it's looking through like a gradient of heat. And it looks, you have a look at the left railing on the bridge. As he puts the camera down lower to the ground, you'll see that the left railing on the bridge goes from looking straight.
It's about heat?
Yeah, it's about like the way that the light travels back to the optic. So when you have really hot air down lower and cooler air above it, the light will always deviate towards the cooler air because cooler air is more dense. Okay, so it will deviate a little bit towards the cooler air because it has a higher refractive index, and it's going to make things in the distance look like they're sinking down, like they're displaced downward.
This sounds more relaxing. That if the Earth is flat, it just sounds more relaxing.
Yeah, it's definitely a globe spinning at millions of miles per hour in all these different directions through space, or a nice stationary Earth. Much more relaxing, indeed. Great point.
And it sounds more realistic, actually.
Yeah, it matches exactly. Like what they've done is they've replaced everyone's common sense with a bunch of nonsense. Like we experience that water, a large body of water needs to have a container and that it's flat on the surface when it's at rest. Whereas they've convinced people that it just looks flat, but really it's curving. And they tell people that...
Actually, just now, right at this second, it's the first time I understand this point about the water. That, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like it wouldn't just stay like that, like stick. But then I don't know.
Well, this is what we can do, and this is what we have done. We can go test for the curvature. Now, if you have let's say we have a 10-mile lake. Okay, it's 10 miles across the lake, and I'm standing on one side of the lake, and you're standing on the other side of the lake, right? This is just a hypothetical. Okay, I shouldn't be able to zoom in across that lake and see you on the other side, because if we calculate how much curvature there should be over that distance, there's about 22 meters of curvature over that distance, if the Earth were a globe. Okay, that's 66 feet is about 22 meters approximately, something like that. So I shouldn't be able to zoom in. Say I'm 6 foot tall, you're 6 foot tall. I zoom in across the lake. I shouldn't be able to see you unless you were over 66 foot tall. Like let's say you were 70 foot tall. I would just be able to see your head or something like that, like a little, right? That's like more than a 6-story building.
The island?
Well, no island, just a lake, like a 10-mile lake, just with water. I'm on one side of the lake. You're 10 miles away on the other side of the lake, just standing on the shoreline. and the only thing that's in between us is water.
Do you know about this guy from Hawaii? This flat earther.
I've seen some observations from Hawaii where he can see things that he shouldn't be able to see if the Earth were a globe from a long distance.
Yeah, he films the Oahu Island. You know that video?
Yeah, I've seen the video. Yep, I think Jin CBR1 shares that video.
I don't know if he was zooming in. I don't remember. If I haven't seen his other videos, but he should make a video because that's the perfect location. He should buy a better camera and make a video zooming in. Just curious to see. I'm curious to see what kind of like how like I just want to see something at sea level on the other island, like a human or something, or a store or something like that, you know?
Yeah, I'll show you. I can show you one right now.
Sure.
Right, I'll show you a good observation that's done over the ocean. Okay, so just a second. Okay, so the person that's doing this observation is a very smart guy. His name's Dr. John D, and he has a PhD in spectrometry. Okay, it's got another name as well, spectrophotometry or something like that. Anyway, he went out originally to try to debunk flat Earth by doing long-distance observations and laser tests.
I love those.
And he actually became a flat earther in the process because he was able to see huge distances. Now, this is one of his tests that he did. So just a second, I'll just bring it up. Yeah, definitely. Because he's a professional when it comes to optics and things like that. So anyway.
I'm a truther, man. I'm a truther. That's the thing about me.
Yeah, I mean, that's what our channel's all about, is just, you know, truth. Showing people, hey, have a look at this information and use your own logic and common sense and analyze it critically and come to your own conclusions. Okay, so here is an observation. Okay, so he set his camera up on the shoreline at the beach. Right, this is in the United Kingdom on a very, very nice, clear and calm day. And he sets his camera up at 1 meter high on a tripod.
How far away are these things?
Okay, so these things are windmills, like a windmill farm. It's called Rampion Windmill Farm.
Mm-hmm.
And the closest windmill is 8 miles away. And the furthest one on the right-hand side is 11.2 miles away.
What is this thing in the back? Looks like a building or
That's a ship. It's a boat. Yeah, there's a boat out there. And he tracks the boat as well on the shipping radar, on the ship tracking radar. And that boat's about 14 miles away. 12 point something nautical miles. So that's about just over 14 miles away. But anyway, concentrate on the...
That ship is 40 miles away?
14 miles away. So I'll show you some information about the ship. Yeah, we can focus on the ship, actually. It's 12.1 nautical miles, which is 13.9 miles. And it's actually called the Shetland Trader. So he looked up the ship. So I'll just post a few screenshots of the marine tracking, just so you can see the path of the ship and where it was. Okay, so the height of the ship above the water is approximately 7.2 meters. Here's some screenshots.
Can you repeat the last thing? Sorry.
Yeah, so the height of the ship, the deck of the ship, is 7.2 meters above the surface of the water.
How many meters?
7.2.
So the top of the ship is 72 meters.
7.2.
7.2 meters, okay.
Yeah. Okay, so let's have a look at how much it should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, so here's a screenshot from an Earth curvature calculator. Right, so I'll just explain what it says on the Earth curvature calculator. Okay, so it says eye height, 1 meter. So that's the height from the camera. Okay, and the target distance is 22.3 kilometers, which is 13.9 miles.
Just 10 kilometers, please.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool. So
If
the
you
camera height's 1 meter high.
Yeah.
The boat's 22 kilometers away.
So that the camera is 1 meter plus the height of the person, or just that one?
No.
meter?
Just he's got it on a tripod. Yeah, he's got it on a tripod, and it's 1 meter above
So
the.
1 meter from sea level. Okay.
That's right. Can you see the screenshot that I put in the side chat? It says Earth curvature calculator. Yeah. So on the right hand side is the measurements on the calculation with metric.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it says the target hidden height should be 27 meters. Okay, so that boat the boat would have to be 28 meters tall, and then you would just be able to see the top 1 meter of the boat sticking out from behind the horizon.
How tall is the entire boat?
The entire boat is about 7.6. Can you see the graphic? Right, there's a picture of the boat there. I'll just post a couple of pictures of the boat. Some more information about the boat. Yeah, this is the boat. It's called the Shetland Trader.
23 feet.
Yeah, it's got it in meters as well.
So 27 meters is this? Is the height?
That's how much. No, 27 meters is how much that boat should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Right, so you shouldn't be able to see the you shouldn't be able to see the boat at all. If the boat was like 30 meters high, then you would just be able to see the little top of the boat, right? Like the top couple of meters of the boat sticking out over the horizon. But we can see the whole boat, basically. It's a little bit blurry, but we can see the whole boat.
Yeah, what about this reflection thing this guy is saying?
Refraction. Yeah, we can.
Refraction.
Refraction. Okay, so we have an extremely clear day, and we have minimal refraction on that day because we can see everything perfectly clear. So we know we don't have any crazy effects going on. Okay, so
what is this refraction thing?
Refraction is when the light deviates a little bit when you have a temperature gradient.
And it just conveniently makes things look like it's
yeah. So when you've got like people that try to debate against flat Earth, they'll just kind of say refraction makes the Earth look flat, basically.
Because someone said the same thing for the Oahu Island, which is 90 miles away.
Yeah, it's the only thing they can say. So they think that they've got like a magic word that they can say, which most of them don't really understand much about. Okay, and they think that because they say the word refraction, therefore they say that the light's bending, and that's what just makes the Earth look flat in all of these observations. Like anyone can go and do these observations. Okay, and every time you do them, you can see so much further than you would be able to see on a globe. And some of these people that try to debate against flat Earth, like for a hobby or whatever they're doing it for, they don't have an explanation for it, so they have to come up with something. So they'll say that the way that the light's bending is just making all of the water look flat. They'll say, this is what they're saying. Really, that boat isn't there. Okay, really, that boat's hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, and it's not visible. It's geometrically obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth. But because of refraction, it just makes everything look completely flat, and all of a sudden you can see the boat. So if you were to like shoot that boat with a sniper rifle or something like that, right? They say that the bullet wouldn't even hit the boat; it would go straight through it because it's not really there. They say it's just an illusion that we can see the boat. It's the dumbest thing. It really is.
Oh yeah, by the way. Oh yeah. I was gonna look up how far away can snipers shoot. But yeah,
that was just a hypothetical. That was just a hypothetical. It's like 4 miles is the longest shot. It wasn't a literal statement. It was just an imaginary. Like if you
but it made me
shot it with a missile. Let's say you used a cannon or something that could shoot that far. A ballistic missile. They say that it wouldn't actually, it would just go straight through the boat because that boat's not really there. They say really that boat's hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, but this is the problem. Okay.
They say that the bullet is going above the curvature if you also shoot that far, or yeah, like a rocket. If someone shot a rocket, they're going to say that the rocket goes.
If they this is what they're saying. This is just in a hypothetical example. Let's say somehow you were able to shoot a laser or something, whatever, a missile, a laser, at the boat that we can clearly see. They're saying that boat's not really there. It's just an illusion. Really, that boat's not there at all. It's just refracted up, and it's not really there. It's just an illusion.
So what about an actual laser experiment? I heard there was one or something.
Yeah, sure. So
do you have some proof of that?
Yeah, we've got tons of laser experiments that have been done, but I'll show you.
Show me the furthest one.
Yeah, I'll show you one of the furthest ones right now. So just give me a second, or give me like 15 seconds. I just got to pull up the information about it. So I'll tell you a little bit about it while I'm just finding this. Okay, so this is a group called FE Corps, and it stands for Field Engineers Corps. It's a bunch of field engineers from Europe, and they got together and they spent about 1,000 hours and about $30,000 building an extremely high-tech, high-powered laser beam. Okay, extremely high-powered laser. Mm-hmm. So, and they did a test. Well, they did a whole range of tests, but the longest test they did was 40 kilometers over a lake in Europe. All right, so just a second. I'll just pull up the test. Okay, so what they did was they set the laser up at 1.5 meters height above the surface of the lake. And then they had a target 40 kilometers away on the other side of the lake that was also 1.5 meters height. Okay, now if the Earth's a globe, you shouldn't be able to shoot that laser across the lake and hit the target, because there would be a huge amount of Earth curvature over that distance. All right, just a second, I'll just pull up the test. Okay, so they recorded all of this. So we've got a 1-hour video where they go over all 5 of the laser tests they did.
How far away is the target?
40 kilometers away.
Okay.
Just a second.
And they're saying that how fast they're saying you should stop seeing something on the other side after the curvature. How short? Just 4 miles or when?
Well, what they're doing is they're setting up the laser level. So that means that if you picture a ball, okay, picture a globe, and then the laser sitting on top of the globe, and the laser's level, like it's horizontal, and it's going to shoot the laser beam straight out. Okay, so the ground underneath, right?
After how many miles the globals are saying this should happen? How many miles?
Okay, so this is how it should work. If you had a target that was about 90 meters high, and on the other side of the lake, 90 meters high, then the laser would hit the target 90 meters up in the air if the Earth was a globe. Because
so
there should be about
even at the tallest point.
No, so if okay, hold on a second. I've got some diagrams and stuff, so I've just pulled up the test here. So it's easier if I explain it with.
No. Like if you have a target, that's 1 meter tall.
Yep.
After how many miles do you stop seeing this target completely? If it was a globe, according to what they're saying.
Oh, okay. It's 1.5 meters high, so you would stop seeing it at about 2.5 miles, about 3.5 kilometers away, something like that.
Only 3 kilometers, you stop seeing it completely?
Yeah, that's where the horizon would be. That's where, and you wouldn't be able to see anything beyond the horizon. Yep.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
So if you're 6 foot tall, this is what they say. If you're 6 foot tall,
anybody knows this is not true. Anybody knows this is not true.
Yeah, it's exactly. It just exists in mathematical form, right? In reality, it doesn't work because we can shoot a laser over 40 kilometers and hit the target.
Okay, that's
All right. So
I'd love to
here's the
see that.
test. Yeah, got it here. All right, I'll just post it. It's probably something you can go over in more detail, like later on, because it's an hour long video. And there's also a Google Drive link, and they have a 180-page PDF document where they go over all of the details for the test. But they hit the target on all 5 of the tests. Okay,
I
where
remember this video, but I haven't watched it.
yeah. So there's like 90 meters of missing curvature. I'll just put some diagrams, just so you can. The diagrams have the numbers written down.
Tell me in this video where I should click to see the test or the light hitting a target. What minute?
Well, they do 5 different tests, so it depends which test you want to look at. I recommend probably
all of them.
Watching the
Or any
whole.
of them.
Yeah. What? Yeah. I probably recommend watching all of them. But it's this is one of the more technical tests because this is a team of engineers and they get into extreme technical detail about everything because they want to cover all bases, if you know what I mean. There's other laser tests that are more simple to follow along with if it's the first one that you're going to be looking at.
Well, they're explaining a lot of stuff, but I want to see the result because obviously not gonna watch 1 hour right now.
Yeah, the
I'll watch it later.
result is that they hit their target at 1.5 meter height, 40 kilometers away. If the Earth were a globe, that target should have been hidden behind 90 meters.
But why does it bend like that at minute 13:25? At 13:25, it rotates up in the air. Why? What is this?
Let me have a look.
13:24. Oh, I see. It's like a reflection. Judging by
I think that they're trying to like I think they're testing the equipment and that kind of thing, making sure they're leveling it properly.
No, it's something to do with the water. Look at the other stuff in the picture. All the lights are like a mirror. I don't know. It's like a, I don't know, water reflection, I guess, or something.
Yeah, what he's showing there is.
Oh yeah,
the
they're
laser is
pointing in the water.
The laser is being pointed at an inferior mirage, and when it hits the mirage, the laser is deflected upwards, and you see a reflection of the laser.
Oh yeah, I
in
can
the
see now in
inferior
the
mirage.
night picture. Yeah, I can see now. Okay. So this here at 13:25, 13:31. This is the result right here. This is when they're hitting the target.
No, this is this is a 50-minute video. The test at 13 minutes was them just doing a test, setting it up, and the conditions for the test weren't good that day because there was an inferior mirage.
Okay.
So they continue the thing, and that's why it takes 50 minutes because it's the whole. They documented the whole process.
You guys really want me to watch the whole video, huh?
You don't have to do it right now. You can do it some other time.
So yeah, this is kind of what it comes down to. There's tons and tons of these laser tests that people have done in all different weather conditions, different locations, all over the Earth. Okay, and they're hitting their target consistently. where there should be hundreds of feet of curvature blocking the laser from hitting the target in all of these, but the laser's always hitting the target. Then when we're doing the observations, we shouldn't be able to see what we're seeing in the distance because it should be hidden behind the horizon. It should be blocked by the curvature of the Earth, but it isn't. Okay, and the globe Earthers don't have any tests that show the opposite of that.
Yeah, it's also not what we want. You said earlier before DJ or whatever. I don't remember who was talking before that. Do we want you to watch this video? No, I don't want or need you to do anything. This is about what do you want? Will this video land for you? Will these observations and these tests work? If not, just tell us up front. Say, hey guys, it doesn't matter what's shown in this video. It won't change my mind either way. It's not evidence. It's completely irrelevant. So we know to move on to another observation, another measurement, another practical demonstration. Rather than just like barking up the wrong tree to get that squirrel, let's just move on because there's something else might land.
So Elio, I've got one more really good long distance observation, which also has a laser test in it, if you want me to present it quickly. This is probably one of my favorite ones.
Just give me a second. I'm watching the moment where they say they hit the target.
Yeah, sure, I'll go for it, man.
But I'm not understanding what they're showing here.
Yeah, that's why you'd have to sit down and watch the whole thing from start to finish, so you know what point they're up to, and so they can explain what they're doing step by step.
There should just be one person at the end filming the impact. You know?
There is. But it is one of the more technical laser tests, so it's one of those ones that you have to sort of sit down and pay a lot of attention to the whole video because it's like step by step. And they're doing 5 different laser tests in the video, so you got to make sure you're understanding which one they're doing at which point. That's why I was suggesting a different one. I probably should have shown you a different one. I can show you a different one that's much easier to follow along with. It's way less technical. They're just shooting a laser over a 21-mile lake and hitting the target. Simple as that.
Let's see.
Right. They also do a really good observation as well. Okay, so have a look in the side chat. It's just uploading. Okay, so this is the Great Salt Lake in Utah. Okay, and what he's doing is he's zooming across a 21-mile section of the lake. 33-kilometer section of the lake. Okay, Logical Observations just posted the full video to it. But don't worry about clicking that just yet, because I'll just show you some screenshots out of the video. Some clips out of it. Because it's much easier than watching the whole video. But save the video for later. Okay, this is the camera that he was using here. It's a Nikon P1000. It's one of the most powerful zoom cameras that you can get. Can you see the picture of the camera? Elio.
Picture of the camera, yeah.
Yeah, you can see it?
Yeah.
Okay, so that camera is set up at 5-foot height, which is 1.5 meters height.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and he's going to be zooming across to the other side of the lake. Okay, so here's a picture from Google Maps, just showing you where he's standing and showing you where he's going to be looking across to. So you can see a yellow line. That camera is right at the top of that yellow line, and he's going to be zooming in to see if he can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Okay, he's got a buddy over on the other side of the lake that's taking some footage so we can see what it looks like where he's going to be zooming into. Okay, so this is what it looks like 21 miles away over on the other side of the lake. Can you see the picture of the shoreline there?
This is the picture zoomed in?
No. This is his friend that's on the other side of the lake where he's going to be zooming into. I just want to show you what it looks like on the other side of the lake. So when he zooms in, you can see what it looks like over there. Okay, take note of the big giant beach on the other side, and then we can see a big giant white tower in the background. Just take note of that because
this tower, yeah.
Yep. Okay, so now I'm going to show you the zoom footage. All right, so here's a screenshot of the tower and the beach shoreline from the camera that I posted the picture of. Okay, so this is from 21 miles away, and he did it during the daytime, and then he did it again during the nighttime, because quite often the globe earthers will say, "Oh, you need to repeat these at nighttime where there's less refraction." Okay, so he repeated it at nighttime, and once again you can see that it looks exactly the same. In fact, it's even maybe a little bit more distinct because we've got the lights as a reference. Okay, so just a moment.
And that's how many kilometers?
33.
Wow.
34 kilometers away. So over that distance, there should be 293 foot
I'm gonna
of
save
curvature.
this video.
Yeah, it's a really good video. So over that distance, there should be 100 meters of curvature.
Bro.
All right, now have a look at these pictures. All right, so here's a close-up of the beach and the tower again. Just a second, it's just uploading. Sorry, my internet sucks. Okay, so this is just a close-up of the beach and the shoreline and the tower. Now, this next image is the zoom footage, just a screenshot from the zoom footage. So what you'll notice is that we can see everything pretty much just the same. We can see the bottom of the tower. We can see the shoreline below the bottom of the tower. We can even see the lights reflecting off the surface of the water.
What about the previous image, the one during the daytime? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, the daytime one? That's just a close-up. That's just a close-up.
Okay.
Yeah, just so you can see what it looks like from close-up. Okay, so over
From
that
the guy
distance,
who was there.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And so that beach should be hidden behind 80 meters, just over 80 meters of curvature.
And this last one in the nighttime?
Yeah, that's from where that camera's set up, 33 kilometers away.
33 kilometers.
Yep.
And what are these things at the bottom? These are houses or what?
Yeah, it's like a mining
buildings.
Yeah, it's like a little mining
They're at sea level, yeah.
You know what I mean? No. This isn't at sea level. This is over the Great Salt Lake in Utah.
I mean, yeah, it's.
Oh, it's look.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the tower?
No, the buildings. They are.
Oh, yeah. It's not really buildings. It's kind of like.
They're not on a hill or something.
No, I'll show you exactly what it looks like. I got some more pictures of it here.
No, like I'm saying, like they are down, so it's good.
Yeah, here's a few more pictures.
Yeah.
All right. So this is just some random pictures I found on Google, just so you can see. Oh, Overfences just put the Earth curvature calculator screenshot in the side chat. Eye height level
Honestly,
over fences. Eye height level. Yeah, you got that right. So the horizon, right? This is what it's really about. So the horizon should be at 4.3 miles away. Sorry, kilometers. That should be the maximum distance that you can see the water. Anything beyond it should just be visible beyond the horizon. You know, if something's hidden behind the horizon, you would just see the horizon, which is the line where the sky and the ground meets. And then the tower, the beach, everything else, the beach should be completely hidden, and you should just be able to see some of the tower sticking out over the top of the horizon. Now, this is how far away the horizon should be, right? I did a diagram and I drew the black line across it. Okay, so that's at 4.37 kilometers, which is 2.7 miles. Okay, that's where the horizon should be. So that's the maximum distance.
What's this thing at in the far left? That's where the buildings are. What?
Of which image are you talking about? Sorry.
This last one.
Oh, the last one.
I don't understand what this line is supposed to mean. I understand what
the black
horizon
line
is, but
the black line. Yeah, so that's where the horizon should be. Okay, so when he's looking out, so hold on a second, I'll just post another.
No, I mean, where is he in this picture? Taking.
Oh, he's at the bottom of the yellow line. That's where the camera's set up.
Taking a picture towards
the
in the picture.
towards the other side of the lake. Here we go. Look, this is just to show you
at the top of the image.
Yeah. Have a look at this one. This one will explain it just fine.
Oh yeah, I understand.
So he's shooting right across that distance, but the horizon, if the Earth's a globe, the horizon should be at 4.3 kilometers away, which is where the black line is.
I mean, even if it was a globe, it's ridiculous that that's where they're saying that the horizon should be. I feel like even if Earth was a globe, the horizon should be like somewhere like, I don't know, 100 kilometers or something.
Most people think that. Yeah, most people don't realize how much curvature there should be over a pretty small distance. Usually when we say that there's 22 meters of curvature over just 10 miles, which is 16 kilometers, 22 meters of curvature over 16 kilometers, they're like, that can't be right. And then they go look it up and it's like, yep, you can go look it up.
That's what happened to me. That's what happened to me.
Yeah, it happens to everyone. It happened to me too. I was like, that doesn't sound right, you know,
it sounds
because
like low effort, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Low effort.
No, the horizon is never. It's never at that distance ever. Like I've never seen one observation in the last 8 years of looking into this where the horizon's even close to that. We can always see the horizon like at least 5 times or 10 times further away or more. Then, you know, in this observation, you can't even see a horizon at all over the whole 21-mile lake. It's just flat water over the lake.
Well, I never thought I was going to become a flat earther.
Yeah, me neither. None of us did, bro. Every single one of us thought it was ridiculous.
When it comes to 9/11 or moon landing, from the beginning I said, yeah, this is probably fake. But with flat earth, it's been years and years of, I thought it's ridiculous. But here we are. But you know, this camera, from this experience, is it like one of the most sophisticated cameras, you know?
It's a Nikon P1000. It's a Nikon P1000. They cost about $1,000, $1,200, and they have 125x optical zoom, which is far beyond what any other consumer grade camera will have. So it can zoom in like really, really, really far.
They should put this camera over the Oahu Island in.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah. Well, we have observations from all sorts of different places. We've got hundreds of these observations, and some people, what they do is they upgrade the camera and they fit it with infrared. So that means that it cuts through all of the haze and refraction and things like that, so you can see even further. So people are doing footage with the infrared cameras, and they're able to see even further than without it. And people are taking these types of cameras up on planes, and they're able to see things that are 1,000 miles away, that should be hidden by miles of curvature. There's a guy called Jay Tolan. He takes about $15,000 worth of camera gear up on a plane, and he does observations, and he can see things that you shouldn't be able to see. by such a huge amount. It's crazy. And he uses like infrared.
Now I regret that I didn't pay attention when I flew with the airplane. I didn't pay attention to look over the window to notice
Earth's flat from an airplane too.
Because I remember it goes inside the clouds and then it flies over the clouds. So before it touches the clouds, I should have paid attention to see what it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, I've done a ton of flights, and I've done a ton of flights, and you just see a completely flat horizon from any trip that I've ever been on. I've flown over Alaska at 40,000 feet, and you just see a completely flat horizon. Now, that's not proof that the Earth's flat, because apparently, even if it was a globe, you wouldn't see curvature from that height anyway. It just further backs up that we all experience the Earth as a flat plane, right? Even people that believe it's a globe still experience it as flat and stationary. They just believe that it's a globe because that's what they got told while they were growing up. And then they've been shown pictures by NASA and things like that. And they see it in the movies and TV shows and all that sort of thing. So they just kind of have a belief system that the Earth's a globe. It's kind of like a tradition. It gets passed down.
So who's doing this? Is it like an occult, one world government, something?
Well, I think it's kind of like a tradition. It's kind of like information that's passed on as true. And most people are not going out and doing the testing. Most people are just taking it for granted that it's already confirmed. It's already been confirmed in the past sometime that the Earth's a globe. But once you start digging into how the Earth actually is proposed to have been like that it's a globe, you'll start finding it is actually cult leaders, like mystic cult leaders like Pythagoras. Okay, I don't know if you've heard of the cult of Pythagoras, but he's the first person that's credited with saying that the Earth's a globe, right? And he didn't go out and measure the Earth or do any calculations or anything like that. They worshipped spheres. They thought spheres were the most divine shape and that the Earth must be a sphere because of that reason. So
what about all this so-called science? I mean,
yeah, there isn't any.
Looks like it's
math.
Deliberate.
It's calculations. It's calculations that are based on assumptions. Like if you go onto Google right now and you type in who first measured the Earth to be a globe, it's going to come up with an ancient Greek guy that they can't even prove existed at all. And there's no writings left at all of him. They'll say that what he did, Eratosthenes, is he calculated the circumference of the Earth by measuring a shadow angle. Okay, he pre-assumed that the Earth's a globe, and then he made a few other assumptions, and he did some calculations based off those assumptions, and he just calculated that the Earth's a globe. And he's the one that's credited with calculating the circumference value of 40,000 kilometers for the globe. But it's a myth, right?
Let me add to it, because it's logically fallacious. It's circular reasoning, like you said. They pre-assume the Earth is a ball, and the shadows would look like this on a ball, and then the shadows look like this. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. We still do this today. We have children going through doing this fallacious exercise over and over again. However, the Chinese also did this during the Ming Dynasty, but they started with the assumption if the Earth is flat and the sunlight acts like this, the shadows would look like this. We see the shadows look like this, therefore the Earth is flat. Circular reasoning doesn't become logical regardless of who uses it for whatever purpose.
Wait, this video is interesting. Let's see.
So guys, like basically you think like in the Cold War, the space war was like fake. It was like just a big
yeah, it was propaganda put on by NASA, and ironically 3 months ago Trump named them a spy agency instead of a space agency now. They have a new classification as an intelligence agency now. Now they're a spy agency. What do you think of that? So all the way back then, they were putting out the propaganda, and everybody fell for it. See?
Yeah, if you look into Project Paperclip, you'll see that America recruited Nazis after the fall of Germany, and most of them went to NASA and the rest to the CIA. The Russians also got their share of Nazis, and those Nazis ended up heading up their fake space program.
I mean, that's what intelligences are. They are just spies. They've always been that way, even in medieval times.
That's what you get. That's what you get for your information nowadays. So you can listen to them, or you can listen to yourself and know the Earth is flat. And since you know it's flat, you'll be able to tell when anybody's lying to you in the future.
But I'm just saying that the country where the intelligence are, their own country calls them intelligence, but for the other countries, they're actually spies or assassins or saboteurs. But my point is, they've always been that way. That's what. Yeah. That's what ninjas were. Ninjas were basically just what the CIA is today. Or saboteurs. Every country calls them something else, but it's the same concept.
Yeah, well, I come from Vikings. We didn't have that shit.
Vikings. I'm sure Vikings may have some spies or assassins.
No. Like weak men, no likey. And I come from a country as well that we don't have an army nor a spy agency.
Do you guys believe that the Earth have an edge?
Wait, what country is that?
Extra quiet today, Trace.
Yeah, I'm probably not speaking directly into the mic. I'm sorry.
What country doesn't have?
I'm from
an
Iceland.
army, bro? Oh, Iceland. Oh, I mean Ireland. Yeah.
Just quickly to respond to the guy that asked about the edge. Yeah, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming an edge. And we absolutely don't claim that the Earth is a flat planet floating around in the heliocentric idea of outer space. Okay, so we're not making claims to whether there would be an edge or not, or anything like that. What we're talking about is when we measure the actual surface of the Earth, and there's no curvature over very vast distances, in where there would have to be curvature if the Earth were a globe.
Oh.
Yeah. It's not like flat is not a shape. It's a descriptive term for a surface, especially in this context. So they tell us that over 70% of the globe is covered in water. Okay, but when we measure the surface of the water over large distances, there's no curvature. And that's repeated over and over again in all different locations, completely validating that there's no curvature present. So if there's no curvature, then you can't have a globe.
Okay.
Yeah. And then we've got a ton of tests, laser tests, infrared footage, long distance observations, mirror tests, all sorts of different tests that we're showing people. It's like, hey, check out this information, have a look at the tests. And the good thing is people can go and replicate these tests themselves, so they don't have to have faith or trust or anything like that. It can be something that can be obtained as actual knowledge, like a measurement. You can know for sure that there's no curvature.
I'm grateful for this discussion tonight. I've heard very interesting things. Thank you, bro.
Oh, no worries, man. I appreciate having someone like that.
It's 3 in 2 days, by the way, DJ.
Was that?
No, a lot of people are like in the position that you're in, when they're shown this information, a lot of people are waking up to the truth, basically.
I mean, for me, like I said, doesn't bother me. Nothing what people think. I mean, it's I have no problem with accepting that it's flat, so don't really care. Like, the thing is, people are just afraid and scared. So I'm not like that because I'm actually passionate by truth, especially hidden truth, conspiracy theories. I'm passionate by.
Most people really care what other people think, and that's actually the tactic, or one of the best tactics that they've used against Flat Earth, is not to try to address our actual arguments, but try to make it that it's socially unpopular to believe in this, and that Flat Earthers are just tinfoil hat-wearing morons. Okay, so people won't even want to get involved in it because they're scared of being ridiculed.
Yeah, that's what I mean by scared, yeah. That's,
so it's a smart form of propaganda that they actually use to try to keep things like this away from people.
That's why I say that people are afraid.
Yeah,
I'm not afraid. Like all the people can laugh at me and say I'm a flat earther. It really doesn't bother me, you know. It's just zero effect on me.
It's changing a lot. It's changed a lot. Quite often, people are much more. Like, people have heard about it. A lot of people are much more accepting of it. And people that you wouldn't even know are flat earthers, you'll find out, oh shit, I didn't realize he was a flat earther. And then you mention it. They're like, oh yeah, I know all about that. I've looked into it. But a lot of people don't talk about it, with their friends and family.
Yeah, I think the biggest mistakes people do when they realize this is they get sometimes overzealous with it, and they start trying to push it too hard, and that can push people away. But anything can do that. You get too into veganism, you get too into carnivore, you get too into workout, you get too into chess. Doesn't matter what it is. If you're super passionate about something, and if you don't know how to rein in that passion a little bit so that other people feel comfortable, you can push them away. And
too much
can kind of inspire passion in people because there's a lot of stuff to discover. The world opened up, and there's a lot of unknowns that are interesting to look at.
But I've always been, what's the word?
Truth seeker?
Maybe outsider, truth seeker for sure, but maybe outsider, the black sheep, like, I've always been different than others, not just for the sake of it, but I've noticed, like, when people, I don't know what example to give you. When there's a joke and everyone laughs, but you feel like you want to put a different type of reaction, right, to that joke, like with an emoji reaction, for example. I've always been that way because I like to express myself truly, the way I truly am. I've always been different, and
yeah, sounds like you don't easily go with the flow and like to find your own path.
Yeah.
That's a valuable person to have in society, because otherwise, if everybody were following the same path, everybody would be like a lemming running off a cliff.
I know all the change starts from one person. I am that person. I believe it. I'm not afraid to say, hey guys, this is wrong. And I have done it in real life. In a large social group, I have done it. Not afraid to do that. Because I really don't care if people say I'm wrong or I'm weird or crazy. I have no problem. I've been used to that my entire life. It's who I am. You see, this is the type of people who learn about these things, at least at this stage, when it's not mainstream. This subject, for example.
Most people that mock and ridicule Flat Earth and defend the globe, they really don't they don't know anything about the globe anyway. They don't know any of the basics, and they don't know the flat Earth arguments. They, in their heads, have pictured a flat disk floating in space, and they think flat earthers are a bunch of crazy people, like I explained before, thinking crazy things that's just propaganda, like Australia doesn't exist and things like that. They think flat earthers actually claim these crazy things, which they don't. And quite often when they come in here to try to debate with us, they get a rude shock because we can expose really quickly that they don't really know anything about the globe, and they don't know anything about our arguments either. So they kind of have no ammunition, and they don't realize that until they've already come in and engaged with us. So then usually they'll turn to like mocking and ridicule, or they'll just run away, fight or flight basically. But yeah, it happens every day in here.
Yeah, time. Excuse me. Time solves everything, and I would say that time is a powerful thing because, for example, like people have believed that the Earth it's a globe their entire life, and when they hear that some people believe it's flat, this concept is so ridiculous that they find it ridiculous. They find it ridiculous, and so they start to believe these people must be crazy. How can they believe such a ridiculous thing, such a concept that's so hard to imagine, And so that's why they start laughing and stuff like that. I think it's ridiculous. That happened to me as well. But then, after the funny stuff goes away, and it's been 5 years, 7 years since you heard about these things, and then you're like, okay, but these people are still talking. They keep talking about it. They're still going. Okay. So okay, let's hear what they have to say. Like you can laugh about it, but then if people are still talking about it, after a long time, you're like, okay, let's see what they have to say. Like you see people insisting. They're like, hold on. Is there actually something there?
Yeah, it's funny that they do have trouble imagining it, even though it's exactly what they experience every day of their life. Quite often when they come in, they'll say, oh, we're too small to see the curvature of the Earth because the Earth's so big. And then we'll say, oh, so you experience it as flat then? And they'll be like, oh, no. I'm like, but you just said that you're too small to see the curvature of the Earth. So therefore you experience it in your basic reality as flat. And they cannot. Their ego or their subconscious or something like that will not let them, even say that it could be flat. Even though they just admitted that by saying that, oh, we're so small and it's so big, so we experience it as flat. And you say, so you experience it as flat. They're like, well, no. It's kind of crazy. And same with the motion of the Earth. Okay, so we'll say, do you experience the Earth as your base reality as motionless? They'll be like, yes, because it's so big and we're so small, we can't feel the motion. So you experience a motionless Earth. No. It's kind of crazy. Like nearly everyone's kind of like that. Everything that we're claiming is exactly what everyone just experiences, right? Water needs a container. It's flat on the surface. The Earth, we experience it as stationary. These kind of things. It's just
they tell you their true experiences, and then you're saying, oh, so that means this thing, and then they're saying, oh, that must imply another globe. So of course, then they become defensive because of fear.
Yeah, definitely. Here's another crazy one. We'll say we see the sun move across the sky. The sun moves across the sky. On a globe, when you're watching a sunset, this is what they're telling you is actually happening. They're saying that sun's not even moving from your perspective, and you're spinning backwards away from the sun, faster than the speed of sound, faster than a 9mm bullet. Right? And it just makes it appear like the sun's setting. Whereas the flat earther will just say, yeah, the sun's moving across the sky. they've put everything backwards. Everything that is common sense, they've told you, you cannot trust your senses. You need to trust what we're telling you. And all your senses are wrong.
Yeah. And I mean, this is according to the... Give me a second. According to the globe model, they're saying that there is this gravitational field, or what's it called? This atmosphere, right? And the Earth is spinning fast.
Yep.
And going fast. But somehow the trees and everything are not flying away, or the wind is not pushing them super hard. And they're saying it's because of this atmosphere, which is like a protection field. But if that was the case, I would expect to see some type of like millions of clouds, like levels of clouds, or level of some type of stuff, not necessarily clouds, or something, some type of like roof stuff that would make it seem like there was this atmosphere protection against the wind, the speed of the planet is going in the universe. But if it's flat and the sun is just clear and the clouds are just chilling, right? That makes more sense. Because the planet is not traveling
some days
super hard. That makes more sense now.
Exactly. It's just we have wind because of pressure systems, because we have temperature differences, and it causes pressure systems. And sometimes we'll have wind going easterly. The next day you might wake up and then the wind's going westerly, and then you might have a southwesterly, and it's just depending on what's happening with the pressure systems. Meanwhile, we can balance rocks. Have you seen those people that balance rocks? They're balancing, like, making the craziest rock sculptures by balancing all these rocks on top of each other really high. And meanwhile, they tell us that the globe is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. It's orbiting around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour. It's chasing the sun at 480,000 miles per hour. And that whole system.
How did they even measure these things?
It's all theoretical, conceptual. That's what it is. It's a theoretical concept, a mathematical concept, whatever you want to call it. It exists in like mathematical formulas and things like that, not in reality. There's a ton of assumptions baked in to what they're telling us.
Yeah.
It all starts with the R value, the radius value. It's baked into all of the math behind the globe, and that's the radius value. That's what we can. That's the easiest thing for us to go out and test in reality, because it means that the curvature would have to be there, right? These long distance observations and laser tests, they also debunk gravity, as gravity is explained in the globe model. Okay, because the gravity dictates that that everything is being pulled towards the center of the globe, towards the center of mass. That means that the water would have to be curving at a specific rate for gravity to exist. If the water's not curving, that means that gravity isn't possible. Because if gravity's real, it has to be curving at that specific rate. It must be. So everything's going to come back to those prerequisites, or those pre-requirements for the Earth to be a globe, which is the curvature. It's the bendy water that they show us in the NASA pictures.
Interesting.
Yeah, it just so happens that the one thing that would actually confirm all their claims is impossible. It doesn't exist and returns a nil result. And they just conveniently have all these excuses why that is. Right. Giant paper mache made, and you just can just poke holes. It just falls apart.
Would be flat. Are you a Christian, DJ?
I'm not really religious. I don't really follow any particular religions. I do research into Christianity and that kind of thing. My wife's a Christian and my mom's a Christian. But yeah, I'm looking into it. I'm learning about things. That's not something that I really use when I'm talking about like this topic. I'd rather empiricism.
You seem very open-minded.
DJ, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, are there any other planets?
Yeah, Earth's, like when you say other planets, you're assuming that the Earth is a planet, and
yeah. So
what
just
we're
wondering,
talking,
like, is Earth the only one surface like that is flat, or are there any other planets that are also flat, or
like
would we believe in other planets at all?
Yeah. So this is. Let me explain it, because most people, when they hear about flat Earth, their whole life they've been taught this globe model where you have a big giant vacuum of space, and then you've got all of these big round planets and suns and things like that, and that we're on one of those planets. And when they hear about flat Earth, they try to replace the globe planet with a flat disk or something like that. That's not what we claim. We can't try to insert the flat Earth inside the globe model, right? You could probably think of the Earth more like the floor, and then we've got celestial bodies in the sky that we've been fed a big giant story about our whole life, about this light that you can see up here. This is Mars, and it's X distance away, and it's in a vacuum, and it's made out of this and that. And then this other one is Uranus, and on Uranus it rains diamonds and blah, blah, blah. Like, they'll tell us a big story about all of the lights that we can see in the sky that move in cycles. Okay, but we can't really confirm any of that. It exists more as a model. Okay, but we all see
telescopes.
Yeah, we can zoom in on them, and what we see, even through the best quality telescopes, let's use Mars as an example, we see a little blurry red, round-looking circle in the sky, but we can't really confirm exactly what medium it's in, what size it is, what it's made out of, etc. We've been fed a story about it, but we can't really confirm the specifics about it. It's going to be something that you're going to have to speculate or make a bunch of assumptions about. So we don't try to explain things that we can't empirically validate. This is the logic that I would use. I would say that if you can measure your floor flat, right, it doesn't matter what's going on above your floor, it's not going to make the floor start to curve. So if we're more about testing the actual surface of the Earth, and then whatever's going on up in the sky that we can't actually empirically get to test, we try not to speculate about it. I mean, it's fun to speculate, but we don't know for sure.
Okay. Then
but you could pretend,
question.
I mean, like, yeah, you could, like, in the heliocentric worldview, where they tell you that it is impossible for things to be flat. That kind of runs in contradiction with their own model, because they say anything is possible. Like, you've got Asgard out there, you got Star Commander, Thor, you got Middle Earth, all these like globalist fan fiction. Terry Pratchett, Discworld. You got Dark City, the movie graphic novel. So for you to say, hey, my understanding of the heliocentric model is that all things must be balls, that's a very poor read and misunderstanding of what they're trying to present.
Okay. Yeah, I got it. The question is, why do they need it? Why do they need like the whole complete lie about the globe and about the round form of the Earth? Why do they need that? What is the purpose of the lies?
I don't think most people are lying, to be honest. I think it's more tradition at this point, or something that's taught at university as fact that doesn't have any empirical evidence behind the foundations of it. Most people that are teaching you that the Earth's a globe, like scientists, professors, that kind of thing, they're just regurgitating the information that they've memorized from the textbooks that they had to memorize at university to get their degrees. And most of them have probably never even questioned that core mathematics and whatnot behind the globe.
Mm-hmm. But the thing is that there were people in space, right? So they're aligned. Everyone who've been in space, they're aligned, right?
So they're lying about that. Then.
No, I knew that the moon landing was fake before I even started learning about flat Earth. It's clearly fake.
Yeah,
Look
you
up the
kind of know
guy-
they're lying because they said so. They told
Look
you
up the guy Bert Cybrel. Bert Cybrel. This is the best guy about the moon landing and all these things.
Bro, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, Bart's an interesting character because he doesn't really like flat earthers. So it's a good source to use because he's not a flat earther. He thinks flat earthers are CIA without exception. He thinks a modern flat earth movement is brought to by the CIA.
Yeah, he thinks that because every people like he's met. How can I say this?
But I mean, we don't need to go into it.
He's frustrated because
yeah, hold on.
He wants to be taken seriously. That's
We don't go into that because you don't need flat Earth to discuss how Richard Nixon in the 1960s faked that stuff. That can be fully contained within the globe worldview.
So he believes the Earth is a globe. So he's frustrated because people believe he's a flat earther. That's his frustration.
It's like Ken Hovind. He wants to be taken
that's why he
seriously
thinks-
about
that's why he
his
thinks
stance
it's
on evolution and all those things, right? And then that's why he poo-poos flat Earth as well.
Yeah, there's also a chance
Young Earth creationists.
he may have been fed poor flat Earth arguments by someone as well, and just got his whole perception of it completely skewed from the start.
Yeah, and that's why he
maybe-
concludes that therefore it must be CIA to mess with him or something.
Well, he might have interacted with some guy who gave him the impression, and that's what he's basing it on. But he's stereotype judging everyone as that. But
yeah,
I mean,
anyway,
I can
he
understand.
hasn't looked into it.
I can understand. He has a lot of good argumentation and has built a lot of work on debunking the moon landings, and you kind of don't want to taint your legacy if you've done so much work if flat Earth turns out to be wrong. So, like, I understand him not wanting to spend too much work on that and going off onto a tangent into this aspect, and I respect him being in his own field, if you will, of research. I don't want to force anybody to accept the truth. They will just come to it when he finally sees information from a source he'll accept.
Well, that's the thing. All these people that are talking about other conspiracy theories, or people who are talking about anarchy, because I'm into that. All these people, because the subjects they are talking about are already hard to digest, or hard to accept, or seem controversial, they don't need this flatter stuff. It's gonna make it even more difficult to get the word across for them. You know, so that's the reason why.
I mean, why not push the boundaries though? Well, why stop at that, right?
Me, for example, I would push the boundaries, but Cybrel is, I mean, I guess he's trying to make a living out of this, and it's just, in the eyes of the people, this will make him seem ridiculous and stuff like that, because that's people's perception.
That's what I said. He wants to be taken seriously, and generally there's a stigma attached to flat Earth, which involves us just being crazy conspiracy theory.
Yeah,
that's just outlandish, right?
He's trying to get the moon landing hoax understood by the general public, and he doesn't want any kind of negative bias to prevent them from being able to see his evidence. So he's trying to present it in the best way possible. Kind of like how we kind of like to just talk about flat Earth, so we can present the arguments and just the arguments, and people won't get hung up over their bias of like, I am vegan, or I'm a carnivore, or I'm this, or I'm that. We just want to talk about flat Earth.
Yeah.
Well, we experience something similar within our community, right? Where we have people wanting to talk about ice walls and the outer ponds and that sort of thing, right? And domes and a specific cosmological model, right? And and we're disattached from that to a large degree, right? And we kind of don't want that stigma attached to us about what we're talking. We're talking about pure geometry, right? And what can be empirically demonstrated, right?
Yeah, that's why I don't.
It's a similar thing.
Yeah, that's why I don't blame Bart Cybrel for not going into flat Earth. Like, it would be cool if he went into it because he does good research, but I'm fine with him doing the research that we can use.
Yeah, and I think about him is because he's talking about moon landing. The thing is, already when people are saying that the moon landing was fake, other people just automatically assume you're a flat earther. So that's why he had to say, he had like this strong reaction.
Well, they shouldn't do that because people were talking about the moon landing being fake the day it happened. People were rolling their eyes like, this is Richard Nixon. God, what's next? What, like, really, dude? So they don't need flat. This is it's kind of like a red herring. Because I first found out about it by questioning the Apollo program. I was on the server that had, well, this is years ago, as a Facebook page about the moon mission being fake. And they started calling me a flat earther, like a flurman, a flat earth vermin, if you question the Apollo program. And eventually, after hanging out on the page long enough, I realized they're a bunch of neo-Nazis. They want to dehumanize anybody who was shit-talking the Apollo program because in their worldview, they saw the Apollo program as a righteous vindication of World War II Germany. So when you come there and say, hey, I think the Apollo program's fake, what they actually hear is something completely different. That you're like shit-talking like their perfect world, their utopia.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what people hear when you start talking about we didn't go to the moon. They're not hearing, like when you say the Earth is flat or we didn't go to the moon. What they're hearing you say is God didn't bless America with a moon mission. That America was, make America great again. That high watermark of American exceptionalism, the Apollo program, that never happened. America was never great. That's what they're actually hearing. They're not listening to the data about where's the telemetry data, where's the blueprints for the lunar rover, all that stuff, all the evidence about how the Apollo program was faked. They're not hearing any of it. It's going right over their head. They just hear you say over and over again that God didn't bless America. That God, America is not the shining beacon on the hill. America is not 60 years ahead of all other nations.
It's more than America. Really it's the whole world. It's all of humanity took a giant leap for mankind. And that's why it's so personal to all of them, because we're the most advanced right now. We could go to outer space. Don't take that dream away from me.
Yeah. My question is, what is all this money that NASA's taking? What are they doing with all this money?
Yeah, you saw the Apollo program virtually ushered in the Minuteman missile, the intercontinental ballistic missile. That's what it was. The whole kit and caboodle was a weapons program, which this because Eisenhower, the guy who signed it into law, NASA signed NASA into law, he says, hey, I tried to stop, I'm paraphrasing, I tried to stop the military-industrial complex. I failed. Now it's on you guys to do it. You have to stop the military-industrial complex. I failed. Then his vice president, Richard Nixon, runs for president. And for one of the first times only in all of U.S. history, a vice president doesn't endorse his own, or his president doesn't endorse his own vice president. So thank God, Nixon loses to Kennedy. And it prevents what was going to happen. But then Kennedy's assassinated. And Richard Nixon wins anyway. And then you get the Apollo program. And then you get weapons of mass destruction on a global scale. That's where that money went. That money went directly into developing intercontinental ballistic missiles. You know this too because all the countries that boast space programs, all 7 of them, all have exactly the same military capability. Intercontinental missiles. There isn't not one single, it's 1-for-1 correlation. So they're all in on it. They go, well, hey, you can't tell your populace that your space program's fake because I'll tell your populace that it's fake too. They're all in on it. They know that they want this spending, they want this military spending, they want to hide it from their populace, and they all kind of do a wink and a nod behind closed doors and pretend like they're boldly exploring space for the betterment of humanity, and they're not.
Well, it's weird because I remain with the impression that Bart Cyber believed that China's and Russia's, or both, space programs are actually real, unlike the US, or something like that.
Yeah, I really don't know.
He believes.
I stopped watching Bart Sabel when he started weaponizing the YouTube reporting system. It would go through, flat Earth channels and just mass report for copyright infringement. At that point, I checked out. If you're going to weaponize victimhood like that and pretend like, it's nothing. The guy's worthless.
That's not
useless at that point. Like he became the enemy. He thought the CIA would love to shut down flat Earth, and there he is doing CIA's work for them, while claiming we're the ones who are CIA. The guy lost the plot. It's quite embarrassing, but really it goes to show you that we don't need to talk about the moon mission. Let the globalists hash it out. They can sit there and argue about who got to the moon first and whose Sky Daddy blessed which space program. Here in this channel, we talk about the Earth, the surface of the Earth. All the rest of that stuff is peripheral content that really kind of leads to nowhere, like a bridge to nowhere. Because if they faked it or if they didn't fake it, it doesn't change the fact that the Earth is measured, observable, and practically used as flat. Government today could come out and say, we faked it. And give reasons why. Say we're stuck in the Cold War, we had to develop weapons, and all of it. Complete like Bill Clinton's book. Like in his memoir about one of the things he came the president, and he looked at all the data and the information for the Apollo program, and he was stunned by the lack of content there showing that there was an Apollo program at all. And he said he had a kooky neighbor that, I can't remember the neighbor's name, but he used to talk about that the moon mission was fake, and he's like, what a kook. And he's like, wow, but now as president, and having full access to all the classified information, he didn't see anything there that really convinced him it ever happened at all.
Interesting. I'm very curious. I know this is besides the subject, but just yes or no, do you think the 9/11 was a controlled demolition or not?
Yeah, that's another peripheral topic. You don't need flat Earth for that topic. The conspiracy type stuff. There's going to be people there's going to be people who think all kinds of things about it. And it doesn't match. It won't match. You could go down the list of flat earthers and it'll probably match the same swath of anybody. Like if you were to say and just go through a swath of all people, of people in the globe side, or just a general population, and just say, hey, I got some questions about 9/11. That's
no. That's not what I mean. I was just curious if you are.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm telling you that it's irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant to the topic. It'd be the same thing asking me like, hey, do you believe pineapple belongs on pizza? And I could give you the answer, but it would be the same probative value.
No, I just wanted to, because I sense this feeling that you guys are like me,
Yeah, I would say there's probably nobody like you. You're like unique in the world, or one of a kind.
It's true. But I guess I was just curious about your guys' way of thinking. If you came to the same conclusions, how similar we are, basically.
Yeah, you got people on the globe side who also think that it was a conspiracy theory. So you don't need that topic, this topic. Yeah. So it doesn't match. It's one of those things where it won't work. It'd be like, like, hey, how many people here speak English or something like that? It wouldn't go anywhere. It just doesn't work. That question, that line of questioning doesn't go anywhere. It's like it's either a bridge to nowhere or an abrupt dead end that you have to turn around and go back the way you came. It's like, I wonder how many flat earthers use Discord or something like that. Like, what's cat and dog people, or what, complete non sequiturs that don't matter one way or the other. But the only reason why it matters when you start talking about demographics is some odd reason the astronaut corps is 100% Christian conservative. Without exception. Every single one of them. So when you talk about, shouldn't there be some sort of mix or balance? Like, shouldn't the astronaut corps somewhat match the general demographics of America? Well, no, not at all. What they do, they call it the right stuff. Christian conservatism, in their worldview, NASA's worldview, is how you become the best of the best, the cream of the crop. That's step one. Are you a Christian conservative? If not, well, you don't have the right stuff to be. Your dreams of becoming an astronaut are over before they even started. Now, that's a good probative question. Why? Why is that the case? See, they like to pretend like, oh, flat earthers are all these bigoted, hypocritical, homophobic, whatever, Neanderthals. Really? Have you seen the federal government? Have you seen NASA? And you think we're the bigoted, exclusive people? That's really the only way you want to look at this, is you want to find something that's not like the other. So when you look at a flat earther, they're going to be about equal to the general population in all senses, except they kind of know about heliocentric and geocentric and have looked into it. Most people don't. They don't even care. Jay Leno used to do a thing called jaywalking, where he would walk up and ask random people on the street just questions, just basic questions. In one of them, he did like a heliocentric model questionnaire, like how many planets in the solar system. The people said everything but 9, like 28, 3, 40, 60. They asked people, what galaxy is Earth in? People would have no idea. What's a galaxy? An S-phone galaxy?
People say like, Mars?
Yeah, the one was the guy that gave him a hint. I'll give you a hint. It's a candy bar. And the dude said Mars. Like a Mars bar. And he's like, well, no. Well, Baby Ruth? Like, he started listing every candy bar but the Milky Way. Yeah, it's like, they had, I could find the video. They had a Jeopardy thing about, like a real estate agent, real estate solar system. And they just brought up really basic questions. Like simple, like questions where like, this planet is known for its big red storm. Or something like that. But it's okay because you can hang out and it's some 70 different moons. People are like, Mars. They go, nope, no one's got a guess. And everyone's like, nah, I got nothing. And then it's like, one of them's like, this planet is icy cold. Make sure you bundle up. And it's funny to say its name. And the dude's like, Earth. Or whatever. I don't remember the exact verbiage. But they went through 5. These are supposed to be double Jeopardy. Like, people smart as shit. and it couldn't get even basic sort of comedy heliocentric questions right. And like the guy who won a bunch, I can't think of his name right now, like Pat something or whatever. With Jenkins, Pat Jenkins, or whatever his name was. He was the one who was hosting it, and he was giggling as they're getting these questions wrong. And at the end, he's like, "I guess astronomy isn't your guys' strong suit." And they all started giggling. I guess not. So that's the demographic you'd be looking for, is how come the general population has no clue that Earth is a third rock from the sun? That there's 8 or 9 planets, depending on how you classify Pluto. They can't even name the planets in order. They can't tell you how many continents there are, how many oceans there are, what the size of Earth is, what the axial tilt is claimed. They don't know what causes a solar eclipse or a lunar eclipse. They don't know what causes moon phases. None of it. They know absolutely nothing about it, but they'll come in here and tell you photographs from space prove the Earth is not a flat. And you ask them, well, sure, who took the photo? What year was it? They don't know that either. Like they're arguing from absolute complete ignorance because they saw a YouTube video that said flat earthers are dumb. That's it. That's the whole story. And they get questions in here about like, why would they lie? Is the moon flat too? So we got enough content. Basically, I know it's kind of a ramble. I went on for a little bit there. I got a little long-winded. But the main point is we don't need to go into peripheral topics. There's more than enough content to just stay on Earth, on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, it's surprising even just how many people think that Katy Perry floated around because she'd escaped the gravitational pull of the Earth.
Yeah, man, they think that they go up and then they pop through like a shield, and then all of a sudden they're in space and they're floating around.
Yeah, I talked to this dude, atheist, who identifies as a Satanist for some reason. Got pissed at me for whatever reason, and started telling me about how things float in space because it's zero gravity. So I'm like, that's interesting. Because I was told they're following the curvature of time and space, but Earth keeps moving out of the way. And he's like, oh yeah, that's just some dumb flat Earth speech. So I start pulling up citations. Multiple back-to-back citations about how under modern understanding of physics, that they're following the trajectory of time and space, link him videos. Then his response was to just start porn bombing my DMs.
Guys, do you think my voice or the way I speak is annoying?
Yeah, it's an irrelevant question to you. That's so subjective that it doesn't matter. So people would say yes and people would say no, and it wouldn't matter.
Maybe there's something I can change, or maybe
no, you don't need to
my
change
accent
anything.
is super annoying. I don't know.
No, you don't need to change anything at all. You're perfectly you.
Okay, thank you.
If somebody has a problem with your voice, good, bad, or otherwise, that's 100% inside themselves. You can't change or affect that. If they try to blame you for that, then they're emotionally dysregulated. You can't be responsible for someone's subjective take about what your voice sounds like. If you want my answer is no, absolutely not.
Interesting things I've learned today. I'm gonna be telling this information to other people as well.
Yeah, my take on that is have them approach you. I've noticed, like in the days of yore, like 2018 time frame, I used to talk to a lot of people, like IRL, and it really went. You never know where someone's at. So what I do is like I'd wear like a flat Earth T-shirt. I would have like like a bumper sticker on my car that says "Research Flat Earth." Let them approach you. So then they're ready for the conversation, instead of you just saying, "Hey, have you heard the Earth is flat?" Because you don't know where someone might be in headspace, and some people react very weirdly to this information. Like they might just crack, like completely crack. It's so, like they might really have a lot of ego driven into the world being a globe for some reason. They a lot of people don't explain or take questions on it. My take is that some of them have this idea that their life is so horrible that they think that sooner or later they're going to travel to space and everything's going to get solved. So they could just be right on the edge, and you say, "Hey, have you heard the Earth measures flat because of laser tests?" They won't hear a single word. They'll just hear you say, "I'm here to kill your dreams of a better life." And that's what they'll respond to.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying that use caution. Use a lot of wisdom and caution, and it's kind of hard to drop this topic on people's laps because they're not ready for it. That line from The Matrix. Some of them are so hopelessly plugged in, so hopelessly dependent on the system, that they will fight to defend the same system that enslaves them. I mean, see the way people react violently over a parking spot for, like holy crap. You see a Little League game, arguing over some teenage umpire, maybe calling a ball a strike or, calling a ball fall. I mean, just think that's how they act. Because they're on this high caloric, low nutrient diet. Their brain really isn't functioning well. And that's another thing from Richard Nixon, that sugar added to food, the high fructose corn syrup. So you don't know. So I know I'm harping on this, but be cautious. Because you have no idea where somebody's at. And this topic can be very triggering.
Oh, sorry, hot miking.
What you got to do is find a way to flat smack someone. So like my uncle is into the fluoride. So I showed him a video of the astronaut telling kids to swallow their toothpaste. That's all it took. It wasn't like I needed to talk about, NASA bloopers and ISS. Just show them like a random kiddo asking an astronaut on the live stream, "How do you brush your teeth in space?" And the astronauts talk about swallow your toothpaste. That's all it took.
Oh wait, they said that.
Oh yeah, totally, dude. Another one I flat smacked because they thought that astronauts are the cream of the crop, the best of the best. Like astronauts are so advanced, multiple, like interdisciplinary doctorate degrees. Like when God made them, God broke the mold. They're one of a kind. And I showed them a video of Don Pettit playing with eggs on the ISS, talking about Angry Birds and all kinds of dumb shit. And it wasn't NASA's YouTube video. It was like someone else had clipped it. Then like my family member said, "Well, that's a gag. That's not a real astronaut. That's complete garbage. Why would you show me something that's obviously some sort of dumb flat Earth skit?" So then I'm like, okay, well, sure. Well, here's I pulled up Don Pettit on NASA's website, and I'm like, here you go. Here, this is the same guy. They shifted the goalpost. Okay, well, sure. That looks like him. It's a celebrity impersonator. And I'm like, what the hell? So you're saying that flat earthers can make skits using celebrity impersonators. And they're like, yeah. So by the grace of God, the video is posted on NASA's own website. You could still to this day just go to NASA's official YouTube page, type in "Angry Birds in Space," and there's Don Pettit acting like a complete other moron. And that's all it took. Once he saw this supposedly cream of the crop, the spokesman for the astronauts, lasting, the longest serving astronaut who's done multiple commands, all of it. When he saw him talk like the guy can barely tie his shoes, that's all it took.
Yeah, so the evidence matters, but also the state of mind of the person receiving the evidence matters also, because if the state of mind is that this is ridiculous and they want to make fun of it, then it's not the right moment to show any evidence.
Do you believe the Earth is flat?
Oh, we know it's flat, my friend.
Oh,
I
crazy.
can ask the same thing for you. Do you believe it's a ball?
I don't know, man.
Now you're thinking about it. That's a good start.
Well, you live in Earth. Why do you care if it's flat or a globe?
Why do I care?
Yeah.
Well, you're in here also. Why do you care? Obviously, you must do.
No, I don't really care.
So why are you here then?
You mean in Earth?
In here, this channel.
Oh,
if you don't
I was
care,
bored. I was
so
bored.
You're bored.
Yeah.
So you don't care, but yet you're bored enough to go somewhere that you don't care about.
Yes.
That's interesting.
Exactly.
Very interesting.
Look, man, I am in a college dorm and I have nothing to do. It's morning, so I got on Discord. I saw the room with too many people. I was like, what are they doing? So I joined.
There you go. So you think you live on a ball. Why do you think that? Why do you think it's a sphere? What makes it a sphere for you?
I was on a flight, and I think the Earth is a globe.
So,
Maybe.
I've been on flights before, and that doesn't give you any reason to think it's a globe. You just fly from point A to point B.
I was once in a taxi. Therefore, the Earth is flat.
I thought you were going to go somewhere else with that.
Well, I have another argument. Well, I live in a city with a beach, and when you look out the beach, you don't see a mountain, but on the left, on maybe how do I explain this? Look, there is a city on the east, and it has a big mountain in it. From my city, I cannot see the mountain until I get close.
So why are you expecting to see the mountain?
Because if the Earth was flat, I would be able to see the mountain.
How far do you think you can see? Normally, just on any given day.
In kilometers, I can see a city that is far off, like 150 kilometers.
You can see a city that's 150 kilometers away.
Yes. If it's if it's high enough.
Well, that was my next question. From what elevation?
I didn't really ask about this, but I think it's just higher than my current city.
Just higher than your current city.
Yeah, it's 150 kilometers away. On a good day, I can see it.
150 kilometers away. So you're not sure about how high your city is?
No, I am not. It's sea level because, well, it has a beach.
So let's go 100 meters. Interesting. If you can see a city that's 150 kilometers away,
yeah,
that means that the city would have to be 1,025 meters tall. So it'd have to be 1 kilometer up. In order to see around the curvature.
Wow, dude. Wow. Interesting, dude.
So that's based off 100 meters high. So I don't know what elevation you're looking from. So you're looking across the water and you see another city?
Yeah, it's called Tipaza, I think. I live in Algeria. I can see it.
So just to give you an idea, if we lower your viewing height down to 10 meters, okay, all of a sudden now the horizon should be at 11 kilometers and the city needs to be 1,509 meters tall in order for you to see it. So it has to be taller than that.
Brother, I may have given incorrect information because I didn't really research about this.
That's all right. It's easy to do. But just you know, to make it nice and easy for you, if you jump onto Google and type in Earth Curve Calculator, there's a whole heap of Earth Curve calculators there. And what you can do is when you're out and about in the real world, you can go, oh, look, I can see, for example, your city. I can see this city, and I know how far away that is. And you can put that information into the Earth Curve calculator. So, for example, if you're only 6 foot tall, you can say, I'm standing at the beach. I am 6 foot tall. So you can put in 6 foot tall, and I can see the city that's 10 kilometers away or 20 kilometers away, whatever the distance is. And it will tell you how tall that has to be. So you can work out for yourself how far or how high the city would have to be to see it.
Actually, I will see how far the city I see, because I don't think it is actually 150 kilometers away. Maybe I am just wrong.
Maybe a bit less.
Let me see.
I'm going to say 25. Just a wild guess.
Measure distance. It is 13 miles away.
Imperial miles 30. So 48 kilometers. So nearly 50 kilometers.
48 kilometers, man. I thought it's more than 120 at least.
Well, just so you know, at 48 kilometers, let's say that you're still 10 meters up in the air. Your city has to be 107 meters high in order for you
it's
to
on a
see.
mountain.
So it's up on a mountain? That's fair enough.
Yeah.
So that mountain is over 107 meters high?
I think it is. I don't know.
Well, that's the cool part. We can look this stuff up and check it out.
Actually,
Sometimes
I
they are right.
will. Shria mountain height.
Sometimes
It
you can just Google
is.
the city directly and it'll give you the
No way,
elevation of
man.
that city.
It's 1,540 meters
high.
Yeah, the city is not on top, by the way. It's not on top. It's on the side.
So the city is more than high enough for you to see it.
Yeah, I can see it because I am
to be
on
over
sea level.
107.
Yeah.
So what we've done here is we haven't proved anything. Haven't proved flat, haven't proved curve. Okay.
Do you know the Earth is flat?
Yes, it's measured as
How-
flat.
How
There's no
can
measured
you
curvature?
how can you prove it?
Well, how about we start off with the physical properties of water?
Wait. I have another question. Please. Sorry. Why do you think people believe the Earth is the Earth is a globe?
Why do they believe it? It's because that's what we were all taught at school.
Why do they teach us in school that the Earth is a globe?
That's a good question. Without understanding the motives and who is organised this or who has organised this, we will never know. The reasons for it, no one will ever know. Whether it was a practical joke, whether someone had some ill intention towards people, I do not know. Maybe it was just
Do you have any
misinformation.
idea? Mm-hmm.
Maybe
Well,
just
we're told
misinformation
that-
getting passed on. Don't know.
Yeah, because Copernicus just interpreted his observations in a certain way, right? And that caught on, right? And then it was further developed by Kepler, and then others after him, right? Until we have the standard solar system model that we have today. But nobody sees that. Nobody's observed that ever. Like that's nobody. That's just a way to think about what you actually do see, right? You can imagine that if the Earth was a ball and it was going around the sun, and if you were really far away, and then they just show you cartoon pictures of that. Like there is no photos of the solar system, right? Absolutely none. There's no photos or video footage of the Earth orbiting the sun, right? And then you got some Greeks, like a couple of thousand years ago, there's some Greeks supposed that they might be on a ball, right? To explain certain things they observed, right? But that didn't really catch on. Like, that wasn't like for the last 2,000 years, everybody thought we were on a ball. That idea in the Western world's really and the Eastern world, is really relatively new. Like it's developed over the last 500 years or so, right? Become popular.
I saw a video of someone hooking up a camera to a balloon and sending it in the air, and when it got far enough, you can see the Earth's curvature. I
bet you can see it from the ground. I bet you if you go back to the beginning of the video and watch it, you see the same amount of curve just before they release it, or just not far from above the ground, as you do when it's at its peak.
So the Earth is curved, not flat.
No. Why would it be the same amount of curve from ground level as it is at its peak? Like I'm just guessing that if you watch the video footage, you'll see the same amount of curve from ground level before they release the balloon as you do when it gets to its peak. And if you watch it, right, if the field of view, right, the camera sort of pans down and then up, right, and the horizon goes above and below the center of the frame, you'll see convex, concave, flat, convex, concave, flat, right, because of the type of camera lens that they've used, like a GoPro.
Actually, you are very correct, my friend. I am watching the video now, and it is curved from the second the camera goes up, and it's going flat and curved every second, fluctuating because of the camera FOV.
Yeah, that's what happens with fisheye lenses or wide angle lenses like GoPros, and that they distort horizontal lines, so that when it wanders below or above the center of the frame, it distorts it, gives it a curve.
Do you have any idea what would be out there in the edges of this world if the Earth is in fact flat?
It's a great question. Beats me. I have no idea.
Do you have any thoughts, any theories, any?
Probably, if there's no source of like a nearby source of light, like the sun, then it's going to be cold and probably pretty dark. I don't know what conditions exist beyond what I'm told, right, about the Earth. Like I just don't know.
What if there is a sun? How do I call it? If the sun rises and then dips below the horizon, that means there is a source of heat in the edges, right?
Oh, that's just an apparent effect due to perspective, right?
I know that though.
Sorry, Matrix, you can come back in, man, because I'm kind of busy anyway. So I really only just wanted to jump in real quick about that, so you can.
Right, yeah. So what did you want to know, Hermano?
So I started thinking about the edges of the Earth.
The edges of it.
Yeah, if it is in fact flat, what is out there in the edges?
I don't know. I've never had the privilege of bumping into an edge or falling off an edge or being stopped because I've hit some limitation.
Okay. Another question. Quick question. If the Earth is flat and someone goes from the United States of America to Japan in a flight, do they have to go from the route like directly or fly on top of Africa?
I dare say they could fly in a straight line. I don't, unless there's some other reason that they're flying in a different manner, whether there's flight corridors or for safety reasons.
Well, if someone takes a flight from Japan to the United States of America, it wouldn't be more than 2 hours. But if you take a flight from, let's say France to South Africa, it would take more, which seems to be a more distance. You get what I mean?
Well, if you've got a longer distance, I would assume that would take a longer amount of time. To me, that's pretty normal.
So if the Earth is flat, shouldn't be there a more distance from the United States of America to Japan?
Well, just because now that you see the ground as a different shape or a different description, if you've got point A to point B is longer than point A to point C, then point A to B will take more time to fly there. This has got nothing to do with what you witness on a map. Maps aren't the reality.
Oh.
So just because you change the map doesn't mean the ground has changed magically. So if point A to point B normally takes 2 hours to fly there, and point A to point C normally takes 1 hour, nothing's going to change just because someone's handed you a different shaped map.
If the Earth is a globe, you can take a flight from America to Japan directly. But if it is...
So hold on. So if the Earth is flat, you can take a flight from America to Japan directly.
No. There are vice
Okay,
versa. If
why
it is
not?
a globe.
Why not? If flat,
it's a
why
globe.
not?
Look.
So why not?
If it's a
what
globe,
magically changes? What
No.
magically changes if all of a sudden, if it's flat, what changes?
If it's a globe, you can take from America to Japan directly. Yes. You will have to
If it's
fly...
no. So what changes? That's what I'm trying to say. You're saying globe, you do one thing. Flat, you do something else. I want to know what changes.
I will explain. The language is not my best. Look, if it's a globe, you can take a flight from Japan to America directly on top of the sea without having to go through any other country. On top of the North Pacific Sea, ocean.
If flat, the same.
No, if it's flat, then you can't, because
why not?
Because there is no route.
Why not?
You won't go to the edge of the Earth.
What edge? Are you thinking that the map that they used to show you at school was the edge?
Whoa. Okay, I have just seen your profile picture. I get what you mean now.
Bro,
My profile picture doesn't mean anything.
Okay. Nice argument, actually.
Do you know about Torturia? No?
I didn't
all I
hear
heard
you.
was, do you know?
Torturia.
Oh?
I still don't
That's
know
why you
what he
have this
said.
ideology of flat Earth,
No.
Never mind.
We have this understanding of the Earth being flat because it's measured as flat. There's no measured curvature. That's why we say it's flat.
Never mind, man. Take care.
Cheers, mate. So, yeah, it made me laugh, that one. I think he was another philosophy student. Easy win, yeah.
So, do you personally think that the Earth is flat and the moon is a globe?
Well, the Earth is measured as flat. So yes, I personally understand the Earth is flat. The moon, however, I don't know what the moon is. It's a light in the sky.
You can use a telescope.
I could use a ball of string too. It's still a light in the sky.
How about other planets are the same?
Yep, they just look a little bit smaller. They're still lights in the sky. What they are, don't know. I don't know how anyone would confirm what they are. But the planets, as you call them, from the olden day term planetus, meaning wandering star. So they're just stars that have their own particular patterns.
Well, if you zoom into the moon using a telescope today, you would see a side, and then you can wait another month and zoom in again. You will see another side of it. Doesn't that mean that the moon is in fact a globe and it is spinning?
Not really. Doesn't really prove anything to me.
With
I'm
the side
really
you are
that
seeing
worried what the
has
moon.
changed.
For some reason, a lot of people seem to be of the idea that because the moon is doing something or behaving in a particular way or looks like something, therefore the Earth is that also. No, the moon is not the Earth. It's up in the sky. I can look at that and it is definitely not the ground. So it's up in the sky. What it is, I do not know. So me making claims
let me think
of
of a
what
question.
the moon is would just be ridiculous because I could never go to it to verify what it is.
So you definitely think that footage from the space is in fact fake?
Yeah.
So, actually, yeah, me too. I think it's fake.
You'd be surprised. A lot of people do. A lot of Globers actually will come in and say yes, they think the moon footage is fake. So we're not the only ones that do that. Some of us for different reasons, but yeah.
How about satellites?
Okay, what about satellites?
They are launched in the air and you can see them at night in the space. Doesn't that mean that humans have the technology to launch a rocket into space?
And okay, so let's go through this step by step. I've got my rocket, I've shot him up into space, and what does that do? The ground is still measured as flat. So now I've got flat ground with a rocket in space.
You can put a human into the rocket and send them to the space to see the globe, to see the Earth, and verify if it's flat or a globe.
Well, why would I want to go away from the thing that I want to verify? You know, if you're looking at your house and you say, my house is made of bricks, you don't confirm it's made of bricks by going to the opposite end of town. You go to that house and you check that out. Like measuring the ground.
You can see your whole house just going outside of it. So going outside of the Earth, you can see the
you're
whole
telling
of
me,
it.
you're telling me you're going to confirm your house is made of bricks by going further away from it rather than going closer to have a look.
It's not how, but the material it is made of, but like the shape of it. You can't see the shape of your house if you're inside. But if you go outside,
you're talking about going. You're not talking about going from inside house to outside house. You're talking about going from the outside of the house to the opposite end of the city.
Still, if you launch someone in a rocket outside the
So
Earth,
what we've got, this is the problem. The ground is measured as flat. There is no curvature. So you're telling me by putting someone in a rocket and flying them away from the ground, all of a sudden, it's going to have curvature.
No, you can verify if it has a curvature. The globe will not change if you launch someone to space.
Why can't we measure it at the ground level? Which has already been done.
Well,
why do we have to? Why go to space when we can do on ground?
Well, the ground has mountains, has elevation changes, so can you really?
Yep, over a large lake, large bodies of water. 20 miles across. Should be 270 feet of drop over distance, none measured.
Do you have any theories, just thoughts on why do they advertise the idea of Earth being a globe?
Why the lie? People lie for many reasons. Maybe it's not even a lie. Maybe it's just misinformation being passed on. Without knowing the original story behind it or where it came from, we will never ever know. Unless somebody comes in tomorrow and says, I'm a time traveler, I'm the one that caused this is the reason why I did it, we will never know.
Damn. I didn't expect to wake up in the morning and believe the Earth is a flat. You actually convinced me, brother.
Well, I'm not here to convince you that the Earth is flat. I'm here to get people to think for themselves.
You actually did. I maybe it's because I didn't care if it's a globe or a flat thing. Like now I do. And the thing that motivates me is why do they push the idea of it being a globe? Not even like it's flat. I don't care if it's flat. Why do they push the idea of it being a globe?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
That's what I want to know.
Why people do that. People lie for all sorts of reasons. Whether it's for money, for power, maybe they're just sick and twisted in the head and they get off on it. I don't know. Everyone, you tell me, what's the reason why people lie? Why do people tell lies?
Ego, money, power.
Exactly.
So, if NASA itself pushes a discovery that the Earth is flat, wouldn't they make more money because of the advertisement and stuff?
Well, the issue is there comes other problems. If they turn around tomorrow and said, that's it, Earth's flat, there'd be a lot of other issues. So you think about it. What are all the problems that would happen in the next month if the NASA and the television came out tomorrow night and they said, game over, no more lies, the Earth's flat, and that's that? What do you think would happen? The education system would start to fail? So you think of all the possible things. You're at university, yeah? Or at school?
Yeah. Yeah, I study cybersecurity.
So people's faith in the education system would run down. So they would not trust the education system anymore. NASA would just close tomorrow.
Actually, yes. Yeah.
No one would trust NASA because they've been lying for the last 40, 50 years.
Yeah.
People with all and anything that uses satellites, people would lose trust in. So Google Maps and all that, people would stop using them because all of a sudden, now they understand that it's all a lie. There's a whole heap of problems that would slowly come along because of this. So I'll ask you now, if you found out that, now that you know the Earth's flat, they came out on television and said it's flat, NASA said it's flat, would you catch a plane and fly somewhere?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't believe anything anymore.
Exactly. So there's a lot of industries that would get shut down very quickly just because of the truth being told. But the good part about it is eventually this system would right itself. It would correct itself. People would realise, and a few pilots would stand up and say, don't worry, the maps haven't changed. We still fly the same way. We take a compass bearing and then we fly in that direction. We will still fly along flight corridors. So nothing for pilots would change. From our perspective, yes. From their perspective, no. They'd still get in, they'd still throttle up, they'd still put their planes in the air, and they'd still go to wherever they go.
NASA runs a live stream of Earth from space 24/7 on YouTube. I just saw it. So do you think? Okay, of course you think the live is fake, and I could agree with you if it's fake. If the Earth is flat, then I would agree with you. The live is fake. So do you think if like 100 people get together at night in an isolated area and shine a light to the sky, do you think you can see it from this live?
No. Just because it says live doesn't mean it is.
Yeah,
You know,
I agree with you.
A lot of people have trouble with that. They just see the word live, therefore it is being broadcast live and direct right now. But a lot of people don't realise that live means it's just being presented now. It could have been recorded last week or the week before, or who knows. It could have been made in a studio, and it is actually being presented now. It is live in the respect of, yes, we've just uploaded the footage now, but you don't know how old it is or where it came from.
It was actually just a theory, because I live in Algeria. It has a pretty huge desert. And there was a theory about NASA filming footage from Mars in here.
I see that.
Yeah. And actually, I went to the desert once, and it looked similar.
Yeah, it's amazing how that works.
A nice gift this guy sent. Can you see it in the chat?
With the big screen.
Yeah, the Ball Earth Studio, man.
Yeah.
Okay, theory confirmed. Algeria is Mars.
Yeah, there's some very interesting things out and about.
Any other things you think people lie about other than the Earth is being a globe?
Well, it's the questions that get led on from understanding of where we live or what we live on. See, what have we been told? It's a globe. This is what we've been taught at school. It's a globe. How did it come about? Through the Big Bang. Now that you know that it's flat, how did it come about?
I don't know, man.
See? Now we've got more questions than we have answers. And that's all we want people to do. I'm hoping that you will actually go out to try to test for this curvature and check and see. So not only, it's one thing for me to say, hey, it's flat, that's all well and good. But it'd be nice if you actually went out to validate this for yourself and check and see. Maybe I'm telling lies.
Dude. I am intrigued now. I will.
So is there a large lake anywhere near you? I'm not expecting there to be, but
I didn't hear you.
Is there a large lake or a large body of water near you?
The sea?
Just the ocean, yeah. Because what you can do is what's called a mirror flash test. So you go to a large body of water, you put yourself on one side, your friends on the other side, and when I say large, I'm talking 16 kilometres, 20 kilometres, that kind of distance. So what happens is you stand on one side, you get a big mirror, and you reflect the sunlight over to the other side. And at 10 miles, there should be 66 foot of drop. So that means that they should not be able to see the reflection of the sunlight.
Yes.
So that's an easy, very cheap way. Nice, easy way to take your friends, some on one side of the lake, some on the other side, and maybe drink some beers, have fun, and do mirror flash, and see how it goes.
Hey, I don't have a boat. Did this experiment ever happened? And do you know the results?
Oh yeah, there's other guys that use lasers. They don't worry about using mirrors to reflect sunlight. They use lasers and shoot them over large bodies of water. Actually, I'll get one for you and post it up, the video.
I like how this video only has 300 views.
Yeah, it just shows how well hidden it is on the internet. So back in, what was it, 2014, 2015, 2016, there was a meeting with Congress about how they're going to control the conspiracy theorists, especially those flat earthers, and what are we going to do about it? And so they started limiting and controlling the information on YouTube.
Yeah.
And so
Hey,
a lot of
you can
YouTube
actually
channels
see
got
the.
deleted. Yeah, a lot of YouTube channels got deleted. A lot of information blocked. A lot of channels ghosted. It was to the point where unless you typed in the exact name of the full video, you wouldn't even get to see it. Whereas now, at least if you type in flat earth, you actually start getting some videos back.
Hmm. Okay, think of this. Where are you from?
Australia.
Okay, Australia. You have freedom in Australia. You can go ahead now, get your own company, and get enough money to buy your own private jet, and you can go to the edge of the planet, of the Earth. What would happen?
Don't know. Because it's some hypothetical I've never, without actually having done this, I don't know what the result's going to be.
Has anybody ever done this?
No,
They
to
did
the best
in
of my
the
knowledge.
they did in the final experiment, but it was probably faked.
If the Earth is flat, if you go to New Zealand, for example, if you go to New Zealand and get a telescope, and then look to the west, can you see South America?
That's a long way. It might be easier for you to grab
Too
your
far.
mobile phone and have a look at the weather conditions for the day and see what it says, how far you can see on your weather app. If it says you can see 20 kilometers and you're trying to see a couple of thousand kilometers, then I don't like your chances.
Which weather app provides this information exactly?
Most weather apps on your phone, or if you're on your computer.
Yeah, believe it or not, air is not purely transparent. Like after enough of it, looking through enough of it, it begins to absorb, reflect, and scatter light.
Just out of curiosity, how long can you see before the air makes it impossible to see?
I don't understand like everything about it, but there's something called the Rayleigh atmospheric extinction coefficient.
Coefficient of extinction, yeah, something like extinction coefficient.
Yeah, which apparently that says it's around about 300 kilometers.
Just under 300 kilometers. Yep, 180 miles.
Yeah. Right.
186 miles, something like that. Yep.
I guess it could also vary on how humid the air is and other factors.
Yep, on perfect conditions, if everything is absolutely flawless, just under 300 kilometers at sea level. So you've got factors, humidity, dust, and all sorts of other nasty things, smog, fog, that can get in your way and make it harder to see. But yeah, if you've got absolutely flawless conditions, just under 300 kilometers.
Okay, forget about the telescope. If you get a boat from New Zealand and go west, will you arrive in South America or Alaska or United States?
Apparently, yes.
Australia.
Well, yeah. Because I read this story about these convicts that stole a ship from Tasmania. I can't remember if they went east or west. No, they would have had to have gone west. Yeah, they went west. Yeah, they took off west and they landed in South America. Yeah, so apparently that's true. Like, I don't know if you can believe, stories, but apparently that's what happens. Yeah. I don't even know, like these convicts, right? So they hijacked this ship. I don't even know if they had any sailing, experience, maritime experience. Oh, I guess they had maritime experience, but I don't know how good they were at navigating and reading maps and using compasses or sextants or anything like that. Like, this is like in the 1800s, I think, early 1800s. Yeah, this one convict that he was the ringleader, and he gained all this confidence in his overseers, right? So they actually kind of made him head convict, right? So he's like, yeah, beauty. He organized this crew and everything, but I don't know how well they were, whether they just winged it, they were just winging it and just went, we'll just go west, right? And hope for the best. I don't know. Crazy story though. These guys ended up they somewhere in South America, this community that they basically gave them refuge, right? And the mayor of this town said, yeah, while ever I'm in charge, right, you guys are safe. And then he retired or died or something, and then the next guy took over and just handed them straight over to authorities, and they got sent back. Or something like that, anyway. Yeah.
Crazy. My questions have have run out.
There's a lot of unknowns, man.
Huh?
I was just saying there's a lot of unknowns, we're not going to be able to answer every question, like basically we're just focused on, we can demonstrate that, over large bodies of water, like even small bodies of water, yeah, they look and measure flat. And then you get bigger and bigger, larger and larger bodies of water, and they still look and measure to be flat, right? We're just pointing out that if the surface of liquid is flat, then Earth can't be a ball the way they tell us, right? So, because they claim that the Earth's surface is covered in 71% water, and then they try and show us these cartoon pictures of a ball Earth with curving oceans, right? So we know that that's not true. It can't be true because we observe and measure the surface of water to be flat, and that's really our main focus. Like how it looks from far away, where all the land masses are in relation to each other, and all that stuff. It's not really our focus, and it's kind of a big unknown, like how far can you go and what's there, and like you were asking earlier about like what's out then, like what's out there, like what's at the edges, like we just a lot of stuff we don't know because obviously people don't have those capabilities of answering those questions. We don't know.
I don't even think that NASA knows the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, that's a huge possibility. I mean, like these people, there's certain people and authorities saying we know things, right? And then they present things like what they say they know to the world, right? But do they really know that, right? Like, so often people have this impression that they're deliberately trying to tell us the Earth is a globe because they know it's flat, but they don't want us to think that. I'm not sure about that. I couldn't prove that for the love of me, right? That idea, right? It is conceivable that they don't know, but they just tell you they know, right? It may even be that these people believe what they're saying, even though they're aware that they're pretending to be able to do things that they can't, right? Like go to space. It doesn't, just because they're pretending to go to space doesn't mean that they actually know what the Earth is, its overall shape or anything, right?
Do you think the President of the United States knows or not?
No, they're puppets, bro. They're puppets on strings working for someone else. I mean, like they're not really even focused on that, right? Their drive, their motivation isn't about geology or earth science or anything like that. It's all political and economical, and they're focused on the people and that sort of thing. That making money and all that. They're not interested in that. They just go along with whatever else that they're told, like whatever everybody else is saying, right?
In my opinion, I don't know much, but in my opinion, I think that the president does know because they decide who's the director of NASA, and they would have to pick somebody who's good at lying and keeping secrets.
Believe it or not, but NASA have actually in the past had a hard time with Congress. Like there has been times when with the I don't know if it's Congress or the Senate or whatever, like they've had to sit down in front of panels of politicians and convince them to give them money, right? Like to justify a budget that they're requesting, right? We need this much money for this and that, right? Like, and there's you can watch videos where they're like these politicians are like coming back at them saying, really, like you really need that much out of our budget because like what have you done so far, right? You haven't even got us back to the moon yet. I mean, like they're like giving it to NASA, like saying, "Why should we give you? Why do you deserve all this money, NASA? Like, really, why? What benefit? What is it to my constituents?" Is these politicians will say, like, "How's it going to benefit?" Yeah, you're asking taxpayers to pay all this money out to you for what? Give us a good reason.
Yeah, and now they want to go back to the moon, and I think before the end of Trump's presidency, but I guarantee it won't happen. And if it does happen, it will be fake. Also, I think Elon Musk is a big liar because he is sending up rockets, and what are they even doing? They put satellites in the sky, but we already have lots of satellites. We already have enough satellites. Why do you need?
I think he's just a face, man. He's just a face. He's not. I don't think he's really anything special. You know.
Yeah, I think the system just picked him to be the richest man in the world because he was good at lying.
Yeah, often it, you know. Sorry, go on, Ray's good. Go for it, man. Go.
To add on the Elon thing, there was the book written in, I'm going to get the date wrong, I want to say 1974, in which there was a man called Elon who would take everybody to Mars. And I do think Elon is quite literally a plant. I don't think the guy who openly talks about wanting to put literal chips inside of your head is the savior some people believe him to be. He's just a
but
character.
he might even be fooled into thinking he's that smart, really. You know, it might be that good of a setup where he actually believes some of this stuff. But yeah, it ain't really coming from him, seems like. But I feel like that about Zuckerberg and Bill Gates, a lot of these guys.
Where do you think the rockets go when they shoot up into the sky? Do they stay up there or do they come back down? Where do they go?
They go up, then they lean over, and then they fly out of your visual range.
Yeah, it looks like they fly out all over the ocean, all the same direction, really. Unless they're doing it from California, but they're always just out of the ocean, so they probably just land out in sea, it seems like. Or some of them are probably not even CGI.
Let's have a look at this. Where's all the rocket bases, rocket launch pads at? So you've got...
They're just Florida and California. I think they did one out of Texas last time I looked.
So, Florida, do any of the rockets go up and go to the west, or do they all go up and east?
They all go just out in the ocean. Last map I looked at.
None of them ever go back towards the land. That's interesting.
Yeah, I told that to my friend, but he just created a lie saying that they dropped the boosters in the ocean.
There's ways to spin that particular point for sure, because they could say, well, we're not going to do it over land, because then if there's a failure, it could land on people.
Well, what I'm looking at, Race, I'm not worried about the land thing. I'm going to go with the alleged Earth rotation. Now, if they're launching them from the east coast of the United States and they're flying in a particular direction due to Earth rotation, that means the ones on the west coast getting launched should also be going in the same direction. So one of them has to be flying over land.
Are there any proofs that the SpaceX stuff is fake that I could show my friend I'm trying to convince that the Earth is flat?
I would say there's not a specific video you could show him that would say, haha, there it is. But what you could show him is some of the hours and hours and hours of footage that exists of where they've got it wrong. So I'm talking about things like green screens. I'm talking about things like harnesses. I'm talking about videos of people being in space, but then a big giant man's head appears because they fucked up the tech that they're using to fake these things. And it's what started me off, to be honest, because if you catch them faking it once, it opens up a whole world of debate. Because if they've got however many 100 people floating around in space at any one time, they don't need to ever fake it. But there's hours and hours and hours of footage proving that at least some of the time, it doesn't prove they're always faking it. That's the discussion. But it proves that at least some of the time they are faking it. And then you have to ask why, which leads you down a whole rabbit hole,
To be
basically.
fair, I've seen a few videos showing that it's fake, but it looks like it could be real, but it looks a bit fake. But to be fair, when we saw like the Jeffrey Epstein videos of the prison, we could tell it was edited pretty easily, which makes me wonder if the government is even good at faking videos, because they're not very good at it at all.
I don't think it's that they're not good at it, because what you have to imagine is that if you've got literally unlimited money, because fiat currency is just digits on a screen, right? You can pay anybody infinite amounts of money to do any kind of shady thing you want. The technology they will have access to will be far beyond what's available to the plebs, right? So if something is edited shoddily, don't get me wrong, there will occasionally be mistakes, because human error. But for it to be as shoddy as it is on the scale that it is, that ties back in, just for me personally, right, my personal opinion, there's an element of they have to do this. They seems to be this pattern of they hide things in plain sight, almost tell you. They kind of put it out in the open, in your face. Granted, it's a bit subtle sometimes, with the idea being that it's part of their religion that they have to tell you. So like with the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, for example, they made it look so obvious, but that wasn't because they're bad at it. Quite the opposite. Like if they wanted to, they could pay, best in class to do these types of things for them. It was bad on purpose. It's part of their modus operandi. Like it's how they do things.
How do you think that they keep other countries and governments from telling? Do you think they're all working together? Like, do you think they're actually secretly friends, or do you think they're actually enemies and just uniting on this one factor?
I don't necessarily think they're uniting on this one factor per se. I do think behind the scenes, this whole idea of, Trump doesn't like Hillary and Russia doesn't like China and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, there's cultural differences between different countries, but it is ultimately theatre in the main part. That's my opinion anyway. And that the actual presidential figureheads you see in these countries might rattle off on the news, but really behind the scenes, they're A, not in charge, and B, that there is a kind of unified approach to certain things. I wouldn't then say that means all the different presidents all get together to chuckle about space. Oh, they think the Earth's the ball. Like somebody mentioned earlier, that these presidential figureheads, they are just that, the figureheads. They talk economics, they talk policy, but they're not actually involved in this kind of thing. Somewhere down the line, there has to be an intentional an intentional lie being told by somebody, but that doesn't. I don't think that then equates to this shady operation of 4,000 or 5,000 government officials or so who all know the secret. I think it's more people they bought it, they believe it, and so they will passionately defend it, because that's what people do, right? You try and talk to the average person to say, look, maybe what you've been told about space and the shape of the Earth isn't correct. Even if they don't work in academia, they will not just rebut you. Like it's vicious in some instances. And the whole Agent Smith metaphor works quite well, to be honest, in this, because in the Matrix, right, everyone's an agent, aren't they? As soon as the system's threatened, each and every person is an agent. And so if you look at academia, you look at teachers, like they don't know. Even going up to NASA, it's not that they know. They just believe what they've been told, and they will passionately argue with anybody who suggests otherwise. Not because they're in on it, but because, like 99.9% of the population, they were told a story and they believed it.
Yep. Whenever I learn anything, I always just take it as false until I can verify it. Like, I heard this conspiracy the other day that Finland doesn't exist, and so now I'm thinking about going to Finland for a vacation to see if it's real or not. You know?
Oh, I've heard that. That's crazy. Yeah. What was it about that? I can't remember why they say that. I did see a video about it.
Because it's less than 0.5% of all the population in Europe lives there, and some people think it's just a fishing spot for the rich and wealthy to go fishing.
I mean, fair play to them if that's what they've managed to,
But there are some conspiracy theories that I think that they just try to say to make us look dumb, like how birds are robots and they sit on power lines to charge. I think they just say that to make conspiracy theories.
It's what they call poison the well. But the thing is even within some of the most ridiculous conspiracy theory, there tends to be kind of sprinklings of truth. Even take this topic, right? Mainly what people here are trying to put forward is not to present a model of the universe, a shape of the universe. Ultimately, all anybody here is going to say with any real conviction is that the heliocentric model you were taught in school is a lie. And they can be, pretty confident when they say that. But then sprawling out of that, oh, well, what about the ice wall? What about the end of space? What about the flat pizza disc that flies upwards at 9.7 miles an hour? And they throw out all of these just ridiculous notions surrounding the topic, so that when the average person looks into it for the first time, they're not met with, well, get yourself a P900, here's an Earth curve calculator, find a body of water. They're not met with that. What they're met with is the Flat Earth Society. What they're met with is ice walls and dragons, Game of Thrones, bro. And it's classic poison the well 101. And that happens with every topic. What's that saying? You receive the most flack when you're over the target.
My friend said that he will become a flat earther if we have a better model than they do. He said that he would rather believe in something than nothing. What should I tell to him about that?
He just believes in a model. He doesn't believe in reality. That's cool. Let him go.
Well,
Yeah,
he
that's
says
crazy.
that the model should line up with reality, and
I bet you he couldn't even show you the model if you asked him.
Ask him.
Like you say, what model?
I asked someone in the DC and they told me to say that, and I said, can you show me a model? And then he pulled up a star tracker, and then he pulled up Google Earth, and he pulled up a bunch of different resources.
So Google Earth is not a model?
How many models is that? I thought he was just going to show you the model.
He said
he's got a bunch of different ones.
I should show you. He asked me to show him what model I should that he should provide to me. So I had to tell him that he doesn't have a model, so he can't show me anything.
How about elevation profiles? Why do they use flat Earth models if it's a globe? You should ask him that.
Could it be that if we're trying to measure elevation, if we curved the elevation on an elevation scale, then it would mess it up?
Yeah, not necessarily. I mean, like, you should ask him, like, okay, so why does NASA use flat Earth models? Why do biologists use flat Earth models, like that. People studying like bird migration or other animal migration. Why do surveyors use flat Earth models? Why do all these people, these occupations, people in these occupations use flat Earth models?
Wait, does not NASA use flat Earth?
Yeah. Like for aircraft design and testing.
Isn't it in the manuals that they should treat the Earth as stationary as non-rotating?
Yeah, like if we were really on a floating ball, the Earth is spinning so fast, you would have to go a lot faster one way than the other way. And it doesn't make any sense to do that because you'd constantly have to tip your plane down so that you fit with the Earth's curve, and you would have to fly faster to keep up with the Earth moving. I got to go for a bit. I might be back in a bit though, so I'll see you later.
Peace. It's a blessed day today, boys. I've got my coffee. I've got my chicken in the oven. It's a good day to be me.
Nice. I was just looking for that list of all the links to the PDF files of NASA where they mention using flat Earth models, flat and stationary Earth models, flat non-rotating Earth models. But anyway, it's on the home server somewhere. I thought I had it saved on my phone somewhere, but I don't.
People can take any one of those things and they can say, yeah, but they treat it like that, but that doesn't mean. And in isolation, you'd be like, well, yeah, okay, that's fair. But then how many of these do there need to be? How many of these? So then it becomes, well, surveyors. Okay, so when people are building the Suez Canal, 120 miles long, they didn't account for even so much as a millimeter of curvature. Yeah, but it's like, yeah, that's just this one thing. So it's like, how many of these one things, how many of these different industries that would by design have to consider a ball, would have to consider rotation? How many of these separate industries have to say, we don't know any of that before people go,
right,
all right, fair enough. Like how many just ones does there need to be before now you've got 27? And can you say it's just 27?
Right, but it's not even like necessarily like saying, well, like here's flat Earth model, so it's so the Earth must be flat. They demand a model from us. You can turn around and say, well, okay, here's some that your own side uses. I mean, like, what do they say to that? I mean, they're saying how great this globe model, this supposed globe model is. Where's your flat Earth model? And say, well, here's one that your own side uses. Why are they using the flat Earth model? If your globe model's so great, why are they using flat Earth ones? Yeah, sure. Yeah, post them in the side chat, man. Yeah, feel free.
I mean, when they say model, what they mean is here's a cartoon of the planets and the sun. And it is a cartoon by definition. It's not a model. It's just here's.
I can't. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, yeah, just here's a cartoon, basically. There's my model. Have a good day.
Hey, I can't post them in the side chat for some reason. I can do like a DM or whatever. I don't think I have that ability. But
yeah, DM to me if you like. Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, cheers.
Sorry if you can hear it in the background. My dog's just going absolutely nuts on his little squeaky duck.
All right, I'm not sure if they're the ones you're looking for, but I sent you the ones that I have right here.
Yeah, cheers, mate. I'll just be busy in the kitchen at the moment, but I'll check it out in a sec.
Yeah, no worries.
I do find stuff like that interesting. Even when I was still fairly confident this whole thing was just ridiculous and nobody of sound mind should be entertaining it. Some of the railway things stuck in my head. So like working out, for example, trains from Manchester to London, London to Manchester, a journey I've made many times, and you work out, so how much curvature would they need to account for? What kind of elevation difference would there need to be between Birmingham and Manchester, Birmingham and London, kind of central point between the two? And then just thinking to yourself, well, how on earth, considering when these railway lines were laid as well, so how on earth did they account for this so-called curvature? Because if they did, there will be something in there talking about it, right? There will be talking about the process of how they did it. It would be well documented, and how they account for these things as they're laying down, hundreds of miles of railway tracks. And then there's just nothing. And not only is there's nothing, there's quotes from prominent surveyors in surveying publications saying, yeah, we don't account for the curvature of the Earth. We just don't. And you think, well, what do you mean you just don't, when you consider how much curvature there would have to be between these two distances? You can't just not. It would be like trying to build a house on top of the surface of the ocean. And when people say, well, how do you account for the fact that you're trying to put bricks on top of water when you're building this house? Oh, we just don't. Like, it's not something you could just not do.
Explain that for me.
So when you take the curvature calculator, let's just have a look. So we go Manchester to London in miles. So Manchester to London in miles is 200 miles. So, and we do the curvature calculator, right? So we go 200 miles. Let me get my calculator right rather than trying to do it on the... So it's 8 inches per mile squared, isn't it? Like how much curvature there would need to be. Now that does eventually become a parabola, but for the first 1,000 or so miles, it's accurate, and you're good to go with that. So you go 200 times 200 times 8, and that gives you inches. So if we want feet, we divide it by 12. So what you're left with then is, between these two distances, let me just make sure I got this right actually, because that number seems absolutely ridiculous and even worse than I originally would have thought it to be. So we square the mile, 200 times 200. Then we do 8 inches times the square of the mile, which gives us 320,000 inches. We'll divide it by 13 to turn that into feet. Yeah, so it's 24,615 feet of curvature there would need to be, or drop, because obviously if you're on taking the ball Earth model, where you are is always the top of the ball, isn't it? It goes down away from you because you're always the top in how this model works.
Right.
So if you're in Manchester looking towards London and you're on this train, right? You're getting on this train, you have to be navigating a drop over 200 miles of 24,615 feet, which means as they laid this railway track between Manchester and London, they had to account, we'll just call it 24,000 for easy maths, and we'll round up 25,000. That's primary school, should have known that. 25,000 miles, sorry, 25,000 feet of curvature would have had to have been accounted for as they're laying this 200-mile railway. So if that was a process they went through as they're laying this railway, it would be extensively documented. The processes, how they go through it, how did they account for this, 25,000 feet worth of drop as they're laying this railway. But not only
somebody at some stage would have said, well, we joined all these pieces of line together for a few miles, and then we realised we need to support these because they're going up into the air.
Yeah, exactly. or at
Actually,
least
something interesting. After spending a few years working on the rail as an alumothermic welder, railway track actually behaves like dirty, great big licorice bands. They are actually quite flexible, surprisingly flexible.
You took the words out of my mouth, so that was the next thing we were going to say. What you would imagine there would be is, at least you would say, these railway tracks are slightly malleable, and so as we're laying them down, they're able to just gradually bend with the curvature of the Earth. How easy would it be to just write a little sentence in Engineering Weekly or in the, slightly malleable metal? It just ever so slightly bends, and so it's effectively wrapping round the Earth as we're laying this railway. But they didn't. And I find it interesting that they didn't, because it's just literally a sentence you could put in that puts the whole thing to bed, or at least offers an explanation. And people would buy it, right? Because like you say, it's somewhat flexible, because they're not putting it on perfectly flat ground, are they? The railway tracks aren't going on.
Actually, it does go on flat ground.
Oh, well, you know what I mean?
Couple of options. Number one, you're going along a flat ground. Number two, you're going up a grade. Number three, you're going down a grade. Everything else is just turning left and right, or there's a turn out, so you can, or a switch track. That's it.
So there's actually a clause in some old parliamentary documentation from Great Britain. Excuse me. Stating that that it's basically a law that for large railway projects, a horizontal datum must be used that remains the same throughout the entire project, or it's not fit. It's not if you don't use that, then you're basically breaking the law, or they could tell you that your project's no good. You can't use it.
Please, guys, I have a question, please. Hello?
We're waiting.
Yes, hello.
Jesus Christ, is that you?
Is that your question?
What do you think about Hail Mary?
That's for another room. In this room, we talk about the shape of the Earth.
What is the shape of the Earth, in your opinion?
Not my opinion, based on what I measured. It's flat.
It's flat? You think it's flat? Is it flat?
Yes. I think it's
Are you
flat.
a Muslim? Are you a Muslim?
No.
Yeah, everybody's a Muslim.
All of us.
Who says? Do you like Muslim people?
No.
Why not?
Because they think they know everything, and they're smug, and their ego is too big.
You're right, bro. Unfortunately, we are Muslim though.
All right, so do you want to be booted to another channel, or are you gonna stick on topic?
No, I want to switch my religion. Can I?
Go ahead. Here, I'll switch your religion for you.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm gonna boot you.
Well, that's a good start. The red flag religion.
Yeah, there you go.
Right.
Please feel free to practice it in your own time.
Back to railroad tracks.
So you know when you're hot mic T-Dub, you know
oh shit!
Ray,
Sorry,
when
mate.
you're it just sounds like you've got your phone in your pocket rustling around.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't. I meant to. Didn't realise I didn't.
Have you ever seen the rail plans or drawings? They're very similar to elevation profile drawings. Normally, if you go to a site shed where they've got a major shutdown happening, they'll have that section of rail mapped out, and they normally have, most of the time, it's a pretty long image that's multiple pieces of paper all stuck together, and you're talking sometimes up to 20 meters long, showing upgrade, downgrade, horizontal, upgrade, downgrade, horizontal, or it doesn't show bends left, right, it just shows them as horizontal. But yeah, it shows all the grades, all based off of a horizontal baseline.
I found the
float
thing I was
around.
looking for. It was a quote by, it was in an Earth review, and it's talking about this exact topic. Basically, W. Winkler says, as an engineer of many years standing, I saw that this absurd allowance is only permitted in school books. No engineer would dream of allowing anything of the kind. I projected many miles of railways and many more of canals, and the allowance has not been thought of, much less allowed for. This allowance for curvature means that it is 8 inches for the first mile of a canal, and increasing at the ratio by the square of the distance in miles. Thus, a small navigable canal for boats, say 30 miles long, will have, by the above rule, an allowance of curvature of 600 feet. Think of that, and then please credit engineers as not being quite such fools. Nothing of the sort is allowed. We no more think of allowing 600 feet for a line of 30 miles of railway or canal than of wasting our time trying to square the circle.
Ouch.
I'm guessing you didn't get invited back.
You said that was from Flat Earth Review, right?
No, Earth Review, an engineering publication.
What year?
I'll find it.
Because in the early 1900s, late 1800s, there was a writing called Flat Earth Review, and I can't remember if it was like a magazine or a pamphlet, or if it was a news article that always popped up on a specific newspaper.
I think I've read vaguely what you're talking about. It had a bit of a resurgence at one point, before kind of getting buried again, and then had another resurgence. In answer to your earlier question, though, it was October 1893.
1893. Hot dog.
Which is interesting because it ties into something I find interesting as an idea, which is that there are many people who believe that this whole idea of, oh, we've known the Earth is a ball for hundreds and hundreds of years is actually a lie, and that up until much more recently than we've been led to believe, people understood the Earth to be flat, and that the heliocentric model has only been inserted much, much more recently than they tell us.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah, because there was a newspaper in I don't remember. I think it was Minnesota newspaper writing about how there was a gentleman in the UK who was in the school system talking about how the Earth was a sphere and trying to get the school system to push that through, and they ended up giving him jail time for
Blasphemy.
it.
It always amazes me how people would, don't you know, and in 1920s, in 1432 or whatever thing, near enough 1,000 years ago. But they'll say it with such conviction and such confidence, like this couldn't possibly be a story they were told in school, and they say with such conviction, like this thing they learned about in school that happened in 1327 or whatever else it is. It's just some complete and total undeniable truth. And then they say it with a conviction, like they were there to see it themselves, and it couldn't possibly be challenged. I think more people need to be open to the idea that what they were told when they were children might not be, quite 100% accurate. Crazy thought, I appreciate.
And there you go. There's that. Because I'd read something too, like in an old newspaper, in an article or something, going way back in the day, saying that in fact it's so like not necessary that they made it a law that you're not allowed to, right? And so I went looking for it. Like I was like searching through some old like I don't know, those like those archive places, and I found that's the closest thing I could find to a law having been made where you must treat the earth as flat, right? It says in the sections must show the surface of the ground, the intended level of the railway, the height and depth of all embankments and cuttings, and a datum horizontal line which must be the same throughout the whole length of the railway, and be referred to a fixed point near some portion thereof. So it's not allowed to deviate. Like your datum line for the entire length of your railway track has to be the same. It's not allowed to deviate. It's not allowed to curve. It's not right. They're telling you right there, like, and this is like special act and incorporated clauses from for railways in Great Britain. The bill that was passed, right?
And we have NASA papers stating that they treat the Earth as stationary, non-rotating, and a plane. Oh my.
Hey, Killian, yeah. Thank you for reminding me. Whisper Jack sent me something, so.
Yeah, no worries. I've been digging up my own white papers as well. I'll throw it in the side chat to back you up on that. From NASA. Shout out to Rob Skiba.
Here we go. You sent me 4. Just see if that works. Does it work?
When you're done, I'll post up mine.
No, that's not going to work. Hang on a sec. Work. Because they're in downloadable PDF file form. I can't just do one at a time. Oh damn! I can't. I have to download them.
You always can do the screenshot and paste the screenshot. Control C, Control V will work for you if you do that.
No, Jack sent me the PDF files. I don't know how to like repost them. Sorry, Whisperjack. I don't know how to do that.
Maybe
You know what I'm saying?
you
Is
can
if
go to the file in your files of your device and then share it. And then Discord app into the room.
I mean, it's all good. I'll try and figure it out later. I'm busy at the moment.
I'm throwing the white papers from NASA in the chat. That's what it came from. There's the date, and there's the excerpt.
I remember being in lobby at the home server, and someone was like, "I want a peer-reviewed paper." So I just started posting those documents, and they're like, "That's not peer-reviewed." And then I took a screenshot of the signature section, and I was like, "Are these not all affirming that the document is good?" That would make it peer-reviewed, because these people are supposed to be saying, "Yeah, I read this. I agree."
Nicely done.
I feel like the vast majority of people who bring up a peer review as a rebuttal don't actually understand the peer review process, and more importantly, understand the inherent flaws within said process that would make it all but impossible for somebody to challenge an existing paradigm, not just with regards to the shape of the Earth, but with anything, whether it's medicine, whether it's health, whether it's geological. Like if you've got a theory or an idea that goes against, like the idea is supposed to be, you put it up there, everybody piles in, tries to tear it to pieces, and then if they can't, they're like, oh, maybe there's something here, but they just don't go near it, because when your funding relies on you not going near said thing, lo and behold, people don't go near it. So when people say like these people aren't allowed to study it, the first thing people's minds go to is, oh, what's some nefarious, shadowy figure stood over them saying you're not allowed to? So no, it's much more simple than that. It's just funding. Funding keeps everybody in line.
A question for you guys. Have you looked into the distances that microwave frequencies can broadcast to?
I want to say the last time I looked at this, it was greater than 100 miles.
Oh, it's 160 miles. That's the world record. It's like over 200 kilometers. And the thing about microwave frequencies is that they require line of sight. So with that, that's one thing that literally disproves a curvy Earth. Oh my. Thanks for responding, brother. Appreciate that. I hope all is well tactical.
It's going good. They took me off night shift, put me on day shift, so I'm struggling.
Snap.
Aren't there similar observations with submarines using sonar to detect things just inconceivable distances away? when there should be a hump of, a hump of the earth bed in between them and what it is they're seeing. I'd have to refresh my memory of the exact distances these submarines are supposed to be able to detect things using sonar, but it's a similar kind of idea.
Yeah, isn't it crazy? Like, even though there's a plaque dedicated to the first wireless, message received from England to Australia in 1918, a distance of 10,000 miles, apparently. That there's amongst scholars, there's doubt about the legitimacy of that claim of and because back in his day they said just even attempting something over 1,000, 2,000 miles is ridiculous because the curvature of the earth will get in the way, it blocked the signal. And he was successful, right? They had to something's obviously, they couldn't be that the earth is flat. No, right? So they eventually made up the excuse of the ionosphere, right? It's just, I think that they still doubt to this day that that such a broadcast over such a long distance using his technology is not possible because the Earth is curved. That's what they think, right? 10,000 miles, no way. I think that they doubt that even that bouncing signals off the ionosphere would help achieve that sort of broadcast.
Yeah, the reflecting waves would just get crazy. I don't know why they don't just say, yeah, the signals are just traveling horizontally because gravity is keeping them on the same parallel to the surface course all the way around the Earth from England to Australia, rather than saying, "Oh yeah, that don't make sense. That it probably wasn't true. Probably didn't happen," and just destroy the greatest real event in human history. LOL.
Well, even entertaining the idea that Marconi achieved that, right, is kind of like, well, then why do we need satellites? Right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Even if it was like a really weak signal, but they, he got the message, right? And they confirmed later on with each other, yes, this is the message I sent you. This is the message I received. Yep. Definitely we connected, right? You could do what that's warrants development of that technology, right? You could improve upon it, right? And utilize it. It could be really useful.
Yep.
Paradigm shifting technology like that, though, never really gets to do its thing, though, does it? And I know it's slightly off topic, but I always remember the guy who he claimed to have invented a motorbike engine that could run on water. And his last words as he lay dying in a restaurant were, "They poisoned me. They poisoned me." True story, by the way.
Yeah, somebody posted a meme about that earlier. Yeah.
There we go. I wasn't actually here for that, but that's just fortuitous. Now,
Yeah,
whether or not he had an engine that could run on water remains to be seen. But it's well documented that he was poisoned. I'm sure it's just a coincidence.
Well, I would say that if you really wanted to do that, all you'd have to do is run a few volts on water, have electrolysis happen, and then burn the gases that's being released.
Just don't go to Nando's anytime soon, yeah?
There's the meme. Yeah, Stan Meyer. And you know what? Like the $1 billion that, like, let's say that that's true, right? They offered him $1 billion. If he turned it down, it probably wasn't because of any moral, right? Like incentive or anything like that. Like he probably was. They probably said to him, "Here's $1 billion, and you keep your mouth shut forever," right? And he was like, "No way! Like, I want the credit for this. Like, that here's your $1 billion. That gives us all rights. You get no recognition whatsoever, right? Like." And he was probably like, bullshit. It was probably a pride thing. It was probably like, bullshit, I don't care about your $1 billion. Like, this is, if it's true that they did that happened, that they offered him $1 billion offer, right? They offered him $1 billion for his ideas or his
The deal
invention.
would have been slightly more specific. It would have been, here's $1 billion, we own it. But it wouldn't have been, here's $1 billion, we own it, and then we're going to usher in this new age of the end of dependency on so-called dinosaur use, fossil fuels. It was, here's $1 billion, we're going to bury this, and you never speak of it ever again.
Right. Exactly.
Like,
and you'll make no more. You won't. Yeah. You tinker in the garage all you like, right? But not outside of it.
Like, imagine the fallout if that actually happened. Like, the worldwide crash out domino effect that would happen if it turned out oil was now as valuable as tap water. Like, entire countries would collapse. Like, entire economies.
They would just shift.
I think within a month of that happening, it'd make Mad Max look like the Teletubbies.
Yeah.
Whether or not he actually invented that technology remains to be seen, but in my mind, it stands to reason that if somebody did genuinely invent something like that, it's not just probable that they'd be silenced one way or the other. It's a given.
I think I read years ago that the inspiration came from him watching a hydraulic drill shut down. That even after there was nothing else, like nothing fueling it, it just kept going for a little while after everything, after its fuel source had been cut off, and that sort of like he was like, oh, how's that work? Like, and it inspired him to look into it more and exploit that, whatever was going on, right, with the drill after it had been powered down.
I feel like if you pursue this research further, you need to get a T-shirt that says "I will accept the bribe."
Don't shoot.
yeah, like just
let's
I'm,
talk.
I'm good. I'm good with the billion and my guaranteed silence. Like, just it's all good.
I have an idea that's worth the money.
It does link back to something I talk about quite a lot, though, because a lot of people would say, "I wouldn't take the billion if I thought I could free the world from the clutches of oil dependency. There's no way I would take the bribe." Or people get to positions of power for arguments. I'm above corruption. I wouldn't betray my countrymen for 2 pieces of silver. But it's really easy to say that when you're not the one in the room with the briefcase in front of you. Very easy to say that your principles aren't for sale when no one's offering to buy them. Like if somebody said, "I will pay you, $1 billion," but what you have to be now is like a McToon or a Duffy or whatever it is, right? So we'll pay you $1 billion financial security for you and the next 300 generations of your family tree, right? And all you have to do is make a YouTube video every other week talking about how dumb and how stupid flat earthers are. Everybody, no, not me, not me. And I would say that now, right? And I would mean it, and I would believe it. But then I imagine it's very, very different when the guy's in front of you, right? With the metaphorical briefcase, because obviously no one carries around briefcases of money anymore. Otherwise, it's a James Bond film. But yeah, in front of you, $1 billion, $300 million, I mean, whatever it is, right? Life-changing sums of money. I think most people would take the money. Not everyone, but
If I was going to turn in some mechanism, I would have made a good product and then changed it to not so good, and then sold them the not so good version, and then issued the good version for myself.
It's like you want to get poisoned in a McDonald's. I'm only saying McDonald's. I don't actually imagine you eat at McDonald's, but it reminds me of something I've been trying to look into a bit recently as well. That if oil, so-called fossil fuels aren't, effectively dino juice, then could it be that how trees secrete sap? There's not a finite supply of sap, is there? It's just a byproduct of trees existing. Like it's just a natural secretion of trees, that the earth secretes oil much in the same way that a tree secretes sap. And then the so-called, oil's going to run out, there's only so many dinosaur bones left. It's just a way of creating a fake shortage. There's a way to, obviously, one, falsely boost the value of this stuff that just literally secretes within the, secreted from within the earth naturally and will be forever. But then if you think of everything that justifies the control it allows, when you're the sole custodian of this finite resource, inverted commas, that the whole world relies on, which then ushers in all the climate bullshit and all the things that will be done to justify slowing down climate change, all the carbon calculators and everything else, the carbon calculators that'll be tied to your ID. Oh, sorry, Mr. Goats. You can't get a train this week because you bought too many eggs on Tuesday.
You have too many
None of
goats.
yeah.
To travel.
And none of that's possible if oil is actually just a natural byproduct of the earth, much in the same way that sap is a natural byproduct of trees. The whole narrative falls apart and is held together by oil effectively being this finite substance because there's only so many there's only so much dinosaur juice left. Just an idea I've been kicking around in my head anyway. If they lie about literally everything else, then I don't think it's such a crazy idea that maybe they lied about that too. And it kind of rings true for me as well. Because if you don't believe in dinosaurs, how can you believe in oil as a finite existence? That's basically dinosaur juice. There's no dinosaur juice without dinosaurs.
What's up? I don't know. I'm just bored, and I want to learn English.
Well, you've stumbled into the Flat Earth room. Have you heard about Flat Earth?
Yeah, I know that thing, but I don't know. I'm just curious about the flat Earth.
Yeah, well, we're here in the English Hub to help widen people's vocabulary by talking about the flat Earth, talking about science.
Yeah.
And
That is interesting
empirical.
topic.
Yeah.
That interesting topic.
Yeah, so our position is that the flat Earth is it's actually empirical evidence. It's not a belief. It's not a model, or we're not telling you the shape of the Earth. What we're telling you is that the Earth is actually measured, utilized, and experienced as a flat topographical plane, or you could say planar. So we don't actually have any evidence.
I see.
We don't have any evidence of curvature or rotation on the Earth. Were you aware of that?
Yeah. I see. I heard that flat Earth society about the kind of geometric theory or something like that.
The what theory?
Geometric theory.
Oh,
about
geocentric.
sun running into Earth. Just
Yeah, so the geocentric idea, basically.
That's what I mean. Geocentric theory.
Yeah, it's interesting because when you look at the sky, it doesn't matter whether you're, heliocentric or geocentric. The sky would do the same thing, so it's no way to tell, really.
So where's the others about this opinion? I want to hear that, and I want to hear about a flat Earth. Is that community or something like that, or just a theory and theory and theory? There's if there's something about scientific evidence, it's kind of interesting, just like that. I'm just saying.
Hey man, sorry dude. The door went. I missed what you said. Can you repeat what you said?
there's I need to know about the scientific evidence like that. I'm just saying the flat Earth theory is that a bigger community, or there's the movement about the happening right now. I'm just saying. I don't know. Where's the other opinion?
Yeah, flat earthers there's a lot of people. There is a lot of people all over the world who are flat earthers. There's actually quite a lot of people who don't tell you, or you would never know, are flat earthers, because it's the type of topic that can attract a lot of controversy. But in terms of us guys here, we basically are what you would call empiricists. Do you know what empiricism is?
I don't know. I'm just new
No, I mean,
in this
have you ever
topic.
heard of the term empiricist, or sorry, empiricism?
Yeah. Empiricism. Yeah. It's based on the practicing. Is that
Yeah,
wrong?
it's well, it's a
Empirism.
view.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Empirism.
it's a view that knowledge comes from direct experience, right? So
The proof. Yeah.
it's literally the foundation of the scientific method. Have you heard of the scientific method?
Yeah. I know that.
Right. So as an empiricist, we say we know things, we don't believe things. We know things because we can observe them, verify them, test them. So when it comes to the flat Earth, we believe it's an empirical argument, not a belief. We believe that you can know the Earth is flat by observation, by experimentation, by validation. So there is no evidence of curvature. There is no evidence of the Earth spinning on its axis. And there's no evidence that there is an out of space. So empirically, it's a logically sound position, the flat Earth position.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question? What about solar system?
The solar system is a story that we've been told. So all the movies and what we've learned in school has told you that the lights in the sky make up a solar system, and that we have 7 wandering stars called planets, and that they are balls of rock and gas in a vacuum in the sky. But empirically, we have no way to know this or prove this. And actually, the term planet never meant a rock or a ball of gas in a vacuum of space. It's only ever really meant wandering stars. It's just recently, the last few hundred years, we've moved to believe that these wandering stars are planets, and that the Earth is rotating around the sun. Everything is in the solar system is rotating around the sun, orbiting around the sun, but we have no evidence of that. And in reality, when we look up at the stars and we look up at the sun, we don't have any evidence that any of this stuff is in a vacuum. The fact that there could be a vacuum in the sky kind of goes against the laws of the gas laws, the thermodynamic laws. So consistently, it's illogical. It's not consistent with the laws of science and nature as we know them. So solar system, it's a story we've been told, but evidence for it. Yeah. That might sound like a bit extreme or of a shock to you, but if you really think about it, everything you've learnt about the solar system has been via cartoons, CGI pictures. We have no footage. We have no means to get there and validate it, so it's just a belief system.
Wow, I'm shocked. I've been told on the scientific movie, sci-fi, I like watching anime, and also I'm really thinking about it, about what I was saying about the solar system, and it's kind of confusing to me because I believe in geometric centrism. It's like I read a book about Ghazali and Galileo Galilei. So I don't know. I'm quite interesting about this topic.
Yeah, the thing you've got to keep in mind is a lot of the stories we've been told about the ball Earth, the heliocentric model, they're not based on any evidence, direct evidence. They're based on assumptions that we live on a ball. Now, they decided we lived on a ball before they had any technology or any actual, means of understanding it. They just decided it was. They decided through, a story that was told in ancient Greece that a man measured some shadows, and it could only be possible to get those shadows if we lived on a ball. But now that time has passed and we're smarter, it's obvious that this is not evidence. This is what we call circular reasoning. You have to assume we live on a ball to begin with. So when you read the articles online that say we've known the Earth is a ball for 2,000 years, blah blah blah, we haven't known empirically. We haven't observed the solar system. We've assumed it. And for some reason, they pushed this as the mainstream narrative. And I'm not trying to confuse the situation, but there was a lot going on at the time in history when they pushed this idea. So I would say, yeah, they pushed this idea originally, not knowing whether it's true or not, but it worked, and it was convenient for them to have us believe that we're on a spinning ball on the edge of a solar system in a galaxy. It really does change and affect your philosophy, the way we think about existence. So I think there's plenty of benefits for them to have us believe that. But yeah, in short, if you want to be an empiricist and if you want to be logical, the globe is not a empirical logical position. So you've got a choice. You've got a choice to either be a follower and believe these stories with no evidence, or you can stand on your own 2 feet, question the narrative, and follow the evidence. I mean, when I said we observe the Earth and treat the Earth as flat, I'm talking about every industry, whether it's in aviation and ballistics, whether you're building, anything that leaves the ground, we treat the Earth as motionless. It's evidently motionless. We don't measure any curvature, and we have no evidence of space. So really, this is all direct evidence points to the fact we live on a planar topographical Earth. And we know most of the Earth is water. And we know that water at rest lays flat. We have a mean sea level based on the principles of water. Water's one of the things we know a lot about. And just the water itself will tell you that we live on a planar, flat topographical Earth. Hope I haven't overloaded you there, sir. But I feel like you get what I'm saying.
You may have given him a stroke.
Yeah, I thought I said too much in that last bit. Ixan, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening to you guys. I'm just curious about this thing, Can think about the universe every day, but I wanna learn English. I wanna speak improve too. I'm just student in here in Asia. I don't know about anything about flat Earth, and yeah. So scientifically, you said it. Full of yeah, I don't know, assumption, anything like that.
Yeah, I've sent you a friend request. I've sent you an invite to the home server. We have a server that has a database of information, observations, videos, articles, documents.
Yeah.
So good.
That will
If you're
help.
genuinely interested, it's a great place to start, my friend.
That will help.
A good place to start is if you are interested, is if we do live on a ball, what evidence do we have? And is that evidence direct evidence, or do we have an assumption in that assumed evidence? And that's where it really gets interesting. That's where you can actually know this to be true empirically. And you can go out, you can do your own observations, and you can verify that.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna go out and do observation in my own.
Well, get your head around the globe, right? Because they claim it's a certain size. They make specific claims about gravity. They make specific claims about the curvature. So get your head around it and ask yourself, okay, how do we know this to be true?
Yeah.
And not believe, how do we know this to be true?
Yeah.
And that's the difference.
Yeah.
Once you start realizing things can be known through empiricism, kind of changes your whole perspective on things, because we're just bred to believe stuff, right, from school. We're just taught to believe stuff. Don't ask too many questions. Everywhere's been explored. Sit down, read your book, and regurgitate. So this can have a profound effect on your general philosophy, really, your approach to information. This can improve your critical thinking skills.
Yeah. I agree with that.
So, Ekshan, what do you think about NASA and the moon landings?
NASA, right? Yeah, I think they are a big company who runs to colonize Mars or outer in the space, and they run a satellite. And then I don't know anything about that. I'm just curious about the UFO, I think NASA knows something I don't know. What about your opinion about NASA?
Well, when it comes to NASA, I believe that they're very deceptive. There is numerous instances where they've actually fabricated footage. They've taken basically images of the flat Earth, stitched it together to make a ball. They have been caught using technology, augmented reality, green screens.
Yeah.
They're deceivers, my
So
friend.
they just shoot on the studio, do you mean, and the green screen?
Yep. We've got evidence of that. We've got evidence that their footage, even the moon landing itself, has been debunked by, not flat earthers. It's been debunked by Globers, and a lot of scientists don't agree that the moon landing was real. But they will say, oh, they faked it because of political reasons, right? But actually, this is the only evidence we have of anything credible in actual out of space. If we lose the moon missions and the Apollo missions, there's not very much we have that we can verify from NASA. And with all the deception that they've done, my question is, why should we believe a liar if we can't validate it to be true? Because they're known liars. And they like to troll us. I think it was the Mars rover mission. They had, the Rick Roll guy, Rick Ashley. They posted one of his tweets on the launch or the landing of the Mars rover. They like to troll. They do funny little gestures to let you know that they're actually trolling. But yeah, it's NASA's a rabbit hole in itself. When it comes to UFOs,
So,
my friend, UFOs
what
are
about
just unidentified
hey?
flying objects, right? Doesn't mean these unidentified objects are from a vacuum in the sky.
So, what do you think about Neil Armstrong, who first landed in the moon, and the media make it viral, and then he famous about the first man landing in the moon? Is that NASA help him back there? I'm just
Yeah.
curious about that.
Yeah. Ask
And
ask
why is
NASA.
he about so become famous about that? I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It doesn't make sense to me. Really, really doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I would say let's get Neil Armstrong on an interview. The problem is he doesn't do interviews. He's
Because
supposed
he's
to be the
dead.
first.
Yeah, as we
Well,
know that Neil Armstrong first man land to the moon. Just think about it. How they
Yeah. Just look into the
Yeah,
situation regarding his death, and
that's
you'll
the
find
story
out
behind
some
told
weird
in
stuff.
every year, every generation. I've been told
yeah,
that in school.
I forgot. Yeah, he died a long time ago.
Yeah,
But he didn't do interviews. He didn't do interviews when he was
but
alive.
he is really, really inspirational. I think Elon Musk, think about him. There's a lot
Let me
of
ask you this:
picture
they say he was the first person on the moon.
of him.
Yeah, but who filmed him? Who filmed him when
Yeah,
he got out of the craft?
yeah.
Wouldn't the cameraman be the first man on the moon?
And guess how many photographs of Neil Armstrong there are on the moon?
Oh, so you have it?
Yeah, take a guess of how many photographs of Neil Armstrong there are on the moon.
Wow.
There's only 2, and they're not very good. There's more picture of Buzz Aldrin on the moon than there are of the first man to step on the moon.
Yeah, but so they're lying to us?
Well, if it was this historical event, why are there so few photographs of this historical event? And the other thing they're missing is how many feet of 16 millimeter film did they take of the Earth from the moon?
Yeah.
And the answer is 0. They didn't bother to
What?
point the cameras. They went to the moon, didn't bother
Zero?
to point a film
Oh my
camera back
god.
at the Earth.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Because
You're blowing this
taking
guy's mind.
motion pictures is a lot harder to fake
So they
than
film it in the
individual
studio
photograph.
with the green screen? Did you mean that?
No, I just mean that taking film of the Earth, like motion pictures, is considerably harder to fake than just taking an individual photograph.
Wow. Why he become so famous, I mean, everybody knows who first man to land in the moon was Neil Armstrong. In history.
So
kind of
remember,
hard.
nobody
It's
knows
kind of hard to
that.
believe for me, you know.
But remember, nobody knows that to be true. That's not empirical.
Yeah.
People believe that. They believe the story because they broadcasted some footage live, and people believe it. But we do not know for sure whether any of that was true. And there's actually a really good documentary by a guy who we were discussing earlier, actually, a guy called Bert Sabrell. He has a documentary called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. I can't verify that footage, but if you watch that documentary, you're going to see unedited film, a film reel of the picture of the Earth when they were apparently halfway to the moon. But the camera, the footage they used was only a small piece of footage. They had footage of them actually setting up the shot, and at the end of the footage, you can see that they actually faked the shot of the Earth when they were halfway to the moon. And I would say that's pretty damning. That video that's on that documentary, you can literally see how they did it, how they forged it, how they made it look like they were halfway to the moon, and then you can very clearly see that they were not halfway to the moon. They were just at high altitude, but they managed to pull off a shot that made it look like the window was the Earth. So whether you want to believe that or not, that's up to you. But I would highly suggest have a look at that footage, and you'll see why so many people, so many globe believers, don't believe in the moon landing.
Wow.
So it's called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. I highly recommend you watch that.
So the funny thing is, it's like making a Disney movie, I think.
If you look in the side chat, Old Dude has there's a guy called Old Dude who has posted the documentary
It's
by
like
Bart
Hollywood
Sabrell.
movie.
Yeah, they staged it. They staged the footage of the moon landing to have people believe that they went to the moon. So everybody started to believe, of course the Earth is a ball. Of course there is an out of space, because look, they went to the moon. But we can show you footage, like I said, in that documentary. You'll watch that documentary and you will start to see that, they have some very underhand tactics of having you believe something that you can't verify.
Yeah.
Guess what is the worst shape to photograph from a
That
distance?
Flat Earth Society or community underground to prove and learn about this stuff. I can't sleep and really think about it.
No, I wouldn't concern yourself with anybody called the Flat Earth Society. The problem is just like politics.
I'm just new on this topic, and it's quite interesting to me.
Yeah, there is a group called the Flat Earth Society, and they make some claims that cannot be verified. So you'll come across all sorts of flat earthers, some flat earthers who are like us, very empirical, very logical, and then you'll come across some flat earthers who have got their own belief system, and the Flat Earth Society guys, they believe some stuff that cannot be proven, that, I don't think necessarily makes sense. But whether they're genuine or whether they are, I don't know if you know how some of these grassroots movements works, but you can infiltrate a movement by creating a group that are supposed to represent an idea, but actually they misrepresent the idea, and they can throw out some false information. So I personally believe the Flat Earth Society are one of these groups that are an infiltrated group. They are speaking about flat Earth, yes, but they are actually steering people to ideas that cannot be verified, and basically replacing one belief with another belief. We personally over here, me personally and the guys over here, we don't really agree that's the right thing to do. We do not know. If we do not know things, we shouldn't really be giving people, alternative cosmologies and ideas that we can't verify. So, for us, the Flat Earth Society is a little bit of misinformation, but there are lots of different flat earthers, as you can imagine.
Wow. I'm
We would
speechless.
prefer you.
I'm speechless. I don't know what
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot
I
to
should
take in,
say.
but I would just encourage you to just get your critical thinking hat on. Forget about beliefs and focus on what we know. What and when I say we, I mean collectively as humans, what can we prove? We know that if we put water on heat on water, eventually that at a certain temperature that water will boil. You don't have to believe that. You can know that to be true. And I'm telling you, with the flat earth, you can know that there is no drop over distance, there's no curvature to be measured. You can know this to be true. You can know that there's no measurable movement of the earth or rotation of the earth. You can know this to be true. Amongst other things that you can know, which will take you to the logical
Yeah,
conclusion that the
yeah,
earth
I
is
know.
not a
Yeah,
spinning ball in a vacuum of space.
yeah, I
You can
got
know
it.
this.
Yeah. Sometimes the truth is becoming late. Arrive late. I mean, arrive late. I don't know what I'm saying, but it's truth.
Yeah, there's some good there's some good content on that channel that I sent you. Did you get my DM?
Yeah. I see that.
Yep. Flat Earth Discord. Yep. Down the bottom, you can see topics. You can see things like horizon, Earth curve, spin of the
So you
Earth.
guys think about academically in this channel and
Yeah.
discussing?
Yeah.
Wow.
We take it
Wow.
from that
You
perspective.
guys making
Yeah.
progress, You're making progress about this science. Really, really good job. Really good.
Well, that's it. Science is supposed to be the observation and the
Yeah.
validation of
It should
phenomena.
be. It should be. It should be.
Yeah, science shouldn't be about galaxies far, far away. That's science fiction, right? Real science is, like we said, it's tied to knowledge. It's tied to direct observation and experience.
Yeah.
So when it comes to science or the scientific method, knowledge, this is where the flat earth shines, my friend. This is where you'll really start to know things to be true. You won't like it, but you're going to realize that there's no evidence for a spinning ball earth. It's just fantasy. It's a story. So do you want to believe stories? Or would you rather know things to be true or not? And the same goes for the flat earth people who are telling stories.
Yeah. I'm just wanna hear the truth,
Yeah. We don't agree with
Yeah.
anybody who wants to tell stories, and if you want to talk about philosophy, great. There's time and a place for that. But when we're talking to new people, we shouldn't be sharing philosophy. We should be sharing the truth, knowledge,
Yeah.
logic. And that's where flat earth shines, my friend. That's where you'll realize the earth is not a spinning ball. What is the earth? Who knows? But it's not a spinning ball.
So what about the globe? They told in school. I mean, in the school, they told us about the world in the globe, not in the flat.
Yeah, they taught us a lot of things that we can't verify.
Yeah.
Is it so hard to believe? Is it so hard to believe that the things that we learn in school aren't necessarily true. Would it be so hard to believe that they're misinforming us from a very young age? I think if you apply this approach, there are other subjects you can disprove that you were taught in school. They told me in school that the sea levels would rise by 10 inches by the year 2000. We're in 2025 now, and the sea levels haven't risen. They taught us that we would be in commercial space travel on moon hotels by the year 2020. Yet we're no closer to commercial space travel.
Yeah.
They tell us a lot of things that is not true.
What their mission?
That's a speculative question. This is easier to understand if you've come across this in other subjects. Like I said, there's a multitude of subjects that we just believe to be true, and turns out there's no evidence for it. If you've found things out about the government, found things out about the education system, the health system, that are not true that you believed, then you start to recognize a pattern. And I think when something foundational or fundamental has been lied about, there is then a web of lies that needs to sort of, sit in place. So there's many angles you can take to get to this truth. I think flat Earth is a fundamental truth. But why do they lie? Man, I could sit here and speculate all day on why they would lie. What's more interesting is uncovering how they lied. Because if something is true, then anything that's in the dark will be brought to light eventually, I believe. And I believe that you can just figure this out whether you like it or not, if you really look into it, you're only going to come to one conclusion. We've been told a story, and the globe is like a religion, and we're in a cult. We call it culture, and there's many lies being told to us from birth. It doesn't have to be a negative either. It can be quite liberating to start uncovering these things and start realizing. Cheers, Josh.
So they start seeing propaganda and brainwash every student in school about that theory. I mean, what their mission? Is that commercial, or they are anything about their hiding truth? I mean, hiding the truth.
Well, look at what they've achieved. People think that they evolved from single-celled organisms. People think that they're on a ball spinning in a vacuum of space on the edge of a universe, very insignificant. And look at the state of our religions. Look at the state of our philosophies. People are basically caged.
That's good alternative.
People are basically caged animals now, and it's because of their philosophy. Most people think that human beings are a plague on the earth and that we're contributing to the destruction of the earth just by breathing. If you would like to control a people, there's definitely benefit to having them believe these sort of ideas, right? Can you see the benefits? Never mind the money that we give them for global warming, for NASA, space travel, research. So we pay them, and they make us feel like we are a plague on the earth. And most people have no religion anymore. Most people have very little spirituality anymore. Most people have very little integrity anymore. And I think this has come from some of the beliefs that they have. Akshan, do you know of any scientist, geologist who can
Yeah,
confirm that they've measured the curve of the Earth?
I read a
Do you
little
know?
bit about Galileo Galilei about the geometric theory. The sun rotating the globe.
Right, and how did Galileo prove that Earth is a ball? How did he
With
know
the
this?
with proof, with the science.
Which science? Which proof? How did Galileo know the Earth was a ball?
I think she do observation. She put the work.
Observation of what?
Observation of her work. I
Of
mean,
what, sorry?
in the
I misheard
universe.
you. Of the sky?
Yeah.
Yeah, so who is the famous guy with the telescope, right? He observed
Yeah.
the moon. He observed
And then
Venus.
I don't know. And then he died.
Right. So he looked at the
Fuck, man.
lights in the
What
sky.
the fuck?
Think about
There's
this.
something wrong with society. I
There
don't
is.
know. There's something wrong with
Think about this,
society.
though. Think about it. Don't don't panic.
There's something wrong with society.
Don't
I
panic,
don't
bro.
know.
Don't panic. Just
Bro,
think.
just chill.
think.
I'm just learning. I'm just learning.
Just think. Don't panic. Just think.
Yeah.
Galileo looked at the stars. He looked at the phases of Venus. He looked at the
fuck?
so-called moons of Jupiter, right? What did he prove by looking at them? What did he
They're in the
prove?
sky, and she observed it, and she
I
do
like.
observe it, and
I
then
like
she
your answer.
calculate,
He proved
and then
that they're in the
do the
sky.
work,
Yep.
and
Yep.
she calculate, and then she observe it,
And then he made an assumption. He looked at the phases. He looked at the phases of the moon. He looked at the phases of Venus. He looked at the wandering stars and decided that proves we live on a ball. He didn't do any science.
Rods, you so made me think about simple question but it's hard to answer. I'm s- I don't know what I'm saying. It's simple question but hard to tell, hard to answer.
I don't expect you to answer. I just hope that you will, next time you think or you hear of Galileo, I want you to think, what is being said here? Are looking at the phases of Venus proof that we live on a spinning ball? No. Is looking at the moon proof that we live on a spinning ball? No. It's an assumption because they built a model and they say, okay, if we live on a spinning ball, then these things in the sky could make sense if the ball was this size, this diameter, this radius, then yes, we would see this at this time. Great. This is proof we live on a ball. No. You have to assume we live on a ball first and then fit the observations in afterwards. There's no science there. Just assumption.
How do you know? how they calculate this thing. I mean,
Ask yourself, what are they calculating? What was Galileo calculating?
I don't know about anything about Earth. Really, I don't know anything about Earth.
I'll tell you, he was calculating the phases of Venus, right? So when he looked at the phases of Venus, he said, this can only be possible if Venus orbits the sun. So this supports the heliocentric model, right? But the phases of Venus doesn't prove that the heliocentric model is the universe that we live in. It just matches the observation if the Earth is a certain size. Now, how do we know the Earth is a ball and a certain size to begin with? We don't. We don't.
So the answer is we don't know anything about that.
We know we can't measure the Earth being a ball.
So what is conclusion, you know?
The only conclusion I'm making here is that the heliocentric model is a religion. There's no science backing it. It's a religion. You have to believe it. You have to assume it's a ball. And then by looking at the world and nature, you can say, okay, the ball must be this big. The sun must be this far. Venus must be this far. But you've not validated we live on a ball to begin with. You've created a model and you've backwards engineered that model from what you can see in the sky. This is not science. This is not direct evidence. This is a religion, a belief system. So whether you decide the Earth is a flat or not doesn't bother me. I'm not, that's your prerogative. But you need to know that Galileo didn't measure anything. He did no science. And there has been no science or direct measurement of the Earth being a ball, a rotating ball in a vacuum of space. I hope you look into it, bro. I really do.
Yeah.
It's not a quick, it's not a quick thing. It's going to take you weeks, maybe months to look up this stuff, but I hope you genuinely get an interest in knowledge, in logic, and applying that to the question, do we live on a spinning ball? I really do. And if you do, you'll hopefully come back. I would love to hear some of the research you've been doing. If you find anything you're unsure of, come back. There's some great minds in here, some very smart people who can answer some very technical questions. I'm not one of them.
Oh no, don't
But
take,
there's some great guys here.
don't take higher expectation to me. I'm here to learn English, and I found this interesting topic, and so I can join, and yeah, it's going to make me think about it.
Well, this is a great way to learn English, right? We're learning about physics. We're learning about logic. We're learning about truth. And I think there's a lot of new words, that you're learning or will be learning if you hang around.
Yeah, you guys drive me to think, this called rationalism. I think, is that true? Rationalism?
Yeah, rationalism. Through empiricism, you can prove things, right? And I think that's the basis. That's the basis that we work off. And it's the basis of knowledge. Knowledge is to know something.
Yeah, knowledge is power.
Yeah. Look at the trouble we're in because of belief. Everybody believes this. Everybody believes that. Left wing, right wing. Everybody believes stuff and fights over it. Who really knows stuff, you know? It's only through a method that you can start to know things. And this scientific method, there is a version of that in critical thinking. You know, you can sort of take this approach into critical thinking, and you can apply this method in different areas. It can really sharpen your mind, my friend.
Yeah. People believe socialism, people believe capitalism, and people believe, communism. Yeah, I don't know, I'm just feel human when I know my brother starving in the street. I really can't sleep, Just like that. I mean,
You right, babe?
there's something wrong
Babe, you
in
ringing me?
this society, I'm just really thinking about it.
That's it, bro. That's it. Keep pursuing truth. Keep pursuing truth. Stay rational.
Yes,
Follow the
yeah.
knowledge and be
Thanks for
skeptical of the
the
belief.
yeah.
Yep.
Thanks for the information about this. I really appreciate that. What are you saying that makes me think hard about? So people believe what they want truly believe, I don't know. I just want the truth,
Most people follow the crowd, right? Most people follow the majority.
Yeah.
People don't even believe what they want to believe. They believe what they're told. And that's the scary thing. What we're told isn't questioned.
Yeah.
That's a fundamental problem within society. People don't question what they're told from an authority. They blindly follow authority, and that's why human beings are always compared to sheep. I don't think we should be like that. I don't think we thrive in that mindset. And I think that's why so many people's lights, I say their lights are dim. I hope you know what I mean. Most people don't shine. Most people don't show their personality. Most people are nowadays, I believe, are quite reserved. And I think it's because of this mentality we've been taught. We've been bred to be sheep. We're not explorers anymore. In the mind, in reality, we just believe what we're told. We do as we're told. That's a problem.
Yeah. It's quite silently, when we believe and we, start fighting about our brother, about what we all believe. There's so many cases, I don't know. In politicians.
They're fighting about things they don't know to be true.
Yeah.
They don't know. They just believe.
I don't know.
It's a waste of time. It's a waste of time, brother. Politics is a waste of time.
What's up, guys?
It's going great. How about you?
Well, what brings you to the Flat Earth channel?
Just to see what people think. I was curious to know, are there people that believe the Earth is globe?
I don't know. Is there anyone here who believes the Earth's a globe?
I don't. Are you? Do you?
No, I don't believe in that.
Hey Rob, you're a globe, innit, Rob? Maybe you want to talk to Cyclone about the globe?
What's up, Rob?
With who?
Me.
Who's me?
Me. I'm me.
So the Cyclone.
Oh, Cyclone.
Yeah. Who's that?
Yeah, it starts with T actually.
What?
I know, very confusing.
No, but
Yeah,
it
what?
has to be okay.
Yeah, what?
PSYCLONE cycle. Okay, SYCLE. CYCLA. Okay, my bad.
Yeah, Rob,
It's
you
a
said you had
little.
a question about the globe. Maybe you want to ask a question to Cyclone?
Me? No, I don't have any. It was
That's what you said,
somebody
Rob.
else, somebody Muslim.
Well,
Ask your question
I've
about
asked
the
my
globe.
question.
Yeah, that's right. Do it. Ask your question, Rob.
I've just asked it.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Say it again.
I didn't hear it.
No, it's about the globe, and the guy there, he answered me.
What was that?
I was talking about the geography sessions, and where the teacher used to teach us that the Earth is globe. That
Yeah,
was it.
your teacher taught you the Earth was a globe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, my teacher taught me the same thing, and their teacher taught them the same thing. But
Oh, no.
the question is that true?
Okay.
So what evidence did your teacher give you?
No evidence, actually.
No, they just told you.
Yeah.
And since then, have you found any evidence yourself?
I'm working on that. I'm seeking knowledge, actually, at the current time.
Okay. Well, basically, what the globe belief hinges on are these images and videos that we get from a handful of governmental organizations like NASA and the Russian equivalent, right? So they give us these images. But when we go to test in reality what these images show us, the curving water, it's not there. It doesn't exist. The water doesn't curve, it just lies flat as far as can be observed and measured.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So the ground itself, the Earth, is not a ball. It's a topographical plane, you know? So the water is level and flat, and then you've got all the land sticking out of it, hills and valleys.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not moving anywhere. It's stationary, just like you experience. Right? You don't experience the ground to be moving unless you're in an earthquake or something.
Mm-hmm.
So it's topographical motionless plane, and it's also contained. It's a closed system, right? It's not spinning around in a vacuum of space. We're not in space.
Okay.
So there you go. That's basically it. Any questions?
Not really. Got no questions at the current time. Maybe later.
There you go.
Okay,
Well,
thank
you
you.
sit and think about it, and then if you think of any questions, you can just ask.
Yeah. I should.
All right. Nice, easy one to start the day.
Could I ask a question?
You can.
What was the? Did you always believe the Earth is flat?
No. I believed in the globe for 25 plus years. Like most other people.
Do you remember what convinced you?
Of the globe?
Yeah. No, of the flat Earth, and also the globe too, I guess.
Well, the globe, I was just taught it at school and encouraged that I had to put this down in the test, and this is what everyone else believed, and I had no reason to assume my teacher wasn't correct. And they showed me images and videos, and I assumed those were true and correct depictions of reality. It wasn't until I was older that someone challenged me to prove that the water that we observe is actually curving in order to be a sphere. And through a fairly simple process, you can show that that's not the case. When I did that, I had to accept that it wasn't what I thought it was. And when it comes to the flat, well, what makes me think it's flat? That's how it measures and observes and is practically used. So when we go out into the world and we practically observe, measure, and use the Earth, it's just flat and motionless. The globe is only seen on TV and in textbooks, on a screen. See?
So it was, if I'm summarizing it correctly, it was seeing that the water couldn't curve, or the curvature
Well, more
of water
specifically,
was.
it's seeing further than we should be able to if the surface was curving down and away from us, right? Because if you're on a ball, like imagine you're an ant on a basketball, there's a physical limit to that geometry based on the curvature. So it'll curve away from you to a point where you can no longer see beyond a certain part of the surface. Well, when we take what they claim the globe size is, and we measure that geometry and look for that obstruction, it doesn't exist. It's not measurable. It's not detectable. The water just keeps going flat when it should have been cut off miles before by curvature. You see? Do you understand?
Oh, yeah. Like, was it someone else? I think did you say someone else kind of suggested that, and then that's kind of what triggered it?
Yeah, I heard that people were. I heard that people were doing this, right? So what happened? What's happened is consumer technology has caught up to the globe story, right? So for the longest time, you could say, "Oh yeah, the water looks flat, but it's just so big as a ball that it looks flat." And in actual fact, over a certain distance beyond what we can observe, it starts to curve. That was the claim, and there was not really any good way to test that. But in more recent years, consumer cameras and optics have reached a certain level where you can actually go and test this, or you can do long distance observations fairly easily, 10 plus miles, 15 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, and you can compare what you're observing to what you should be observing if you were on a ball, the size they claim, and they don't match. Reality doesn't match the story in the textbooks when you look at the numbers and the distances that we should be able to see. So yeah, someone mentioned this, and I ended up going out and buying a camera with a very high power zoom and started just doing observations around near where I live, and found that I could also see too far. And then that was it. It's kind of like, well, what am I going to do at this point? I've seen firsthand that the curvature isn't obstructing. It's not apparent. It's not detectable. So I either have to ignore reality as I'm experiencing it and go with that story in the textbooks, or I have to admit that the textbooks were wrong. That's what I did.
Mm-hmm. With is it on a emotional level? Like, how does it feel like to have been lied to for 26 years? And that you assume that you were lied to, I guess, or do you assume that they were just?
Oh no, not necessarily. Because I mean, who would have had to lie to me? So my teacher didn't lie to me. They were just teaching what they were told to teach me, and what they were told. It's like a tradition. It's like a cultural tradition at this point, almost like Santa Claus, but you never get the, oh, by the way, Santa Claus doesn't actually exist. So you just kind of go along with it. And it wasn't like I felt like they were lying to me. Now, when I found out that a bunch of the NASA footage and the NASA claims were false, I mean, that is a lie. And yeah, that can be a lot to take, because you're like, well, that calls into question basically everything we've been told about our reality in terms of the Earth, what it is as a system, what that implies about how human beings got here in the first place, how long we've been here for, what the purpose is. I mean, it calls into question all of those things. So it's a lot to think about when you first find out. But over the years, you learn to, I suppose, compartmentalize it and put them in the appropriate boxes and understand, right, well, at the end of the day, if I'm interested in truth and what's true, and I want to navigate this earth and this life as best as I can, I want to have the best information available, even if it's painful. So you've kind of just got to make that decision. What are you going to go with? An uncomfortable truth or a comfortable lie? And then that's kind of up to you.
Was the process uncomfortable to discover this truth?
Yeah. I mean, I think for everyone, it's an uncomfortable process to realize that what you thought about where you live and what this reality is completely wrong and has been for your whole conscious life. I mean, that's an uncomfortable thing. But it's worth going through that process. It's like an ego death times 100. But it's worth going through because when you get out the other side, your mind is more critical and you have a better ability to discern reality and what's actually going on, and therefore a better ability to navigate your life, I would say. But yeah, it is an uncomfortable process.
Mm. Which is why a lot of people of 0 to 100.
Well, I was going to say, this is why a lot of people avoid the topic, either by not engaging it, not thinking about it, or when they do talk about it, they use logical fallacies and emotional arguments and insults, whatever it is. It's some people just can't discuss this because it's too painful for them. But if you can,
the way that it gets discussed about, it gets insulted a lot, as I'm sure you know. I mean, like I would imagine, most people come in here to just have a laugh.
Yeah, they do. But then if they listen for a few minutes, they quickly change their tune because they realize it's no joke. This is the most serious subject you're ever going to discuss. Like, this is the most literally world-changing conversation you can have.
Is it because of the scope of the lie? Or is there other implications you see?
It's not the scope of the lie, it's the implications about reality and creation and life. Right? Because the globe, it's not just a story about the ground being a spinning ball. It's an entire creation narrative, right? From the Big Bang to gravity forming balls in an infinite universe. It's all of that. And when that's taken off the table, you have to explore these most human of questions that people have been asking for thousands of years, but we in the last few hundred years have essentially been robbed of the ability to ask those questions, and we've been told, oh, it's been figured out by a bunch of scientists that you can't question, or you'll be ostracized from society. But this opens that up again, and that's the big thing about it. It's not so much about why or who or how they've lied, although, of course, you'll ask those questions, and there is information around that. But no, the real thing is like, well, then, what is our situation? How did this Earth get here? If it's a motionless topographical plane that's contained, it can't have come about by a big bang and then mass just randomly coalescing. It was designed, it was put here, it was made. So we are the inhabitants of a greater being's creation, is what it's telling us. And then we have to go from there and start figuring things out basically from scratch.
Did you believe in a God before the flat Earth or the belief, or
I wouldn't have said I didn't. No, I mean, I wasn't atheist by any means. I wasn't exactly religious. Yeah, I kind of instinctively felt like there was a creator, but I wasn't one of these people that would like to argue about it or make the case, because I understood or thought back then that it was essentially just a matter of faith from top to bottom. When in reality, this is why this question, this topic is so controversial and dynamite, because it's essentially scientific proof, if you want to call it that, empirical proof of a creator, a designer, and the fact that we're in a designed system. That's why this is so censored and locked away under algorithms and online censorship, because it challenges the entire modern dogma that the Western world especially enshrines, which is Big Bang, evolution, globe in space, all of that. This erases it.
On the, if it's like a scale of 0 to 100, with 100 being that you're certain of the truth that the Earth is flat, and 0 being that you're unsure, like absolutely have no belief in it, like where would you be at from 0 to 100 of knowing like the certainty of the truth of the claim?
Well, I mean, you might find this hard to you might find this hard to accept, but it's 100. It's 100%. Like, it's one of the few things in life that you can be sure of. And although you frame it as a claim, which I understand why, I wouldn't really frame it. How would you want me to frame it? Well, it's what we experience directly as human beings. It's our default reality. Right? When we go out, we don't experience curvature or motion. So that's what we're talking about. It is what we experience. So to me, that's just like living the default experience. It's only after that that someone comes along and says, oh, it's actually curved, a big sphere, and it's spinning, it's moving in all these different directions. It's in a vacuum of space. Those are additional claims. Those are beliefs. Those are claims. What I'm talking about is just what every human being in all history has experienced directly when it comes to the Earth.
Out of the pieces of evidence, actually, let me ask you one thing before that. What were you on like, the only reason I'm going to call it a claim is just claims can be true, right? As you just said, you could believe 100% true. So I'm not trying to devalue it by calling it.
Yeah. No, that's cool. I was just clarifying my perspective on that.
Yeah. Before, like you believed in that it was 100% true. Where do you think you were at on the proposition that the Earth is flat when maybe a year before, if you had to go from 0 to 100?
Well, it's gradual. I mean, you don't go from 0 to 100 overnight, obviously. But I mean, I've been speaking about this and looking into this for like 7 years. So at the beginning, I mean, I hadn't really. I don't know. I suppose there was a few side things which already gave it not a 0% chance in my mind, because I mean, I already knew that the moon landings were fake, for example, before I understood flat Earth. I understood that there were some problems with the modern cosmological model that was being taught. So when I heard the proposition that, hey, yeah, that is all wrong, it wasn't like I was like, nah, there's no chance that that's the case. But it also wasn't like I'm ready to just accept that it's flat. No, it takes some time to go through that. Although, and it can be massive. Like, some people can take years to accept it. Some people can figure it out in a matter of days, maybe even hours. And I would say I was generally on the quicker side to accept that it was beyond a reasonable doubt, at least, that it was flat, just based on the empirical evidence, right? The observations, the measurements that were being done. And then when you go and do it yourself, and you see the same thing, you see far in excess of what should be geometrically possible, you don't have an option unless you want to. Well, what they do now is they pretty much claim that you're seeing around a curve and it's just looking flat, but that's just a religious cope. You have to delude yourself into saying, "No, I didn't see that," or whatever. You know, it's like Pandora's box. Once it's open, once you see it, you can't put it back. You can't forget it. It's always there. So it's a gradual thing, but I mean, there's not really any going back from your own direct observations and measurements.
If you had to think of the piece of evidence that you encountered that increased your confidence the most, because you said there's multiple, which one was the one that
there's
increased your
endless.
confidence in the certainty of the claim?
Well, if you want, I'll send you a link to our home server where we've saved a whole load of misinformation. There's terabytes of it. Because like I said, on YouTube and Google and things, they censor the topics. So chances of you finding some good information, good tests and observations are slim unless someone directly links you them. So are you part of our home
explain it to
server?
me, like verbally?
Yeah, like
No,
laser test.
I'm not comfortable joining another server. I just kind of want to understand how you're, like, what led you to jump up in the claim. Like, just to understand where you're kind of coming from.
The long distance observations and the laser tests. So the laser tests are basically someone testing line of sight. How far can we shoot a laser across a lake, for example? Right, because on the globe model, the lake has to be curving down and away, deviating from the horizontal of the laser. Yeah. So at a certain distance, if you set up a target, it should be apparent whether the laser is hitting the target or whether it's going over due to the curvature. You understand?
Do you think the other fields are, it makes sense. Do you think the other fields of science are also suspect outside of, like, I would guess, actually, that's a good question. Like, which fields of the science do you find the most suspect after this, or most responsible for this? Because I know it would
the obvious one is astronomy. The obvious one is astronomy.
Yeah,
because it's not a science, because you can't do science with the stars, right? Science. I mean, we could talk for hours about the state of science and what's probably more accurately called scientism in the modern age, where people think if you're wearing a white lab coat and you say something, it's science. But no, science is a very specific method of elucidating cause and effect relationships in the natural world, understanding the natural world. Astronomy is not that, because you've only just got observation of the luminaries, the sun, moon, and stars. You don't have any ability to manipulate or test them. So they're taking observations and then working around their theory framework of balls of gas and rock and ice and whatever else floating around a giant vacuum. They're all looking at it through that lens, but they've got no way of actually confirming that that is the case. They're just observing the patterns of lights and the movements of light and the dimming and the brightening of lights. They're not going to them to confirm what they are, or how far away they are, or what medium they're in, how they work. They don't know any of that. So it's essentially like a whole load of storytelling. That's why 98% of the stuff you see is just cartoon CGI artistic imaginings.
Do you find some of the related I'm not going to call it sciences because you don't like the term, but like fields around it, academic fields around it, to be also questionable, such as physics or chemistry or mathematics, or
physics and chemistry? I mean, if you're dealing with the empirical natural world, then that's good. That's fine. That's what I'm in support of. That is science. You can actually do some tests. But it's when you start leaving the realms of science and you start saying, well, if I imagine that the Earth is a ball, and then I imagine that there's a big force pulling things towards the center of it, then I can assume that the reason this thing falls is because it's being pulled towards the center of a big ball. That's when you're leaving the realms of science. So, no, chemistry's fine. Do experiments. Physics is fine. Physics should be like, imagine you're in a computer game. You're just trying to elucidate, highlight, and quantify the physics that exists in the game, right? The stuff that you can all experience and take part in. So that's fine. That's exactly what we're interested in. But when you start saying, "Oh, well, we've sent some guy to one of the lights in the sky, and the physics are different. So this is moon physics, and it's like gate kept by 0.0000001% of the population, supposedly doing this kind of thing, and everyone else just has to believe along." That's not science. That's just propaganda.
Mm-hmm. The like when it comes to it, like the belief is the belief in of a creator, the supreme creator. Would that like I'm not trying to be offensive, but would that claim, or maybe belief is better, would that belief, on the level of certainty behind that belief, would it be from 0 to 100%? Where do you think you would be with that claim after you believed in the flat Earth, like today?
Well, as far as it stands, the only conceivable option for there being a motionless, contained topographical plane, the system of the complexity that we have here, it can only be intelligently designed. So, yeah, I'm pretty certain of that as well.
Like with a number, like would it? I don't feel
like I need to put a number on it, but I mean, yeah, it's like it's 100. I mean, there's no other option.
100 as well. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean,
was it?
Feel free to conceive
did it
another way.
increase after believing in the flat Earth, or was it like kind of 100 beforehand too?
No, yeah, it certainly increased because I understood that the system that we inhabit can only come about by some kind of intelligent design. Again, that's what I'm telling you. That's why this topic is censored, because it's essentially physical proof of intelligent design. And you'll understand that's very controversial, especially in the Western world.
Why do you think people would want to suppress the belief in intelligent design?
For power and control, essentially weakening society to be able to be more easily manipulated to do things that they want them to do, that their beliefs otherwise might make them resist doing. I mean, you could speculate all day on why.
What would be some of this corruption? Is it, like, I don't want to speculate about it because I could have some ideas about what the corruption is, but you could believe like different things about what the corruption is.
What do you mean? What
that they think that it'll be easy? Because I think you mentioned like there's like the reason they're doing it with suppressing the truth about intelligent design is because it makes it easier to I'm probably using the wrong word. Maybe use a different word, but like corrupt people.
Well, just think like if you're a group of people who want to have control over a mass of people, and that mass of people subscribes to a particular rule set of behavior that's enshrined through, let's say, their scripture. If you can make them abandon that scripture, you can present them with new rules of behavior. And that's what's happened. So that's a very obvious example of mass manipulation and control, feasibly. I mean, I'm not these people, so I'm not saying, but that's a pretty obvious example.
So their goal is to get people to move away from scripture, and they're creating this lie.
Well, I'm not going to say this is what they're doing. I'm just saying that that's a plausible example of why this kind of manipulation of our reality serves a group of people who might want control. But again, I mean, that doesn't tie into why I think it is the case. I mean, it's about measurement and geometry, but obviously you're going to have those questions about who and why. But again, like you say, that's just speculation at the end of the day.
Yeah, I understand. Like, I just thought it was interesting to see the like what could be some possible motives from your perspective.
I mean, I can say about what potential motives they could have, but I would summarize it by just saying it's power and control over the masses in a number of ways.
hmm Do you think it's outside of government, or do you think it's just almost all on the government?
Well, yeah, it's beyond government. The government's essentially just a tool to institute a lot of this. I mean, the government isn't the ultimate seat of power in this world, even to the globe mind or the globe side of things. So yeah, it's bigger than that.
Well, like what do you think is the ultimate seat of power on the globe side, if not the government?
Well, I mean, even just on paper, I mean, the governments are beholden to the institutions that loan them money, aren't they? That's just one corporeal example. So you've got private financial institutions controlling governments. I mean, that's well known and understood. And then the people behind these private institutions, less is known. So, I mean, when you get to the ultimate, like who's who, I wouldn't claim to know. I mean, you could have some reasonable speculations, I'm sure, but you need to look at the history of where all this came from to understand certain players and societies and organizations that have been involved, from Greek philosophers like Pythagoras and the Pythagorean cult to the Roman Catholic Church and all these governments. I mean, it's a long and storied history as to how we arrived at this belief, but it's worth investigating if you're interested in how all this came to be the case. Anyway, I'm going to have to dip off for a bit and do some work, but it was good to talk to you, and I'm sure there's some other people here that will
You
pick
too.
up
Thank you
on
for
your
talking with
questions.
me.
Yeah, we're here 24/7, so check out YouTube channel and all that, and then you can come back. But yeah, speak to these guys. I'll listen in for a bit.
The reason I mentioned calculus is because someone in here mentioned optics, that it doesn't work because of the optics, right? And optics is actually a field that was pushed forward by Isaac Newton quite a bit. Okay, that's why I mentioned it. And in order to be able to understand optics, you have to know calculus. That's why I asked you guys if any of you guys know calculus, because you guys are
So if
making
it helped
claims
you understand,
about optics.
so if it helped you understand optics
You
better,
can't
this
read these
calculus.
papers.
Dude,
You
hello.
can't read these
I think you
papers.
stopped,
You don't
dude.
have the skills to know. You don't have the skills. You don't have the
Okay, if you have the
mathematical
skills, I'm
capability
curious. Can
to
I?
understand it.
I want. Yeah,
It's
teach
it's
me
just that
about
it's just
optics.
that
Are you just gonna?
It also
look. I
depends
can't
on which
I
branch
can't.
of calculus, dude, right? Because Leibniz came up with a form of calculus that's different. In which case,
No,
you wouldn't be
the
able to read
calculus
Newton's
is the
papers,
same.
right?
The calculus is the same. They just use a different notation.
Yeah, you got to learn the notations. My point.
Now,
All right, so yeah, now you know who you're talking with. Somebody who might understand a thing or two. Carry on.
yeah, like I'm not saying you guys are like. I'm not trying to call you guys like dumb. By the way, like you guys are obviously very smart.
Oh, good, because I was
I
wondering
just
that.
want you guys to. Yeah. So the like my point is just that when it comes to like the it could just be really good to like kind of go into these things, but when it comes to optics, you guys are making claims about optics that kind of means that the whole idea that there's different time zones and the sun sets, but the sun is still up in half the world despite its setting. Like I don't think it makes sense when it comes to the flat Earth model that the sun sets, but
I
it's
need to
still up
stop you right here.
halfway across the world.
You're the one making claims about optics, number one. Number two, you're the one making a claim, a straw man, about a flat Earth model that nobody here has brought up. Number three, I already addressed this question with a response, which you avoided, decided to go into, do you guys know calculus? So I'm a little frustrated because I feel like my time has been wasted. Light attenuates through a medium. Are you aware that if you were to look at the magnitude of the sun when it's directly above the horizon and compare that to the magnitude of the sun when it's directly overhead, it's 27,000 times brighter. This is not predicted by any globe or astrophysics model. This is using the Laplace extinction theorem. What's really interesting is stars don't exhibit the same behavior. Little food for thought.
Why do you think, just outside of the questions, right? Why do you think that all of the other things that we observe in the sky are going to become spheroid, but the only thing that's going to become flat in the universe is the Earth?
All right, so you've got a baked-in presumption that Earth is like the things in the sky, in the same category. From my vantage point, the things in the sky are nothing like Earth whatsoever. Earth provides a floor, a foundation for all the objects that we see doing really, really formulations in the sky. And those objects in the sky could, in fact, be spherical for all I care.
Yeah, so when like Galileo kind of, found, for example, because do you guys say that an orbit doesn't happen, right? Around the
It does.
the
It's
Earth
a way
going
to
around the
track
sun, right?
Well, I mean, we can track the objects in the sky, right? And then we can apply a coordinate reference system. As long as we retain the proper ratios and timing, we can take any object and create any reference frame out of it. And then all the objects move with respect to that reference frame. My question to you that I'd posit is whether or not Earth is moving at all.
Yeah, I think the Earth is moving, but like when it comes to do you guys believe in the geocentric model?
Well, in a sense,
Or
flat
the
Earth is
heliocentric model?
geocentric. This is the foundation, the floor of the universe. Right?
So
we don't
when it
have any
comes
evidence
to
that there's
the-
outer space below our feet, below some pad of dirt somewhere.
Yeah, so when it comes to it, right, the idea is that essentially the Earth is stationary, right? But the thing is that everything orbits around the Earth, right? That's the idea in the geocentric model. Is
Right.
that
The Earth is a
sun and
globe is principle. Yeah, we don't think that.
Yeah. So okay, whatever. The flat Earth, right? The flat Earth, right, is has orbits. You have the sun, you have the moon, you have the all the other celestial, like the planets, right? They're
Yeah.
orbiting the Earth in the geocentric
They're making circuits is probably a better word for it. Like you can dig into Egyptian and Sumerian cosmology. They were great at tracking cycles over long periods of time of all the celestial objects that they could see.
If you call it a circuit instead of calling it an orbit, like how does it change it?
Well,
that
I
just
think
like-
it's a bit clearer because when people think of orbit, they immediately think of a ball with an object like a satellite going around and around and around and around it. So what I'm telling you is that we don't accept that flat Earth has what's called an embedding space in differential geometry. There's no way to prove it if it does.
I mean, it's cool that you believe in like magic.
No, it's
It
not.
sounds
I'll
like
tell you
you're
what
like
magic
full of-
is. Magic is thinking that you live on a ball. Every time that you watch a sunset, that you believe that you're rotating backwards instead of watching the sun actually set.
Okay,
Right? What
cool.
you see is what
But
you
when it
get
comes
with
to
this.
it, right? Look, when it comes to it, you don't have like a good explanation when it comes to like
Well, that's just
everything
your
in
opinion.
that we look.
Yeah,
when
listen,
we
I
look
can come up
into
with
celestial
amazing
body-
explanations. You can go on TikTok right now and find crackhead flat Earth explanations for everything.
I'm sure.
Right.
I'm sure.
Just like
but I mean, like the
let me give you an
like
example of
we
space
moved away.
magic. All right, explanations. Talk about explanations. Eratosthenes, who provided the seed value for the globe that followed in, surveying and geodesy, right? When he looked at the sun, he assumed, I'm going to measure these diverging rays from two different locations from that point source. But I believe that those rays aren't really diverging. I believe those rays are in fact parallel.
Look, I didn't come in here to debate. Like
Well, that's
initially,
space
that
magic.
wasn't my goal. I wanted to see. Yeah, like, look,
Right.
and I think this is like, it got me riled up, but like, I got dragged into a debate. I got asked some questions and I wanted to answer them honestly. Okay, because I was asking questions in here. I wanted to see where people that are flat earthers were coming from. You know,
Well, we're not in a game of providing the best explanation. We're in a game of providing the best data that we can support with verifiable evidence and using logic and reason.
That's a like here. Let me ask. Is it okay if I ask you like more questions, but like just more about how you're processing it?
Yeah, if it's okay that I may occasionally butt in to correct a misperception, some kind of presumption or fallacy.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, like 100%. Like when it comes to your confidence in the flat Earth, like how confident would you say you are? That it's
I'm
a
100%,
true,
100% confident that Earth is not the globe we've been taught. Now, what flat Earth means, it could mean different things conceptually to different people. But I am here to tell you I have 100% confidence that Earth is not a spinning globe in outer space. It's not a globe at all.
Okay. So the globe model, you're 0% confident on.
Correct. Yeah.
When it like what do you think is did you always believe that it was 0% when it comes to your confidence in the globe theory, or did you believe in it at one point and then you lost like belief in it?
I started looking into this question about 5 years ago when I first heard about flat Earth, and I thought it was the dumbest thing I'd ever heard in my life. Boy, was I wrong. I mean,
yeah.
One of the first places I went to settle this was looking at surveying, the history of surveying and geodesy. Because if anybody is claiming to measure the Earth's surface, it's going to be the surveyors who claim to have been doing it for hundreds of years. That's where I started looking. And I took the radius challenge because I kept hearing from flat earthers that the radius value has never been confirmed or validated by any means. It was always assumed to exist, and all measurements have subsequently been taken place to conform to a radius assumption. And it turns out that that's absolutely 100% factually correct. Nobody's actually measured the curvature of the Earth. It's been assumed. And that is a starting point that I think is entirely valid.
What do you think? Do you think that was the biggest piece of evidence that led you to lose like faith in the globe theory?
Yeah, and I'll tell you why. It's because knowing that there has never been a valid curvature measurement in the first instance, or any instance, then it leads me to wonder how the heck society got it so wrong for so long. You know, and it became harder for me to accept that society could be deluded with this globe fantasy than it is to accept the reality and the facts of the matter. Number one, the globe has never been measured. Number two, when it is attempted, it's measured flat.
It has to be, yeah. Just has to be.
When it comes, like, when it comes to the people that are like around you in your life, like, are most of them like globers?
Oh
Are
yeah,
most of them
course.
like flat earthers?
Of course they are. And you know what? I don't bring it up with them unless they want to bring it up with me, plain and simple. You know, and I know full well that people who are flat earthers are considered to be stupid or crazy or conspiracy theorists. And I'm here to tell you the 24/7 flat earth crew, we're not like that. We aren't here for the conspiracy theory. We're not here to make fantastic speculations about other worlds beyond the ice wall, or if there even is an ice wall. So, I mean, I know full well that flat earth has a stigma, a huge social stigma, and there's a huge social cost to anyone who pursues this interest and does so faithfully.
Well, listen, I'll just chime in. I disagree. It hasn't affected my social life one bit, except that the people around, a couple have switched, I guess, over, and the other ones just know not to bring it up because I'll destroy them. and we have
Yeah,
fun.
like I work in an office where half of them are flat earthers. I mean, but in like my immediate life and immediate surroundings, I mean, I know where I am, and I know that this can be a third rail topic, and it can cause disaster in the proper settings. Like, you don't want to be at a family reunion, like you don't want to be at a funeral or Thanksgiving and try and flat smack your relatives.
That is true. Yeah.
Right.
Wait, that's a funny word, like flat smack. Is that
Yeah.
part of like the lingo and the crew here?
Yeah, because some
if you like
people.
bring up the discussion that you're flat smacking someone, kind of thing.
Yeah, it kind of became popular because during and after the lockdown economy that happened, people associated with our community were going out in public and setting up information kiosks and bullhorning the public and flat smacking everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Some activism.
What's the are most flat earthers like from the U.S. or is it like people from outside that like kind of come here?
I'm surprised to say that there are a lot of international flat earthers. There's a huge contingent of Australians.
Mm-hmm. Like politically, like do flat earthers lean mostly like right wing, left wing, center, or like apolitical?
Apolitical, total,
like non-voters kind of thing.
Yeah, apathetic.
Like just distrust everyone.
Not really distrust. Okay. It's no reason to trust.
Yeah, because they both believe in like everyone, all the sides believe in like the globe theory, right? So I mean, then they're all part of it.
Yeah, I mean, being a part of it is being a part of just the social milieu. You know, everybody believes in the globe because everybody believes in the globe. There's no reason to doubt it because everybody believes in it.
Is it like difficult to like kind of like communicate about it or get along with like loved ones who are like globers?
It depends. I mean, you know, we've all got family members that may disagree with us on a political or moral topic. You know, pick up abortion instead of the flat earth topic, right? And you're going to run into people who are impassionate about it.
Yeah.
You know, you can really ruffle people's feathers. It really depends. And this topic, if you were to stick around and just watch and listen to our interactions with random people who come by our spaces, whether here or the home server or other servers that we occupy, you're going to see an interesting psychology.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like that's what I'm like kind of fascinated with here, you know, like and kind of listening in as well with the and like my guess is, and you guys could tell me if this is right or wrong, is that a lot of the people that are going to come in here, they're going to come in here and trying to like kind of snicker and laugh at some flat earthers, right? Who like are going to be like so stupid and they're going to be crazy, but then they're going to come in here and they're going to get a little flat smacked, right? Because they really haven't, like for most people when it comes to physics or astronomy, like they really have like a middle school kind of level of just repeating after and kind of taking it on authority. They haven't really taken like high level courses. Like I've barely taken any, like I've only taken like one or two, you know. If I hadn't taken those two and I came in here, I honestly would have been like just confused. Like a lot of the points that you guys are making here, I would have like not known how to like respond to them, and I still really don't know like all that much, you know, like, and I'm just incredibly ignorant on a lot of things. And I know a lot of people come in here and they're going to realize that they actually don't know that much about.
That's a big part of it. Yep. We're trying to get people to dig into separating their beliefs from true knowledge. And it does expose a lot. It exposes a huge deficit, and it's scary. It's psychologically uncomfortable for people to realize that what they thought was true for so long is actually very difficult to prove, and I would say impossible.
Well, you guys are recognizing that a lot of their people's opinions about astronomy is people like making appeals to authority. You know, and them not really knowing it. Yeah, and them not really knowing like how it kind of came about the way that it is. These like models, and they're just kind of trusting the experts. quote unquote.
Yeah, there are people today. There are actual like astrophysicists. There's one guy who just retired from Princeton University who's a hardcore geocentrist. He subscribes to the Neo-Tychonian model of the solar system. Dr. Bennett, I think, is his name. And you can hear him. He doesn't come by here, but he comes by other flatter places. So.
You see, he's a physicist.
Oh yeah, he taught at Princeton astrophysics department. He's a former faculty member.
Interesting for an astrophysicist. I didn't know that. An astrophysicist was a flat earther. That's news for me.
Not flat earth,
at least the former one.
But
geocentrist. Okay.
Yeah, and you've got people who used to work at NASA who are flat earthers who are out there. A guy named David Beverly. He used to actually work for NASA and used to set up satellite uplinks and downlinks in Antarctica for NASA. He's a flat earther now. There's a guy in the UK. He goes by the name Dr. John Dee. He has a PhD in physics and specializes in spectrophotometry. So if anybody knows about optics, it's going to be that guy. And he's taken his laboratory equipment on tours through the UK. Has done long distance laser shining tests for the general public and has recorded some of this stuff on his YouTube channel. He initially set out to prove that Earth is a globe because he thought flat earthers were nuts. Well, now he's a flat earther. Right. So our community, I think, is fundamentally different from most, if not all others that people see on the internet. So we get the random troll who comes in here because they just got off a bender going through all the dumb flat earth content on TikTok. And they meet us and they encounter something completely different. And they think we're the ones that are trolling.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people assume like flat earthers are trolling. I mean, I don't think anyone I've talked to today has been trolling.
Yeah, thank you.
I think you guys this is your the real beliefs that you guys hold. Like, I mean, clearly, even if I disagree with you about the idea, yeah, it's like your I don't say belief dismissively, it's your this is
conviction in the measurements.
Yeah. Like this is the conviction you guys have. When it comes to it, do you think that it's made your life holding this belief? Has it made your life better because now you know the truth? Despite the social cost of it.
I would say it's been satisfying intellectually, and to an extent, metaphysically, because I do have a faith life, and my faith life is apart from this completely. But it's been satisfying in many ways. But yeah, I mean, it also brings difficulties of its own. Flat earthers are socially ostracized. Like if I walk into a bar and declare myself a flat earther, people would want to fight me, or it's ridiculous.
Is your interest in because there's a lot of passion about this topic from the people that are in here, and it's not just like a curiosity or just this is kind of neat, or this is like a fact I've discovered. It seems like there's an ethical component to it too, where it is something you kind of believe that there's a right and wrong kind of happening. I'm
glad you brought that up. I'm so glad you brought that up. There is absolutely an ethical component to this. I think there is an ethical duty for us and for all people sitting at this table to be as rigorous and as academically honest as possible. And if something isn't true, then to call it out. If people cannot prove that Earth is a globe, then they need to be honest about that. We find that there's an unsettling amount of dishonesty from people who defend the globe who come in here. They lie about every little thing, and then they have the gall to ask us, why would people lie?
Mm-hmm.
We've been recording conversations 24/7 for 10 years on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
So there's
when it comes to the
overwhelming
most common
content.
lie that you hear.
Huh?
Oh, sorry, I'm interrupting. Like when it comes to the most common lie you hear from the Globers, right? As far as their justification that you find unsatisfying, what do you think it is that they come in here with? You know, that they themselves may know it's a lie. Maybe I don't know if they recognize it or not.
Yeah, an example might be this, and we can get to the why later, I guess. But we may ask somebody, hey, have you ever seen curvature before? And sometimes they'll say yes. Say, oh, great. So where were you when you saw curvature? And then they'll make up a fucking story. Dead serious.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it happens every day.
Yeah.
Is it people like pilots, or is it people like that are just like?
According to them, according to them, they're all flying at 50,000 feet. Every teenage kid who walks in the room says they saw curvature at 50,000 feet because they're Air Force pilots. Yeah, they're all lying.
Yeah, we've talked to actual pilots who lie through their teeth too, and some of us are pilots.
Well, we have then we get honest pilots come through as well, like commercial pilots, and he's like, yeah, you do not see the curve from a plane. He's like, I've never seen it. I don't know why anyone would suggest such a thing. He's like, yeah, I believe it's a globe, but from a plane, you don't see any curvature, right? And this was, a very, very legitimate guy that we had come through here. Quite often, pilots will tell you that in interviews. You don't see it from that height, and that checks out mathematically that you wouldn't.
I haven't done the math on it. I haven't seen it, but
you would only see 0.1% of the surface of the Earth, right? If you have a look at it on a map and you draw a little circle around your maximum distance that you can see 360 degrees around you from that height, it's a tiny circle. You're really not seeing that far from that height. It's not enough to see any curvature. And I mean, I've flown all over the world. I'm always amazed how flat the horizon looks. I've never seen any curvature. Some people say some planes have certain types of windows that have, thick, round, triple-layered glass, and it might make it look like it's curved, but I've never seen that. What I did see, though, was how flat it looked, and then I pulled my camera out, and I'm like, damn, I'm going to film it and then show the guys, in here. And then when I got home, I looked at the footage, I'm like, damn, I can see freaking curvature. But then I noticed when I pan the camera like up and down a little bit, as soon as the horizon will drop below center frame, it will start to curve the wrong way. And when it's slightly above center frame, it's looks like it's curving. When it's right in the center of the frame, it looks like it's completely flat. So maybe sometimes people are looking at footage and thinking they see curvature. I'm not sure, just because of the lens distortion.
Like, how many people do you think that would be necessary in order to hide this truth?
I think it's self-inflicted. I think people believe in the globe so much that they take their scientific instrumentation, they take their physical measurements, and they mathematically contort it to a globe. And there's an actual process for this in surveying. It's called the mathematical reduction of the horizontal datum. What they do is they conjure a mathematical ball, so a wireframe mesh of a certain dimension, and then they take their surveyed measurements, which are flat, and then they wrap it to the outside surface of that mathematical ball. And this has been going on for hundreds of years.
Yeah, that's essentially what the globe is and how the globe was created, right? It's a theoretical mathematical concept which originated from the theoretical concept of the way that we view the sky or map out the sky into a coordinate system. So that's what the globe is. It doesn't exist in reality. It exists basically as a model. And then when we go out and test, and then people say that the model is reality, okay, it matches reality, and then we go out and test for that, and it doesn't ever match reality, not even close, not even remotely close, ever. And there's not one observation that I've seen. Like, I've been looking into this for 8 years, spoken to physicists, spoken to aerospace engineers, all kinds of people, and not one person ever has been able to present one observation, one empirical observation over distance that matches up with the globe, taking into account the necessities that would have to be taken into account, right? So, yeah, it's crazy. Well, the more you look into it, the less the less the globe will make sense. The more you look into it, the more wacky the globe concept becomes.
Yeah, but it seems like Nicola's most interested in what is, like, these guys who believe in the globe, even after they go out and they test it and see that it's not there. What's holding them to this belief without evidence? That's what it seems like. That's what Nicola's he's
Yeah,
wondering.
it's I don't know, man, a deeply ingrained belief system, isn't it? And there's a lot of mocking and ridicule and as propaganda behind the flat Earth topic as well, and a lot of misinformation out there. So maybe they don't really have what they would consider a valid alternative option, because they haven't really looked at the true information regarding flat Earth and actually dug into the long distance observations and laser tests and all the infrared photography, all this kind of thing. But yeah, I don't know. Sometimes it's ego based. They'll get into some heated debates with a flat earther, and that'll sort of they don't ever want to back down because their ego is running the show.
So, I'm aware that flat Earth does not believe in gravity. What does make things drop to the ground? Because I've heard air mediums, which
you're confused, buddy. You're confused. When they say they don't believe in gravity, it means mass attracting mass, not that things don't fall to the ground.
Yes, because mass attracts mass, which means
okay. How do you know that?
Yeah.
How do you know that that's why things fall? It's a mass attracting mass.
What else is going to make it fall?
That's not. That doesn't tell me how you know that.
Hold on. So we were talking about something, and now this random guy chimes in.
I'll tell you. Well, hold on. He was talking before, Peter. I don't know if you're here. He was. We're waiting for his evidence. He was in limbo. And so he didn't find it. So
I'm asking.
Nobody knows why things fall.
I'm asking what you believe.
Yeah. No, I don't have a belief. There's no belief here. You believe that things fall because mass attracts mass. You have no evidence for that. That's the problem. You believe something. So I'll ask again, what's the evidence that mass attracts to mass is the causal mechanism why I think... Yeah, hold on, Peter, dude. So what's your evidence that mass attracting mass is the causal mechanism for falling objects? Can you give us an experiment, for example, that shows it? Should be simple, because you think it's a foregone conclusion. No.
I'll give you an example. I know y'all don't believe in the open space, and you believe there's only the Earth, the Moon, and the Sun. But let's go into open space. Boots void.
No one believes it. Shut up, dude. Don't start, dude. Don't start. Don't straw man us.
Straw man you?
Yeah, we don't.
I'm saying what I've observed. Okay, I will carry on.
I don't know your ass from your elbow, bro.
What? I'm sorry if I understand you.
You don't know your ass from your elbow, okay? Just saying. So,
ass from my elbow.
Let's see. You don't know your ass from your elbow. Appealing to space to tell me why things fall on Earth doesn't help us. We want to know why things fall on Earth. And unless there's a big mirror in space that somehow shows how things fall on Earth, is mass attracting mass, I don't know how that's going to help you. So we have an observed natural phenomenon, right? I let something go, falls to the ground. Boom. Right? Why does that happen? What experiment can we do to figure out why that happens?
Okay.
Yeah, simple. Experiment. That's how science works, right? You do an experiment.
The experiment.
Yeah,
Okay.
the experiment.
The Cavendish experiment conducted between
Okay.
1797.
So what falls in that? What falls in the Cavendish experiment?
The experiment measuring the force of gravity.
Okay, first of all, yeah, but we want to know why things fall.
It's gravity. Mass attracts mass.
Yeah, that's your claim, dude. I want the experiment that shows it.
Okay, I'll explain you the experiment.
I don't need the explanation. I need the experiment. I don't need a story, dude.
I'm trying to explain you the experiment.
I understand. Oh, the experiment.
The
you
experiment itself.
Okay, so how does I know the Cavendish.
Can I tell you the experiment now, or are you going to keep on cutting me off?
I know.
You're lagging really bad.
Exactly.
No, like generally, you were lagging really bad. Okay.
Yeah, can you tell me what's observed in the Cavendish experiment?
The apparatus can. Okay, whatever. Let's skip to where the hell we are.
Hey, Glover, this is the first time you saw the Cavendish experiment, right?
So I have to talk to ChatGPT now. Fantastic. I don't know how I deal with this shit.
This is the funniest thing in India. Yeah. There's a baby Glurf comes in, never heard about it before. He just Googled it real quick, and he's trying to explain it.
Okay. The apparatus consisting of a torsion bar made of a 6-foot wooden rod horizontally suspended from a wire with 2-inch diameter, 1.6 pound lead spheres, one attached to each end, 2 massive 12-inch 348 lead balls suspended separately could be positioned away from each other to either side of the smaller balls, 255 millimeters away. The experiment measured the faint gravitational attraction between the small and large balls, which deflected the torsion bounce rod about 0.6 inches or around 0.03 inches with a stiffer suspending wire.
So what is falling in the experiment?
Sorry, what? My sister was being annoying.
What is... I know. She can't be like that. What is falling in the experiment?
It is a experiment that shows that gravity exists, but it's not necessarily that gravity is only falling. It is the attraction of mass and mass. So that is what is gravity. It is mass attracts mass. That is the formula. It is mass attracts mass equals G.
Okay, so typically in scientific experiments, there will be a hypothesis. So can you give us the hypothesis? There's kind of a dependent variable and then an independent variable, the thing that you're going to manipulate to get the dependent variable to happen. So can you give us the hypothesis? That way we know this is a true scientific experiment and not some kind of affirming the consequent fallacy.
What is a affirming the consequence fallacy?
Well, it would go something like this. If gravity exists, these balls will get closer. These balls get closer, therefore gravity exists. It would be something like that. It's circular reasoning.
So, what I'm reading from, it doesn't necessarily go, it doesn't necessarily tell me the hypothesis, but I can infer that the hypothesis is that yes, gravity does exist, because if I set up the experiment, the balls should, in theory, move together.
They move together, therefore the gravity exists. So that would be affirming the consequent. This would be basically a fallacious test or a way to rip off the masses by showing them some kind of parlor trick and then declaring that gravity exists.
Do you want me to send you what I'm reading from? If that would
No, I already know the entire. No, bro. I already know the entire lore behind this particular non-experiment. It's not an experiment, first of all. In fact, the only thing that you really could be observing, because this is not natural science that they're doing, they have an apparatus. They built it, so it's a synthetic or an artificial thing that they built. And so what they did is they said, I know. We'll tell the people gravity exists if these balls move closer together. The balls move closer together, therefore gravity exists. By the way, that wasn't the intention of this particular apparatus. It was supposed to be detecting the mass of the Earth. And in this case, they had already presupposed that the Earth was a large sphere with an unknown mass. So there's a lot of things, a lot of nuances about this that you probably aren't aware of, but just a surface level read like you're doing right now would have you convinced that because two balls moved closer together, all of a sudden gravity is a thing.
So, if I tried to argue with an experiment, you can turn that around and say circular reasoning and then flip my whole argument upside down. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm not doing any kind of witchcraft here, or, there's no tomfoolery involved. I'm pointing out to you that what you're dealing with isn't actually an experiment at all. Do you think that because men build something, all of a sudden it becomes a scientific experiment? That would be incorrect. In the scientific method, the first thing you're supposed to do is observe a natural phenomena. That's why, the lore is that old Isaac Newton got hit in the head by an apple. An apple fell out of a tree and hit him on, right? That's how the story goes anyways. So the naturally observed phenomena would be something accelerating towards the ground. You could use a raindrop. You could use an apple. You could use any of these things. So the thing that we're trying to prove is what causes things to fall. That's why Indio was asking you about the falling bit, not about balls in a shed. The next thing you would do is propose a hypothesis. If blank, then stuff will fall to the ground. So in this scenario, there is no experiment because there's no hypothesis. We don't even actually have what is required for the experiment to occur. Nothing is falling.
But you don't need specifically falling to...
Oh, you're right. What was the naturally observed phenomena again? Things falling, right?
Yes.
Aren't we trying to go ahead and create that particular scenario?
Yes, you could create that. Actually, no, you couldn't on Earth because of its gravity. And if you were to, for example, get like...
We're not to gravity yet. We haven't even proved gravity exists. All we see is in certain scenarios things fall. Meanwhile, the gas molecules around the raindrop and around the apple are moving freely and randomly in all directions, including up. So I'm not even sure that we have really a naturally observed phenomena because not everything is falling. Some things are going freely and randomly in all directions. But for the sake of argument, we'll just stick with the falling part for now. So something falls. We need to know what causes that. So what causes it?
As I said, mass plus mass.
Okay.
Mass is attracted to other masses.
Well, apparently that's a hypothesis that you're coming up with. So what is mass?
Mass is, for example, I'm pretty sure it is the weight of an object, or I may be wrong. I don't know.
Well, weight is weight. Mass is a different word.
So, mass refers to a fundamental property of matter measuring inertia, resistance to acceleration.
Okay, so now mass is resistance to acceleration? Is that your final answer?
The fuck?
I don't know.
telling me this here. Oh, it's a stupid ass AI overview. Okay. Mass can. Okay, here we go. Mass can be experimentally defined as a measure of the body's inertia, or basically, I think that means potential force. I don't know, dude. I had like an 80 in science. A measure of the body's inertia, meaning the resistance to acceleration when a net force is applied. The object's mass also determines the strength of its gravitational attraction to other bodies.
Okay. So now it's two things. Which one are you going to pick?
It is the second one, because the first one is the fuck-ass AI overview that is very commonly incorrect.
Okay, so now mass is apparently an attraction?
No.
What does it say? What was the second part?
Mass can be experimentally defined as a measure of the body's inertia, meaning the resistance to acceleration when a net force is. Can this stupid thing stop being annoying on me? Measure of the body's inertia, meaning the resistance to acceleration when net force is applied. The object's mass also determines the strength of its gravitational attraction to other bodies.
Okay, so it determines that. So the resistance to acceleration, how would we measure that? That also happens to be the same definition of inertia. But we'll just keep going.
Could you repeat that?
Well, interestingly enough, depending on what website you go to or what source you pick, mass essentially has the same definition as inertia, which is resistance to acceleration.
Okay.
So mass and inertia are now conflated, but I would like to know how we would measure that.
Okay.
So how do we measure it? What value can you give me for something's mass?
So you can use the formula of M equals weight over gravity, which is mass. Mass equals weight over gravity. Mass equals force over acceleration. And to measure mass, you would use a triple beam balance.
Right. I hear the formula. Can you just give me the value?
The value? What do you mean by value?
Well, if you're going to measure something at the end of the day, you're going to end up with a certain amount of volts or inches or kilograms or Kelvin, right? So what units determine how much mass we're dealing with? What value? I guess homeboy bounced.
El Hussein is here. Welcome. I don't think I've talked to you before. It says you're VC verified and Nitro Ghost VIP. I feel like that's a combo we don't see very often. Just those two roles. Hello. How did you find us?
I know I've been here for quite a while. Like I keep joining and leaving and joining and leaving. Like first time I've been here was like 2020. So 2020, yeah.
I know, I'm the same way. It's kind of upsetting. Like I'm kind of mad at my past self because my account doesn't really show like my actual history of dates and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah. But it's all right. You're incognito as a new person. What is your position regarding the globe?
Like not much to say, to be honest. More into the flat Earth, I guess, but like it's not a topic that I've been into way too much. Sometimes I just keep reading, watching videos, watching arguments online, but really I haven't had the time to look into it enough, I guess.
Yeah, so you haven't made up your mind, and you might be seeing bad information because there's a lot of bad flat Earth information
I'm aware of that. Yeah, like the Twitter guys, I forgot what they're called. Like that Twitter account that's very known and is assumed to be the flat Earth community. I think that's what they're called.
Oh, yeah, I don't know who that is. The Flat Earth Community, is that what they're called?
The guys with like the disk profile picture who used to talk to Elon Musk on Twitter, I think. I really can't recall what the username was.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I don't really know that much about what goes on there on Twitter. So what are arguments that you've heard for Flat Earth that made you lean in that direction?
Well, not really arguments. It's just looking at photos that are supposedly from space, and you can kind of tell that curvature seems to be changing from one photo to another. And that kind of raises questions, right? So I keep looking into it. That's how I ended up here.
Nice. Yeah, I like that. I wish we had a globe believer, like a true believer in here, because you could tell them how pictures from space indicate the lack of consistency of curvature, like you just said, that they show a widely varying degree of curvature, which makes their story inconsistent and incoherent, both of those things. Because, the people who say pictures from space make them think it's a globe. It really should be the opposite. That should make you question. Yeah, because if it were, then all these images should show a consistent level of curvature, and they don't.
Yeah, as Elon Musk said, it has to be real because it looks so fake.
Yeah, what about the measurements? Have you seen those, like the long distance observations, the laser tests? Oh, you haven't seen those? Oh, great. Well, we have to show you then.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. The ones like in the channels below, like there's a lot of channels where there's quite a bit of evidence there, the additional info category.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there's the long distance observations channel.
Oh yeah. I have been there. Yeah. I just looked.
You have been there.
Yeah. I've seen those before.
Oh, okay. So, like, did you watch the videos?
I don't really remember. Let me see. I probably did. Like, as I said, I just keep joining and leaving over and over. So, probably might have seen some of them.
That's cool that those channels are down there because, that's a lot of people don't realize that is one of the main benefits of this server, is that there is a carefully curated selection of information down there that is good, verifiable, flat Earth information, which you can't find just anywhere, and you definitely can't find if you just Google flat Earth. Then you're going to get a bunch of nonsense. Like, I think that was John Adams that came in here and said, "Oh, he knows all about the flat Earth stuff, And then he just named a bunch of straw man arguments that are not real flat Earth information at all. So that's cool. I'm glad to hear that you've looked down there.
Yeah.
And did you understand the reason for the long distance observations?
No, not quite, to be honest.
Yeah. So, depending on which one you look at, there's basically two different kinds. There's observations that debunk the expected drop over distance that you would see if you lived on a sphere of a radius of 3,959 miles. And then the other kind are the horizon observations, and those debunk another calculation of the maximum distance of the horizon on a sphere with that same given radius, which is 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. So yeah, both of those formulae show you, what the prediction would be, what you would see or not see on a globe. And each time you can make an observation of something that wouldn't be seen on this globe. So in the case of the missing drop over distance, it's something that would be hidden behind this alleged curve, and yet the object is visible. And in the case of the horizon, it's the where you can see the horizon that's clearly beyond the maximum distance that it would be if you were on a sphere.
Yeah, and it doesn't exist.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, the only sphere we can see is what Professor Triangle has put there, the not even perfectly spherical, but slightly spherical nature of the dandelion ready to spread its seeds. Do you remember any of the ones that you looked at in particular?
I'm actually looking because, I remember being here before, and one of the channels was like something I'm quite interested in, but I can't quite find which one was it. All right, it's the astronauts one. There is this guy who, let me play the video, just wrong. Yeah, it's the guy who keeps saying like we can go back to the moon and like we destroyed the technology and we can't go back anymore. Was one of the videos.
Don Pettit, yeah. He's the best hostile witness for the flat earth. Yeah. Yeah. Because if those are the brightest and the best we got, and these are the guys that are trying to convince you, that you live on a globe, that we went to the moon and all that, it's kind of like, yeah, good job, guys. That's your best team you got there, Don Pettit. Good job. I mean, that's the thing. All of these things are kind of, just side notes to the main conclusive evidence debunking the curvature, which is never measured, never observed in reality. But all these other things, they're just icing on the cake. Like, these are your best of the best. Yep, these are your astronauts. Yep, Don Pettit. Yeah, we can't go back to the moon.
Yeah.
It's too hard. Yeah, we destroyed the technology. Yeah, I mean, it's just absurd. Like, it's really a litmus test. Do you have common sense or not? Like, if you still think that, this fairy tale is true and you think these are the experts, it's kind of like, I don't know, it just shows that the person either has no common sense or has emotional problems, I guess, where they're just so strongly in denial and they can't even handle the concept of going against the emotional appeal and the propaganda, which is fine. I mean, that's why propaganda has worked throughout history, is because it appeals to the weaknesses in human nature and the inability for most men to stand strong against a crowd. If Don Pettit convinces you guys, just go back to the globe. Like, we don't even want you if you think Don Pettit's an astronaut. Please. I mean, an astronaut in the sense of what astronauts used to be when they started, their fake space program, when they were like military guys who were very, intelligent, had common sense, like the one they murdered, Gus Grissom, those kind of guys. Like, I would have called them astronauts and that would have been fine, because when it was, just conceptual, we were hoping to do this, they deserved the title, possibly the best and the brightest. That's why they had to kill them. I guess they miscalculated, like, we can't have guys that are too smart, because then there'll be whistleblowers. There might even be some who, after we burn the first one alive, decides he's even going to still be a whistleblower because he thinks it's important enough to prevent all mankind from being deceived. So we better just get dumb guys that we can easily bribe and coddle and blow smoke up their ass, and they'll do what we want and make stupid videos like Don Pettit does. Good idea, guys.
You got the help. That's all you get. You get the help.
Yes. Thank you. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Oh my gosh.
Which one were you referring to? Like the people who got killed or something? Like, I didn't catch that one.
Oh, yeah. I'll find you some information about it. The most interesting information to me is how he was an Apollo 1 astronaut, Gus Grissom. He was one of 3. The second one was from Grand Rapids. The third one was from somewhere south of here, like either southern Indiana or somewhere down there, southern Ohio. I can't remember where that guy was from. They have stuff named after him down there. I feel very bad that I don't remember the name of the other 2. It's very bad. But Gus Grissom was the one who really put his neck on the line. So I can find the other information for you. But anyway, so during Apollo 1, I'll just tell you the story, and then after I'll tell you a short version, then I'll find some links and document to back it up. So Apollo 1, first mission. They said they were going to go to the moon. Gus Grissom, former military guy, was I don't know if he was the head of the three, but he was definitely the most gutsy of the three. We'll put it that way. He came to think that it was not going to be possible, for them to go to the moon. That this technology was not going to work the way that it claimed. And so he not only thought this, he was doing his own research. He had papers at his home. No one knows exactly what they said because I believe it was before they even informed his wife, they came to the house and took all his papers away. They confiscated all of his papers, before he died. Then they confiscated the papers, and I'm pretty sure they told the wife. I'm pretty sure that's the order that it went, those three things. But anyway, he not only did he think it, he made a public statement. He held a lemon up in front of the shuttle. There's a picture of that, saying that it was a lemon. Do you know what that means in vernacular? Like lemons, like in terms of automobiles would be like, cars that don't work, because that's why we have lemon laws. We're not allowed to sell a car that doesn't work well and pretend that it does. But so anyway, that was the significance of the lemon. And he said, we can't even communicate with the next building. How are we going to communicate with the moon? So these are public statements he made in addition to the private papers. But basically they came to realize, this guy's on to us. He's not going to go along with this. And so what happened was they were doing a test and they all three burned alive inside the capsule. So they all died, all three of them. And so after that happened, Gus Grissom's family, sons, actually the sons didn't get involved until later when they were adults. They were children at the time. But as time went on, they made public statements that they thought that this had been done on purpose, that they thought their husband and father had been murdered. So they took it to court. That's the article I'll find you. I think it's from the New York Times where the mother sued. The wife sued. I'll find you the details in case anything I'm telling you, I'm not remembering it right, but this is the basic outline. And then, and I also have his obituary, which contains some of those details. Eventually, as the sons got older, this was like a lifelong quest. One of them somehow was allowed to see the capsule, which amazes me that even happened. But anyway, it turned out that the capsule could be locked from the outside, so they were locked in, and there was no way for them to get out. You know what I mean? It was locked, and they couldn't open the lock to get out. And also, there was something about the pure oxygen environment. If anybody else, knows details about this, any of our other Flat Earth friends, feel free to chime in. But yeah, there was they were in a pure oxygen environment, which they shouldn't have been.
Yeah, 100% oxygen makes non-flammable items flammable.
Yep, and that's what they shouldn't. That wasn't their protocol, or they shouldn't have had that, right, Rayleigh?
That's like the dumbest thing ever to do. Is put 100%.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.